이러면 됐죠. 탱은 1대1의 부족이니까.
그쵸.
아니 이렇게 힘들어야 돼요?
어쩔 수 없어요. 저 조합으로 초반에 저렇게 많이 밀리면
네. 뭐예요? 빅패스가 왔는데요?
너네 조합 느리잖아. 너네 조합 느리잖아.
절방편!
소리방벽 찍으면 어떡할래? 탱커 없는데.
너의 조합 발이 세상에서 가장 느리다며.
그리고 태양장이 가져왔어요.
엔딩 요정 왔네요.
그렇죠. 이거 그냥 들어와
태양을
들어와.
맛봐라! 여기다!
아, 맞았어요.
여기도 프로펜 잡힙니다. 자, 끝나겠는데요. 이렇게 경기가 마무리되면서 프라틱이 2대 0으로 경기 잡아냅니다.
프라우드 벤처.
프롬 왼쪽.
자,
알파이 돌아와요.
미는데
자리가.
다리가 이장 타워.
자, 이런 식의 양각. 이걸 만들어야 되는데 눈보라까지.
아,
0m. 0m 마무리.
그때 007이었는데
네.
오리사가 선풍기 돌리니까 끝났는데
그랬던 적 있죠.
이게 무조건 밟아야 되거든요.
저는 이 흔하지 않은 기회. 0m 대 0m만 보여주세요.
무조건 밟으면서 해야 돼요. 살짝 발 떨어지면 끝나. 근데 0m가 지금 앞쪽 있는데
네.
0.09까지 용서 있더라고요.
네. 그럼 그냥 무승부 나와서. 자, 과연. 자, 갑니다. 됐다. 끝! 델타 디비전이 경기를 마무리하면서 이거 어떻게 된 거예요? 3대2 풀세트 끝에 승리로 가져갑니다.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Overwatch Champions Series Korea. I am Unknown at the commentary, and with me today I have Hex at the expert analysis. Hey, Hex, how are you?
Doing good. We've got a couple matches tonight that mean a whole lot as we near towards the end of our group stages and get towards our seeding stage, which will happen next week. But a lot of, we come into it every week of like a lot of questions need to be answered. But I mean, our first couple of matches are going to answer some questions for us really early on. Is one of the marquee matchups we've been looking for. And then we expect, some maybe not so close games as we close out the night, but still three really good matches to look forward to this evening.
Speaking of questions and contests, we do have a lot of things going on. Like you said, this is already week 3. This is going to be the last week of the group stages. We will be advancing to the next stage of the tour not the tournament, but the season rather. Like you said, there will be the season, the seeding matchups, and then also the play-ins, and also unfortunately there will be some teams that will be just eliminated for the season. And also we do have to talk about the patch. Hex, like, how do you see the new patch?
I think it's going to be, I don't know if we're going to see a lot of changes because it's just so early. It usually takes a little bit for teams to adjust before they really bust out something new or something critical happens. But I think there's a lot of interesting stuff that could happen. You go to like super high damage support line now with Kiri. That one's a weird one because the fire rate's lower, but the modifier is a little bit higher, and the actual kunai damage is a little bit higher. Lucio, I mean, both of them took some HP nerfs as well, so like we're gonna have to see how that plays into it. But Lucio now does a ton more damage up close, and we know that's kind of how the Lucios in Korea like to play anyway. They like to be in your face, so there's a lot of interesting stuff that could happen. Just paging through the last couple of days of competitive, I didn't see any major changes, but usually Korea would be the region to be the ones out front on some of this stuff and try interesting things. And there's some matchups that I think are one-sided enough tonight that you might see some experimentation.
Exactly. So we do have a lot to look out for today. Just to kind of give you a general overview, of course, I'm not reading through the entire patch notes, but like Hex mentioned, some HP nerfs across the board. Some 250 heroes have been nerfed to 225, which may prove a lot different because that may be the difference between getting one shot 100 zeroed to surviving by a sliver of health that we've seen so much during some of these matches here. And also the Kiriko changes, the kunai damage the basic kunai body damage has been buffed to 60, but the headshot modifier has been nerfed to 2 instead of 2.5. But in the end, we did some calculations pre-match, but if you actually land a headshot, that's actually more damage than before.
Yeah, and also, I mean, I think the big thing with Kiri that's going to happen is that the rhythm is going to change a little bit because of the time in between shots has been changed. The fire rate essentially has been changed. And so a lot of muscle memory has to come into that of like, oh, I don't move my crosshair yet because I haven't even shot yet. It ends up being an enormous difference. Diva got nerfed back to her normal state, 3 seconds. And then obviously the respawn stuff is going to be really interesting to see with respawn waves and respawn timers being different and like overtime timers. So there's a lot that goes into it, but I don't know if we're going to see monumental changes yet because I was expecting like maybe Echo doesn't get played as much with Echo's big hitbox and now also Echo getting an HP nerf. But you mentioned it, there's just a lot of breakpoints change from that 250 to 225 HP where it is a difference between now Kiri can 2-tap somebody, right, at 225 rather than 250 because the double headshot would do 240. God, I'm getting dangerous to do a lot of math here, but being able to 2-tap squishies. Sombra got a nerf to her HP, but a buff to everything else. There's just a lot of interesting stuff that got like Sojourn got a buff, but it's still not the burst damage buff that I think we needed to see it pros play it. I just don't know yet. I mean, I think I don't know if we're going to see a ton of changes tonight because, like I said, it's really early. And for some of these teams, like, I mean, I think the first match, you're going to see exactly what we saw last week. I think it's just way too early for them to be messing up comps or moving around. But you mentioned we might see a lot more Doomfist because the breakpoints on the squishies now, Doomfist can power shot them. So a lot of interesting things. I'm looking forward to seeing what happens, but I think maybe next week or even tomorrow or the day after is when we start seeing people experiment more in compositions.
So because I've casted OWCS Japan Pacific yesterday, based on my experience on that, I think it does bring a lot of changes that you can't really prepare for, especially on the death timers that you've been mentioning. The death timers in general has been longer after the patch by a second or two, and then after there's a new system called the wave respawn system where if you die within 6 seconds of the first death of your team, then you just basically res together. You just respawn together, and if you don't make it into that cut, you fall victim to that longer death timer. So what I've been seeing is that we see a lot of, I guess, a lot less significant overtime fights, because when I was in New York Excelsior and also any other competitive team, you usually have an internal kind of priority of, hey, who's gonna touch first and who's gonna stall long enough for everyone else to come back. It doesn't like work out like that anymore. So this is gonna be interesting to see how teams adapt really shortly into the patch. But before that, we're gonna see the standings right now. Zeta Division, having the benefit of playing one more game and having one more win, is on the top of the standings. Crazy Raccoon, still undefeated, yet to drop a map, is going looking forward to continue their perfect streak today, and then followed by Pokerface and Team Falcons, which is going to be today's first match of the day. So this is going to be the interesting one.
Yeah, this is the one that we were looking forward to because, you know, we'll get into it more specifically when we get down to it, but Zeta doesn't play tonight. Crazy Raccoon has an opportunity to take over first place again, which we expect that to happen. Fnatic at 2-3, but we've talked so much about them and their rough schedule. They'll play later this evening and should be able to start picking up some wins. And yeah, it's Pokerface versus Team Falcons to me. That is the matchup to watch. These teams are kind of both at a crossroads right now. I've been hyping up Pokerface as much as humanly possible. They've been playing really close against the good teams. And Team Falcons, you know, those 2 losses are against good teams, but those weren't even that close. So yeah, I mean, we'll get into the match preview a little bit, but I think there's a lot that we got to figure out in that one. That is going to change the entire outlook of the seeding and where this division is at.
Just let this sink in. If by any chance of Pokerface or either of Pokerface or Team Falcons lose to either of each other 3-0, and then Fnatic wins Old Ocean 3-0, then Fnatic will be 4th, and whoever loses 3-0 will be on the east side of the standings, which means that you're not going to be guaranteed playoffs. Imagine Team Falcons might not be in a position to be even guaranteed playoffs. That's how important today is.
I think beyond that, when you look at Team Falcons, like, I don't see them missing playoffs, but I think this is a team that just really got to figure it out right now. They made some changes coming into this stage, and they really haven't looked great since they won the Korean region in Stage 1. But then when we moved on to the Asia region, not great, and they've been getting bodied by Crazy Raccoon in every other tournament.
Yep, we'll see which version of Team Falcons that we'll see. Whether we'll see the strong touted for Team Falcons that we've been looking for at the preseason, but we will be introducing Pokerface first to the stage. This is like we've been mentioning multiple times, this is the biggest roster in OWCS Korea. This team color has been adaptivity the entire time. They adapt to whatever map pick that you go. They also employ very different team comps every time. And this seems like multiple different teams in a single roster, in a single, I guess, roof.
Both of these teams running the 8-person roster. As I mentioned, Falcons made some additions to get up to that 8-person roster, but this Pokerface team, I think when it was kind of Jaewoo's coming out party last time they played, just the Tracer ace showing what they can do, and no matter what patch happens, we all know Tracer's going to be playable. So the big question is, what do the Falcons want to do here? I think this is a team completely at a crossroads right now. I cannot overstate the importance of this matchup going forward for their mental health and just, like, you know, where their state of the game is at, how the team feels as a squad. Like, Pokerface, the expectations are a little lower, not this Pokerface in particular, considering they've retooled, but you have to really be objective about it and say, like, the expectations for a team like Team Falcons is way higher, and this could not be more critical for them, not only just winning to put themselves in position, but going forward. You need some momentum. It is, yeah, they've got 2 wins on this stage, but it doesn't feel like it. It feels like bad for Falcons, and this could be a game where they get right. Pokerface is going to come out with Chosewan, who didn't play a ton in the last matchup, but Jaewoo will be continuing to play, so probably get some Tracer play in there. Bellisria will play over Jasmine. Simple and Fixa will be your supports.
Yeah, so Belisarius starting probably means that Jasmine will be going to be the, I guess, Sigma specialist for today, like maybe featuring in something like a Circuit Royale if need be, but this is, apart from like a Chisewan that you mentioned, we will be the usual lineup Team Falcons proper Stalker starting
that's
in
what
a while.
I'm saying. That's what I was oh-ho-hoing about.
Yeah, I mean, Stalker, I believe that this is the first showing in this stage, because last time I saw him was on EWC, and then after that, we haven't seen him in OWCS Korea, and then also it's going to be Smurf starting. So maybe, so this is the big question now, is Proper going to be on that hit scan role, or will they elect to just go with the double flex DPS? Maybe it's going to be the Tracer Echo. The Echo seems to be a big question mark here, because remember, the HP nerfs makes the Echo very vulnerable, but is this an indication of Happy just being on the bench for an extended period of time, or is it just a control thing? This is going to be very interesting. And Sir Majed starting in Fielder as well.
Well, that's a double flex tell, of course, but yeah, I'm just stoked to see Stalker and hasn't played yet this stage.
All right, we have an interview on the stage, so Quest, please take it away.
OWCS Korea Stage 2.
Thank you very much, Unknown. We are here with the first team rep interview of the day. Of course, this week being the last week of round robins. We have the two team reps for Poker Face and one from Team Falcons. And on Poker Face's side, please introduce yourself.
포커페이스에서 탱커를 맡고 있는
We have Jasmine.
네, 자스민 선수 반갑습니다. 자, 그렇다면 팀 팔콘
And on Team Falcons' side, please introduce yourself.
팔콘에서 탱커를 맡고 있는 스머프라고
We
합니다.
have Smurf.
네, 스머프 선수도 반갑습니다. 자, 두 팀 모두 현재 순위로
So both teams are in comfortable spots in the standings right now, but of course the respective goals must be a lot higher, so the remaining matches are very important. So how do you foresee today's match?
준비한 대로 잘 하면은 충분히 이길 수 있다고
I think that it's very winnable as long as we stick to our game plan.
충분히 이길 수 있다라고
Says Jasmine.
말씀해 주셨는데요. 그렇다면 우리 스머프 선수는
And on Smurf, for Smurf,
예, 저희가 많은 지난 경기들에서 아쉬운 모습 많이
of course
보여드린 것
there were
같아서
a lot of
이제 다시
disappointing
저희
moments
알고
in
계시던
the last
팔콘으로 돌아온 것 같아서
in the last
좋은
matches.
모습
So,
보여드리도록 하겠습니다.
but we'll make sure to
여러분들이
return to our
알고 계시는
form
그 팔콘으로 이제
for the
돌아왔다라고
fans.
말씀을 해주셨어요. 자, 지난 시즌과 좀 달라진
Of course,
점이
both
많은
teams, for better or for
팀이기도
worse,
합니다. 포커페이스
they're
팀은
showing
지난
a different
시즌과
side to
어떤 점이
themselves. So what has
달라졌을까요?
changed since the last stage?
리빌딩도 하기도 했고
Of course, our
전신을
roster has
위해서 이제
changed.
선수들끼리 얘기도 좀 많이 하고
And
개인 연습도
compared to
다들
last
많이 하고
stage, we are
있어서
talking amongst ourselves a lot more.
전신에 비해서 나오는 것 같아요.
An increase in
네,
the
자,
quantity
여러
of
가지
practice.
이제 리빌딩도 하면서
So
보완할 점도 다 보완을 한 것
we
같은데요.
have
그렇다면 팀
been showing
팔콘은요?
signs of improvement. And for Team Falcons,
열심히 해보자.
아, 지난 시즌과
he
이런
forgot
점이
the question,
달라졌다.
so he's just asking again.
선수들의 마음가짐이 좀 많이 바뀐 것
I
같습니다.
think that our resolution
네,
has
선수들의
changed.
마음가짐이
Our individual
또 이번
resolutions has
경기
changed.
스토커 선수가 오랜만에 출전을 하잖아요. 한마디 해주실 수 있나요?
And of course, Stalker returning to the
이번
stage
스테이지 2
on the
들어와서
starting
처음으로
roster.
경기에 뛰게
So can you
되었는데
please say a few words to him as well?
다들 알고 계시겠지만 하경이가 굉장히 잘하는 선수이기 때문에
So Stalker, as
많이
everyone knows, he's a very good
집중해주셨으면
player.
좋겠습니다.
So please keep an eye on him. Please focus on his gameplay.
결과에 이제 잘 집중을 해주셔라라고 말씀을 해주셨고요. 자, 그렇다면 오늘 경기 어떻게 흘러갈 것인지 예상 스코어 한번
So
들어볼게요.
can you please tell us your predicted score for today's
거라
match?
생각을 했는데 스토커 선수가 좀 무서워서
And
3대1로 하겠습니다.
I originally thought 3-0, but Stalker's a bit scary, so I'm going to predict 3-1.
라고 말씀을 해주셨는데요. 그렇다면 팀 팔콘은요?
And as for Team Falcons,
3대 0으로 이기도록 하겠습니다.
we'll make sure to win
자, 우리는
3-0.
그런 거 없다. 인정사정 없이 3대 0으로 이기겠다라고
course,
말씀을 해주셨습니다. 자, 과연 오늘
Smurf
경기
predicting the
어떻게
3
흘러가고
Overwatch.
어떤 팀이 승리를 차지하게 될까요? 첫 번째 경기
And that
많은
was the
기대
first team rep interview of the
부탁드리면서 첫
day.
번째 맵도
And before we head
확인해
into
보시죠.
the first match, I'm going to send it back to the casters.
Thank you, Quest,
첫
for the
번째 선정은
translations, and it is indeed very interesting. And also, I've noticed that there is a mindset change from the side of Falcons. Remember, the tank that was not playing, the tank that was on the bench was usually the interviewer. Now we have Smurf, who's actually going to start today, going with the interview. So that's a minor change. I don't know if it means anything, but it's a change. But we are going to Lijiang Tower on our first map. Of course, this is not something that either team has chosen. This is a comp ops decision. What does Lijiang Tower imply to you? Maybe this is one of the reasons why Stalker or Smurf may be starting?
Maybe. I mean, I feel like Lijiang Tower is so variable on control of which stage you're going to get. A lot of it's a little bit of RNG. If you're on, the control center, like you can definitely run the double support with ease, as we saw Fnatic do very, very well. You get both those supports on the high ground and you start pumping out damage. It's also Mei and Sim comps you can run there. Night Market is the same. You can run a double flex a lot easier. You don't necessarily need the Lucio, whereas then you go to Gardens, and Gardens feels like a very Lucio-oriented and Ball and Winston-oriented stage. So I think a lot of it is just going to be which stage, what kind of setups. But I think, like, obviously the Falcons, I feel, have always been tipping their hand a little bit when they're running this double flex. Like, that's kind of what they want to run. Now it's just a matter of what with the new patch. I mean, are you running Kiri and Alari? Like, that's just such a high damage output. Alari got a little bit of a nerf, but not too bad. Her ammo clip went down just a little bit. But Alari, I feel, is still so strong. Yeah, and Captive Sun got changed so that you don't end up yeeting it into the environment, which I'm sure Violet will be happy about.
Yep.
Yeah, and just a side note too, the patch notes will tell you that Juno is released, but for this tournament, we're not going to play Juno yet until the playoffs, correct?
Yep, that is correct. For Korea and Japan specifically, we will have to probably wait until the playoffs. It might change. Maybe we'll see some Juno action in the play-ins, but as it currently stands, we are not we don't have any plans to allow Juno into the play mix until the playoffs. For the Pacific, which has a little bit of a different format, we will announce when Juno will be available to play. So if any of you in chat are just waiting for some Juno gameplay, you will have to wait about like a week or two. But hang on, we still have some good Overwatch to play even without Juno here.
Yeah, I feel like we'll probably still see Alari. Alari Kiri just feels like just such a high damage output. This might be an instance too where with Stalker in, you maybe just go like Tracer, Genji, Winston, dive, like bring it old school. Like it feels like, the Korean meta has never shied away from like, hey, let's just do the thing that we've always done really well, and the supports will adapt to however we feel like diving that. Kiri's still fine with that. So yeah, I mean, I'm stoked to see it. I feel like we're going to see a lot of Kiri. I don't know why. That's just my gut.
Well, I mean, Kiri has been really strong after the patch, and also if you just see the Pacific region, I'm not sure whether the Pacific teams scrimmed the Korean teams, but it looks like Kiri is going to be enjoying a lot more playtime than before the patch. Let's see how it goes in the Korean region as well, because this is our first time playing competitively in the Korean region with a new patch, so everything is an unknown for the namesake. These teams probably will have vague expectations of what to expect from each other because they've been scrimming with teams that are of course, like for example, Team Falcons will have been scrimming Team A, who has also been scrimming with Poker Face as well, so they might have a vague expectation of what to expect from any of these teams. But still, the opening week, basically the opening week for this patch version. We don't know what's going to happen, and it's all going to go down to the execution and adaptability of these two teams.
It is just very different than years past in Overwatch, right? Where we'd have a different server and be like, well, we're not going to play on this patch until 3 weeks from now. And teams would have time to scrim it and figure it out. But now it's just like, drop it in live and figure it out on the go, which I feel is like so much more conducive to the spirit of Overwatch, which I feel like should always reward the most versatile teams, the most cerebral teams who can figure out what's good and what's bad fastest. And maybe it should reward both of these teams with 8 players on the roster. You shouldn't really have any glaring holes in your player pools. So yeah, these two teams would be the ones to figure it out. But also, like I said, regardless of all the patch talk, this is like one of the most important matches that we've had in quite a while, stage-wise, just how it's broken down to this. This is essentially for who's the third best team. And Poker Face has been playing the better teams a little closer than Falcons have. Like, Falcons, in their losses, I mean, it's 1-3 to Zeta, it's 0-3 to Crazy Raccoon. Like, Poker Face 2-3 against Zeta. I mean, they 0-3 Crazy Raccoon, that was week 1, so that seems like a year ago now, but
even the game against Crazy Raccoon, Poker Face actually stood a chance. They actually had some good maps that were pretty close.
Yeah, absolutely. That 0-3 was a little bit deceiving, whereas I don't think the Crazy Raccoon 0-3 against Falcons was that deceiving as well. And that Zeta Division loss has been kind of brutal. So, After this, Falcons play Old Ocean tomorrow, and then Fnatic the day after. So those could be critical to see if, you know, Fnatic could end up sneaking in this 4th place. But first things first, that Falcons gotta get right here against Pokerface. I love that we're seeing Stalker in. Like, that's an interesting sign to me. As much as I love Happy, and I truly do, there are some moments where it's like, the Ashe was fine, but it wasn't dominant. There was only a couple maps that Happy played where it's just like, okay, this is old school Happy. And a lot of that was on Widow. You can't really force the Cass, and, you know, the Sojourn's not good enough anymore to play, so maybe the double flex from Stalker and Proper can come in here, and I think Stalker's a great player and just been on bench duty all stage.
All right, let's see what Stalker can bring up to the table, but for now, the dubstep button is there. So, ladies and gentlemen, we go to Lijiang Tower. Alright, if I'm not... Oh, sorry. I thought that was the end, but okay, I'll be a little bit more disciplined on that. But looking at the hovers right now, Pokerface looking at a very interesting composition with the ball and 2 Oh, I was about to say 2 flyers, but then Jayu swapped back to the Tracer. I would have been very surprised if that was 2 flyers.
Yeah, I'm waiting until we get out here. Okay, so obviously Team Falcon's going to still run the double flex. Makes a ton of sense. Fielder and Surmajet on their best heroes. And then the Pharah and Tracer, I think we're going to see almost every team still run a Tracer tonight, just because when things change, you still know the Tracer's good, like always.
Yeah, the Tracer is so versatile and, I guess, adaptable to any certain situation, and so good at taking space, which is just basic Overwatch, right? Overwatch 101, you get space for your teammates and you win. So I guess Tracer, unless she's in a very unplayable state, will be the choice for a lot of players. And off-screen, Simple takes out Stalker, so maybe one of, gets punished for it, but still, this is one of the reasons why Jericho is being used so far in this match. You can 1v1 the DPS players and win. Oh,
yeah,
go ahead.
Yeah, back to 2-tap territory for a lot of these heroes rather than 3, and like the breakpoint makes such a critical difference. I don't have just yet.
Well, trade's happening here and there, but it's going to be Pokerface who is going to take positional advantage. And I guess that early kill on Stalker and also Smurf taken down early means that Pokerface does establish a good position. Team Falcons, they have to retake, but it doesn't look easy by the looks of it right now.
They might just play this a little bit patient, try to get a Nano in for Fielder, but there's not a lot of great targets on the ground. Maybe Nano and try to jump this backline of Simple and Fixa.
But then the question is going to be, the backline is so mobile that it's probably going to be easy to disengage. Smurf eating a lot of sticky bombs over there, but not too concerned. The stick is there, but I guess it was onto Bellstrella. It takes a chunk of damage, but does not find that kill. Surmajet also in a little bit of a trouble, already having that captive son. And Proper starting things up with a duplicate, so it's double Tracers on the side of Team Falcons. Let's see if there's any value to it. Surmajet also uses the captive son, but Fixa saves everyone with the nice place feed. No, I mean, the flip is there, but no casualties on the side of Pokerface. Means that there's also always a opportunity to fight back for using the Primal Rage. Chasing on taking down means the Pokerface are in a little bit of a disadvantage. Well, this is it. The Falcons having an early flip. This means that Pokerface, they have to reset.
A weird commitment there late from Bellstrella to drop the mines on the point. He didn't even seem like there was a lot of his teammates around, although they do end up burning out the Nano. That was concerning. The fact that Pokerface stuck around and fought as long as they did made sure that Fielder had to burn the Nano. They were looking to hold on to that. Now Falcons counting up to about 40%, so it should be about tied when they come on the point. We still have yet to see the Choice A1 duplicate. I'd imagine it's going to be double Tracer, maybe. I mean, a lot of people have been going for that Ana dupe as well.
Yeah, it makes sense because Pokerface doesn't have a Ana of their own, but Chase A1 is just down. Surmajet, this is why you play the double flex supports. Chase A1 does take down Proper while he was going down, so maybe this is a pretty even fight. Let's see how it goes. It is a 4v4 fight so far. Jayu, actually, well, Smurf doesn't go down by the plus bomb, but there is enough follow damage to take down Smurf. So this is a good flip by the side of Pokerface. Bellstrella takes a little nap over there, but he is not too much concerned as his teammates will be there to clean up Team Falcons. Also, low health bars across the board. Stalker needs to find a health pack or get to his teammates. Well,
it's good chase.
Good chase, and Pokerface I guess they are looking really strong. They have been showing why they are going toe-to-toe with even the top teams here.
Jwoo, as I mentioned, came and played a ton of Tracer for them last week, and it looked really, really strong. So just adding another part to their kit, Pokerface, because Proud is good as a HaeJeokDan specialist, but not necessarily the Tracer. Jwoo's like the Tracer specialist for this squad, allows them to put in their best Echo and Tracer combo.
Alright, looking at what tools Team Falcons have for the retake. They only have the DPS ultimates. Maybe the Nano is going to be online very soon, but Pokerface probably knows that they also have the Kitsune to start things up. Just the neutral, the dive is there. Oh, wait a second. Simple is taken down. Vixa probably used the beat to save Simple, but it was a little bit too late. So this is going to be the Kitsune rush denied, but Bellastraya takes down Fielder. So this is going to be Nano gone for the side of Team Falcons as well. Both flex supports having a little bit of a rough time, while GC1 just bombs down Surbajet. This is definitely a key point for the side of Pokerface. Team Falcons they're just bleeding out, and overtime is also bleeding out as well. Proper takes down Bellastraya, so this might okay, never mind. It doesn't matter as there's no bodies to touch from the side of Team Falcons. Pokerface take Night Market, and wow, this is not something that Team Falcons would have probably expected.
I kind of expected it, to be honest. It was really, really close, and that trade towards the end of Simple going down and then Fielder going down was critical because Simple can get back much quicker, and you saw Simple get back on the point, drop the Kitsune rush in a defensive position, which is what they wanted to do earlier. They wanted to drop that in the defensive position at 99, unable to do so, but then the equalization to take down Fielder in the back end, and it was Bellastraya. Bellastraya's ball has been phenomenal in the last couple of weeks, and getting value out of those mines too towards the end. It's such a great defensive ultimate. Maybe Smurf is going to match on the ball. Yeah, as we go to Gardens, ball is so good.
Yep, I mean, Team Falcons, they are going to match the ball game here, so they are playing the Pokerface game. It is going to be left to be seen if Team Falcons have practiced this composition. They are going with the Ana and Iliari double flex support, which I don't think that is necessarily, I guess, the best combo with the ball, but we'll see how it goes. The neutral so far, Pokerface on the point earlier than Team Falcons, so it's going to be a little bit of a advantage for the side of Pokerface, but Team Falcons going in and low health bars across the board. Pokerface doesn't seem like they're pressured too much. Jay taking a health bar to get healthier. Team Falcons do flush Pokerface out of the point, so this is an interesting turn of things.
Yeah, this healing pylon is in a really nice spot. I mean, the question with this comp is how do you disengage perfectly? Because the other side, you can disengage with a teleport, you can disengage with a poop and some speed. But really, for Team Falcons to disengage, they're going to have to hit sleep darts, they're going to have to get the peel from Surbajet. And they do just that. Last time Bellastraya dove in, and that'll capture the point for him.
Yep, it started with a pick on Fixa. Fixa just rode the wrong wall, probably. I mean, not rode the wrong wall, but he probably didn't want to be there. And it is going to be Team Falcons with a early Nano. The question now is going to be who the target is going to be. Ball is not usually the primary target that you want to Nano. Maybe the Echo would be the choice here. Yeah, probably the DPS. And Pokerface still has their tools of their own. Simple has the Kitsune arrows, which will be used for the opener. The pylon gone. Fielder actually Nano Surbajet and uses that to full effect for the Captain Sun. Doesn't pop.
What a slam.
Though. It is actually going to be Vixa who picks proper. This is also probably thanks to the damage buffs from the side of the Lucio there, but Vixa is going to be caught out by the mines, but still it is going to be a teammate win for the side of Pokerface. The flip is there, and any stagger kills? Okay, Fielder is down, so this is going to be an extended reset for the side of Team Falcons. Remember, the death timers are a little bit longer, so it might take a little while for Team Falcons to regroup as a whole.
Yeah. It was a late duplicate. I don't hate it, but Bellastraya is getting so much done. There's a 4-man slam on the entry there, and then later even picked off Stalker. The ball play has been immaculate. Please don't feed now that I said that.
The caster scares and Jew just takes out Fielder with a well-placed pulse bomb, and Stalker answers back with one on HaeJeokDan, but I don't think it changes the grand scheme of things because Pokerface, the damage has already been done to Team Falcons, and well, of course, it's only 42%, so Team Falcons will have another chance at fighting for the point, but so far, so good for the side of Pokerface.
Our first Sombra sighting as well. Choice1 going to the Sombra play. That's going to make Smurf's life even that much more miserable. Yeah, little too deep there.
Yeah, Belisura kind of greeted in for it. I guess she wanted a really fat tall driver there, but still, Pokerface is committing. They still want this fight. They are using the Kitsune symbol very low. Dude takes out the fielder, so this is an even fight now. Smurf also very low, about to be taken down. Jason on the newly buffed. Oh wait, Sombra. Oh, and Jew.
That's a good stick.
Yeah, that's a good stick, and that was on a duplicated Tracer as well. So maybe the tides turn in favor of Team Falcons. Remember, it is 85% and ticking for the side of Pokerface. So if this fight gets any longer, this might be the last fight, unless Team Falcons make a flip happen. But it looks like it'll be the case, as Proper does take down Simple. That's a lot of healing taken away from the side of Pokerface.
Pokerface might just be playing the long game here. I don't know if they're going to commit to this or just wait till they get their full 6 up, and with an EMP and Mines coming into next. So losing Simple early, not that big of a deal. They still have another fight to be able to set up, so they're not going to commit to it. They're not going to barrier. Fielder fights Choice A1.
Yeah, this is going to be a little bit problematic for the side of Pokerface. So wait a second, Fixa!
Oh no, what was that?
Fixa! Where's the beat? Where's the sound barrier, Fixa? Oh, well, what's done is done, and Pokerface, despite losing that sound barrier, still has a lot of tools at their disposal. I guess the good side for the team side of Team Falcons is that they do have the mines in a defensive setup, which is usually how you want to set up those mines. Chisuan on the flank looking for a very fat EMP. This might be the game changer here. This might change the direction of the game, but Jill down early, and there is that EMP, and the virus on Proper makes it impossible for Proper to survive. Stalker unable to punish Chisuan, so maybe this might be the fight that seals the fate for Team Falcons here. Overtime in favor of Team Falcons so far. Simple using Kitsune. Fixa taking out Smurf, so this is a major advantage for the side of Pokerface. The stick is there, and Fielder is down. The Suzu is not available, and Jill is the man of the moment as Pokerface. Wow, it was a little bit close, but they take Lijiang Tower. First blood for Pokerface.
Well, and that's the stage that you want to take before you have to go to Control Center too, because Control Center definitely favors a double flex support setup, which the Falcons have been favoring. There's just too many good pylon spots, too much good high ground that you can take and manipulate there. So Pokerface clutches it out towards the end. EMP comes. I think it may have gotten half the mines, but really it was just being able to get Proper with the EMP, Virus. Proper tried to come back for a peel, but it just wasn't enough. Virus has gotten buffed recently by 10 damage, and they needed all 10 of that damage to be able to take down Proper first there. So I'm just really impressed with two players on this team who I wasn't expecting to be impressed with when I looked at the initial roster starting off the stage, and that's Jaewoo and Belisura. I think Belisura has been inconsistent sometimes throughout their career, but when you can put Belisura on the ball, we can see that it just looks more practiced. The tech looks cleaner. The slams look better than Smurf's ball specifically. I don't think he's the best ball because we got a couple of great ones in this region. But then Jaewoo, I mean, we saw him last week come out and just that was probably the most significant play time they've gotten so far this year and just crushed on Tracer. It was really an eye-opener, and you're like, okay, well, now they have a Tracer ace, which I think is always super important to have. If you can win those Tracer fights 1v1, it allows you to just go nuts on the other team because there's no one to really bother you. No one can really mess with Tracer once the other Tracer's gone. So if you win that 1v1, you're just a menace. And then when things get scrappy and there's only 3 people left, you would rather have a Tracer on your team than almost anybody else. Those low hero fights, so good. And Jaewoo looked phenomenal.
Yeah, so a lot of good things for the side of Pokerface, and if you just look at the other side, Team Falcons, it looks like they still have a lot to figure out. There have been questions, there have been doubts across this team in the recent weeks, looking like they are still struggling. Pokerface, normally, if you just look on paper, if you look at the preseason, this is a team that Team Falcons should not be particularly concerned with, but is giving them a lot of trouble. But now, this is going to be the real test where Team Falcons, they will have the map choice, they will have their tactical setups online. So let's see how Team Falcons react after a short break. Welcome back to Overwatch Champions Series Korea. We're currently approaching our second map of the first series of the day, and personally, to my surprise, Poker Face is actually showing a lot of good moments and domination. Well, I might say, in Lijiang Tower, and they took Lijiang Tower 2-0. Now we're going to Nijong City. This is Team Falcons pick. What does this imply? What does this mean, kind of like going on from the defeat from Lijiang Tower to Nijong City here?
I think they might want to run a Genji composition here. Maybe go like Winston Genji dive. Ends up working out really well. And Winston, like I mentioned, like there's really no team that would say no to a Winston Genji Tracer. But I think you keep Stalker on Tracer because I think you're going to have to defend against Jaewoo. I don't think Jaewoo has played anything much outside of the Tracer, and you really need something to be able to deal with that. Genji can kind of hold their own against it. But yeah, this is interesting because Flashpoint has been changed a little bit. Just you get Lucio doors, I guess. Is there a better way to call them? I kind of want to call them Lucio doors. They're probably something like technical, like speed doors or something. But I have
no idea what they're actually officially called. But the spawn doors do give them Lucio boosts. So the intention is to not force Lucio on those Flashpoint maps. But my guess is that, especially now that Chio is in, that they're gonna both enjoy the speed boost from the spawn doors and get that Lucio speed boost online.
It's nice to get the boost out of spawn, especially with kind of the respawn waves. We're still yet to really see that come into full effect just yet. But also, you do need to rotate your team from point to point, so you still do probably need a Lucio on these maps at the very highest level of plays. I think it's a great addition for people like anyone else who's playing the map and doesn't want to have to be forced to play Lucio for their team. But I think at the very highest of levels, you're still going to see a ton of Lucio on these maps. And yeah, I mean, with Michelle coming out, I mean, that was kind of a signal that they weren't going to play Sarabasa, which has also just been a double flex support map for the most part. But yeah, Nijong City has been less long-range poke, more in-your-face brawl.
Yep, and speaking of Lucio, I was about to say, usually we call the Lucio the taxis, right? You taxi your teammates there. You just don't... of course, you use your taxi when you go home, from a certain point, but you also use the taxi when you go from point A to point B. That is not home. So that's why you need the Lucio. That's in kind of like, I guess, muggle terms that aren't too invested in Overwatch, but still... having Chio subbed in means that he will need some time to sub in. So now we're actually going to look at some art from the fans here. Great art. I believe that is a one-piece character, Zoro, if I'm not mistaken. And it's about the tickets. So kind of a mention about the tickets in Seoul here in the WDG Esports Arena. They're sold out. I mean, there are some vacant spots here and there. That's because there are 3 matches today. Some of the, I guess, some people want to watch specific matches and they don't want to come early into the day, so maybe that's the case. But tickets are sold out. That sign was about how hard it is to get tickets for this event, because starting from day 1, there wasn't a single day that wasn't sold out, and it's not big. The arena is about like 300 seats. So it's not like the biggest arena in the world, but still, that's a good sign.
Still pretty good, yeah. That's still pretty good. Yeah, I wonder, those have to be signed, right? Those are signatures, right? Yep. The handwriting is too wildly different.
Signature, yeah. So this is Fielder and Chio. The Chio is the Brig, of course, and the Ana is Fielder. And it says the best combo in the world will... No, not the best combo in the world, but a fantastic combo. I agree with them being the fantastic combo, but they need to show there's, I guess, worldwide synergy if they want their chances to win. Because as good as they are right now, apparently it's not enough for them to kind of win over Poker Face right now. Of course, Sir Majed has been playing. I'm not blaming that loss on Sir Majed, but they need all the advantages that the Team Falcons can get in order to turn their fortunes around right now.
I feel that maybe it was there's some sense, and maybe this is a holdover from many years in the Overwatch League where it was like this, but you just expect Proper to be winning 1v1s constantly and always be dominating. And I think the level of competition is so much higher now. That you've got specialists and you've got people who've been really at the top of their game playing. So, I was kind of joking in the break. I'm like, I've seen Proper go nuts on Tracer, but I'm like, yeah, but it was against a, North American team, so why does that really matter, Sorry to be betraying my own countries, but, it's a little different when you're going against people who are, like, just the top Tracers in the world. So I think that's why Stalker comes into play, that full-on Tracer for the most part. It allows Proper to be the flex that he really wants to be. And then, it's about winning some 1v1s and just having individual performances. I think it's no doubt that Belisaria's ball was better on Lijiang Tower. Now, the question, I think Smurf's a much better Winston than Smurf is a ball, of course, but we'll see. I think there's been some questions about Smurf lately. It's not been this dominant kind of thing, but if this is the way the meta is shaking out and you got to keep Hanbin on the bench, that's a little bit brutal. I mean, the Diva nerf doesn't help. So yeah, I mean, again, questions about this Team Falcons team that if they lose against Poker Face, I think it's pretty fair to call them the fourth best team in the region right now, which is stunning.
Yeah, especially if you kind of remember how Team Falcons was, the expectations on this team, this super team they called, right? And rumors about how they just Team Falcons, the Saudi organization, just kind of handpicked the best team in the world to win everything this year. But let's see how Team Falcons react to this after a stunning loss to Lijiang Tower. We are going to New Junk City. I'm going to wait for the chance this time. Oh, I don't hear them if I'm not mistaken. All right, so stop me.
Heard him vaguely in the background. It really strained for that one.
All right. Looking at the hovers right now, we're looking at a Orisa composition from the side of Smurf and Junker Queen from the side of Belisariya. How does these compositions make sense? I've seen the Junker Queen composition in Pacific yesterday. It did make a lot of sense.
Yeah, this is a composition that I believe Fnatic has been running as well. It is kind of a cycle composition where you're cycling in all of your abilities. You're going in, kind of rushing, poking. Some people have other names for it, which I can't remember right now. We're still trying to find a perfect name for this composition. But Junk Venture Genji really wants to go in, really wants to dive. The only really sustainable damage you're going to get is from the Genji, because Jwoo and the Venture is so ability-based, and you're kind of just waiting for a moment to find a good shout. Also, Orisa has been buffed minorly. Javelin got a damage buff.
Alright, and traditionally when we've been seeing the Junker Queen and the main meta, we usually saw the Orisa as the counter for that. There's so many tools in her kit that can just make Junker Queen have a bad day, and looking like Team Falcons will be having a little bit of a positional advantage and take initial control of the point. Pokerface looking for the perfect angle for entry, and maybe this is it. Jwoo looking for a point of entry. Genji also dives in, and Jwoo using, well, the left clicks, not finding anyone yet. Okay, Smurf the first of all, so this is actually the power of the dive. Remember, Orisa is one of the most tankiest of the tanks, and then even Orisa was just worked down really quickly.
They did a really good job of backing out of that. You saw the land shark coming in, and then the spin to get everyone back there, but eventually Pokerface just had to pick a target. There was no one else really close to trading feet, keeps everyone alive.
And this is going to be a conversation down, even despite that duplicate, so it is only a matter of time from Team Falcons, I guess, either just running away for their lives or getting just staggered. Smurf with that Terra Surge looking for an opportunity. However, Pokerface with this engage so far. This is going to be Fielder using the Kitsune Rush, and also Chio going to use the beat as well. Simple with only the Kitsune Rush, and oh well, Team Falcons are opening up the arsenal. They're using 3 ultimates. They're using 4, including the Pulse Bomb, but it looks like Pokerface is going to concede the point. But with 76%, they still have another chance of making that contest happen. Oh, whoa, this is going to be a little bit brutal. Belisariya, I think Team Falcons have a really good understanding of the wave respawn system, so this is going to be a good stagger for the side of Team Falcons. They're going to wait quite a while for Belisariya to come back.
Well, now here's the question too, and a lot of the best teams do this. Usually with the composition that Pokerface is running, you force them to fight in a spot that they don't really want to. But Team Falcons now is going to be the ones who try to get it done. The Doomfist comes out just a touch. Doomfist with a slight buff just based on the fact that everyone else's HP went down, kind of has his one-shot ability back into the mix.
So it touches there. Overtime is still running. Jason thinks that he can win this fight for his team. Uses the Dragon Blade, but Simple falls and is actually going to be chasing Han. That is going to be beamed down. So despite the bold attempt from Jason on that Dragon Blade, it is going to be Team Falcons who win the team fight, who cleans up and secures first flashpoint.
It's just a really good, solid response to when a team dives on you with Blade, is that your Tracer just goes to the back line and murders them. I mean, it's easy. It's easier said than done, but when there's no protection back there, I mean, you're just seeing the difference between how these tanks play, and that's why you're going to see PokerFace change this right now. Jay was going to stay on this venture, I think, probably just for the ultimate, but just having the anchor point of an Orisa has been so much stouter for the support line of Falcons than having dive tanks, and they've just been able to sustain in these fights and get in as more hit.
Ooh, the pulse bomb from Stalker does not find a stick, but it is enough, close enough to take out Jew. So this is an opening for Team Falcons. Team Falcons feeling very good about this one right now. So with an extra member, will take initial control of the point once again. PokerFace on the back foot on New Junk City so far.
Falcons with some good tools here to play on the defense. PokerFace is probably going to have to initiate with the Kitsune Rush and hope that the entire team Falcons doesn't just drop onto the low ground. So you kind of want to force them to low ground before you Kitsune Rush. But it's going to be a high ground.
Yeah, it's going to be a high ground Kitsune Rush like you said, but also it's going to be Stalker taking on Fixa. Team Falcons looking like they've woken up after Lijiang Tower, and Belastrea very low as well. Simple taken down by a Javelin. And well, Proper also using that duplicate as a second Orisa, also takes down Belastrea, so this is yet again going to be a major advantage for the side of Team Falcons. PokerFace 68% and running. Might look like it's going to be the last fight for the second flashpoint here.
Yeah, I mean, this is there's no value out of that Kitsune Rush. Like I said, they throw it on the high ground and then the other team just leaves. Really hard to force them into a position. You really want to use that into a choke point. On the other side of things, we've got beats for both sides. It's going to be really interesting to see who beats second, usually beats best.
Well, I mean, by the looks of it, it has to be PokerFace who has to beat first. Oh, it's actually going to be almost simultaneously. Belastrea using the Terra Surge, not finding any value. Whereas Smurf just takes down Belastrea. That is a big boon in itself. Team Falcons with the tank advantage, and overtime is on their side. Looking like PokerFace is going to get cleaned up. And Team Falcons, a very different showing from Lijiang Tower, now forcing PokerFace onto map point here on New Junk City. Belastrea changing to the ball that has given them a lot of success in Lijiang Tower. Not sure if it makes a lot of difference here though.
I think it's just a comfort pick that you have to go to. I mean, he just got completely 1v1 by Smurf. There was no notion ever that Belastrea was winning that Orisa duel in the middle of the map, kind of just getting knocked out of it, and also giving them a really good duplicate target for Proper. Putting two Orisas on the field means you're not breaking that anchor point at all, but the reset means there's not going to be any mines. It is going to be the next couple of ults are going to be Kitsune Rush versus Kitsune Rush. Usually a good defensive position is better here.
Yep, and Team Falcons, a Simple... Oh, wait a second. I was about to say Simple is a little bit away from the Kitsune Rush, but it is going to be even more so. And now that Stalker... Oh, Geo just booping Belastrea to death, whereas Geo does take down Smurf, but I don't think Team Falcons is particularly concerned, as they already have not just positional advantage, but numbers advantage as well. So for the third time in a row, Team Falcons established control first on that flashpoint. PokerFace on the back foot.
Being able to play defense on flashpoint is so critical too, especially if you're going to be running this Orisa, not the most mobile, but really good at just holding up points. And now PokerFace is going to have to choose where they go in, and they're going to go in, and I believe Fielder's probably just going to drop this Kitsune defensively whenever he gets a chance. There it is.
Exactly what happened, and Simple once again is a little bit too late. The Kitsune Rush is there, but Simple has to give his life for it. And Chisuan is taken down by Stalker. Stalker on fire this map, as he is showing everyone why he deserves to play. And Proper on that Lucio, a little bit too far away from that second beat. But still, I mean, why not if you're winning those fights? And 87% is there. The ball has to touch.
Probably going to avoid the Lucio, though. Doesn't want to go in and just get booped out right away.
Well, there is Jew in his place to make that touch happen, but the question is, can everyone survive? Well, can Poker Face as a group of 5 can have a fight on the point, because just trying to touch the point itself, they have to risk their lives, and Team Falcons have decent amount of ultimates to make sure that this fight goes their way. Overtime is ticking. Both teams have the sound barrier. The beat from Fixa is there. Chio also answers, so this is probably an extended fight. GC1 makes it a second Orisa on the field. Smurf very low. Terra Surge. Oh, Smurf is taken down by Jew, so this might be the start of the comeback for the side of Poker Face. Ew. Answers with a kill on proper, so the map's not going to end just yet. Good play from Jew. Jew has been the high point of Poker Face, even starting from Lijiang Tower, but still, they have a long way to go.
Smurf taken out by everyone there. It was Jehu on the left, but it was 4 assists on the right, which kind of shows you the strategy of Poker Face in that fight of, we have to kill this Orisa. This Orisa has been living way too long. Everyone throws everything they have at it. Smurf is now going to switch over to the ball to match complete mirror compositions now. Poker Face just needs to get value out of ults. They need to win this economy fight.
Yep. They do have... Oh, Joe doing tons of work here. Oh, wait a second. Stalker also answering with the kill on Simple, and actually Smurf taking down Jisoo-on, and oh, I believe that this is just going to be curtains for Poker Face, as it is already 99%, and damage done at this stage of the game is probably not going to be recoverable for the side of Poker Face. Overtime once again ticking because it is 99%. Members trying to touch. I don't think they have the time, and it is going to be Team Falcons that is going to equalize the series. So, series tied 1-1. Good job from the side of Team Falcons.
You know, I try to sound upset that I think it's going to be all about Tracer play going forward, but I'm not at all. I love Tracer play. Stalker just went off that map, but it's not that Jewu had a bad map, but it was really Stalker. Every time there was an aggressive push from Poker Face, he just went and killed the backline every time. I mean, the amount of times Simple got one clip by Stalker back there, which is a brave play from a Tracer to try to duel a Kiri who can 2-tap you. And then takes down Fixa a bunch of times as well. So really just the value that Stalker was getting, not only just pulse bombs, which came in late at the end, but just really putting pressure on that back line so that the front line wasn't getting the healing and that the DPS were losing all of their 1v1s. It's also a good situation I want to look forward to on this meta, because this is the meta we generally saw at EWC, right? Minus an Orisa, but it's Echo Tracer. And it's really important to look at the DPS lineups, and both these teams are fine that your best Echo is not also your best Tracer. That's not the case for every team. I'd have to look through our rosters here, but I know in North America, it's definitely a problem that your best Echoes are sometimes your best Tracer players as well. So that's going to be interesting going forward, because I do feel like this might be a pretty dominant meta. Hitscan's in a weird spot right now. Tracer's so good that I think you almost have to run it. And then what else do you want? I mean, Echo is great in the sky. Pharah's good, but not great against Echo. So I think this might be the dominant thing looking forward. So you might want to check out the rosters and make sure that that you have a great Echo and a great Tracer, and that they're not the same player.
Yeah, and also this is really interesting development as we've been talking. We've been a little bit worrying about Echo, right? Because of the HP nerfs onto the Echo. Maybe Echo is not going to be as dominant as before.
Looks fine.
Yeah, it looks really fine at the current moment. I don't know. It's maybe because it's just two teams. We don't have a big sample size. But looking right now, we do see that Tracer Echo is indeed the way to go. And I like how the ball is kind of establishing itself as like a kind of like a niche meta. I'm surprised not seeing a lot of Winston here.
Winston gets kind of dominated by Tracer a little bit. And a real easy pulse bomb target. So.
All right, so let's see. Now this time, it's time for Poker Face to choose the map and respond tactically. So let's see how Poker Face responds after a short break. Welcome back to Overwatch Champions Series Korea. We are approaching our third map of the first series of the day, and it is all tied up 1-1, and it is going to be Blizzard World that Pokerface picks. This is not a surprise for me. I mean, not in a tactical point of view, but more on a statistical point of view. Pokerface loves Blizzard World.
For a team named Pokerface, they sure do not hide their hand very well. This is a map that they really like. Obviously, Proud will be coming in, very likely to play Ashe. So I believe Pokerface is 2-0 on this map, I want to say, off memory, before I check the actual sheet. Yeah, looks like that is the case. And then on the other side of things, I believe that... I cannot look it up quickly enough. Anyway, I'm pretty sure the Falcons are like 1-0 on it. And they played mostly, they forced Widow on this map, actually. They didn't play a ton of Ashe. They forced Happy Widow, and once you get past first point, it really opens things up for Widow just a little bit longer. But Proud has been so good on this map. So forget all the talk I'd mentioned about like Tracer Echo, because Jwoo is coming out for Proud, and that's very likely going to be for the Ashe play. We've seen it happen time and time again. The interesting thing that I'm looking for is going to see if they start cycling in a defensive Zen, which some teams are toying with, and it can be really good if you can defend it, but you have to be able to defend it.
Yeah.
And Falcons are going to make some changes as well.
Ooh, Happy is going to be here instead of Stalker, so probably this is basically the same language as Proud coming in, implications of Proud coming in instead of Jwoo, so swapping out the Tracer for a more traditional hit scan. Like you said, this player is an insane long-range hit scan, and Hanbin coming into the mix as well, so this might shake things a little bit as well, maybe probably implicating the Diva pick, whereas what Pokerface is probably just still going with the Ball or Winston-ish kind of dive composition. Hanbin implicates a Diva. Of course, he might have practiced something that is totally crazy, which I have no idea of, but at the current moment, I think it's going to be a Diva implication, and Shermajed coming back into the mix means that they are probably going with the double flex support, and maybe even that Zenyatta you've been mentioning, Hex.
Yeah, you could definitely play the Zen. I mean, Shermajed has not played really much outside of Alari or Zenyatta. Obviously, when those don't work out, Shermajed will switch, and when they have to do composition changes, that's fine, but that's why you play Shermajed. Bring him for the Alari, bring him for the Zen. So Alari, especially, like, if you get to third point, there's a couple great pylon spots, both offensively and defensively, because you're fighting in that choke point, so you just put it on whatever side of the doorway that you happen to be living on, and it's usually get really good pylon value. Yeah, I mean, it's just a solid hero in a lot of different spots, but this is one of the few maps, this and Dorado, that we've seen a lot of Zenyatta play on. And again, if you can just play defense well enough and protect your supports, that's fine. I think that's also one of the reasons that we're seeing more Ball over Winston. Not necessarily the matchup against the DPS, but Ball is just more self-sustainable than Winston, and it allows your support line to protect each other and just worry about doing damage rather than having to heal Winston. Because Ball's got the shields, because Ball's got that extra ability to just hunt down mega packs all over the map and live through a lot of those situations, whether Winston needs to be babysat just a little bit more. Yes, barrier's really good, but at the highest level, people are burning through barriers or dancing within the barrier, so that might be a big reason we're seeing a lot more Ball than Winston, just to allow the supports the ability to keep each other alive for the most part.
Yeah, we're seeing some Korean YouTubers on the screen right now. The three on the back row are Korean YouTubers, Overwatch YouTubers, by the way. So yeah, nice to see them supporting the scene here. And also going back to the point of the Ball, I think that it also enables the carry a little bit. That has been, well, I guess benefiting from the meta per se, because if you play Winston, the likely nano target is going to be the Winston, right? And you also almost necessarily need the Ana in order for the Winston composition to work. If you play the Ball, you don't, like, it's good to have an Ana, but it doesn't feel like a necessity. And then you can just have the Kiriko and maybe even the Zenyatta that you've been talking about. So maybe that's kind of like the reasoning for the Ball and etc, etc. So we'll see how it goes. I believe that bringing Belser up, bringing up the Ball may shake up a lot of the meta quite a bit, especially this early into the patch.
Yeah, no changes necessarily to either of those heroes. It's just when everyone around you changes, you kind of see different tank metas come in and out of things. So, you know, we're still figuring it out, but Ball has looked overall just stronger and better in these dive compositions. Just the damage output and being able to give your team shields, it just feels more utility-based than some of the Winston stuff we've seen earlier. And I think, you know, Ana can be good, like, to try to defend yourself, but Ana's usually best with, like, a Brig, you know, the full-on, like, sustain defense, rather than we're gonna kill whoever's diving us defense, which is, like, a Kiri and Lucio now. Just because, you know, the damage is so high for both of those heroes, and, you know, the survivability is still pretty high despite the Lucio health nerf. So, yeah, I mean, it's been interesting to watch how these metas go, and I think that the Ball has been Belosria's best hero by a mile thus far. It's just a matter of, you know, what else can Belosria play here? Because obviously Jasmine is waiting on the bench, but Jasmine has been mostly their Sigma, so they didn't choose to go to Circuit. So they must have. I mean, Ball has always been fine on Blizzard Worlds, but you can get a lot done. There's a lot of decent tech you can pull off.
Hey, I have very bad memories of Ball on Blizzard World, especially during my time at the New York Excelsior. We played against the Shanghai Dragons. I still remember Fate's Ball just like running us over.
Yeah.
Anyways, I mean, now it's something that I can laugh on, but that was a very horrifying sight. But anyways, I believe that the teams are almost ready as the cameras are online, which means that this is step one for the dubstep button. And I also want to mention that because we talked about Lucio, Sir Majet has history of playing Lucio on this map, albeit for a very short time on point A, but still, even who knows what the damage buffs he might be able to stick on the Lucio and pull a Violet.
Definitely. I mean, I'm excited to see Violet in this meta. Just
this patch was specifically for Violet, I may say.
I'm always excited to see Violet and just what kind of lunacy Violet is up to. But yeah, also, I mean, the one question too is Falcons and Happy has tried to force Cass on this map before. There's only been a couple teams that have tried to force Cass on this map, and I don't love it. I mean, it takes a lot of resources out of your squad. It's almost never worked.
Alright, this time I didn't ignore the fan chants. I heard them very well. And, ooh, I'm seeing a Sigma from Hobbit. Of course, it is the offense. This might change anytime.
You ignore that.
Yeah.
Defensively, though, I mean, this is kind of what I expected out of Poker Face, to get simple on this Zen and fix it up Protect, really. The Brig to be the main damage output or the main healing output, mostly to protect the Zen, who's going to need it the most. Also, Proud will get a pack or two, and Choi Se-won and Belosria, you're on your own. You know, you guys know where the mega packs are. You're fine.
I mean, those haven't changed in a long time, but it is going to be, the D.Va and...
It's a platform shot.
Yep. Platform shot and getting Happy back. Oh, like you said, Happy is going with the Cassidy. I'm not sure how I feel about this, because usually the range advantage from the Ashe is going to be very crucial in breaking up some of these defenses on the side of Pokerface right now. Especially, you basically have a second sniper in the form of Simple right now.
She's going to change right away out of the Sombra. Because we saw Flora, I think, force the cast last time on this map, and I was critical of it then too. It also didn't work there. But Happy's going to go to the Sombra instead. I mean, it's a nemesis for Zen.
Oh no, the hack is there, and the virus actually is taken by body block by Fixa, but Fixa is going to have to take the price for it. A really, I guess, good adaptation from the side of Team Falcons to go with the Tracer Sombra. Remember, this was the Shanghai Dragons classic with the Ball Sombra Tracer. Of course, this time it is going to be the D.Va. However, I think the Sombra makes perfect sense here right now, because especially when you're going against the Zen and the Ball.
Yeah, you're just going for a pick right there in the back. And yeah, Fixa steps in and tries to take the cover for it, but Fixa dies, and then they lose their Zen right away anyway. So now they're going to come back, and they're going to be able to stall this for a second. Simple has moved over to the Ana.
Yeah, he knows that Zen's probably not going to work here, especially with the dive potential that Team Falcons has. Hombin's taking a nap, but proper during his nap over there takes down Belosria. And this is going to be utter destruction for the side of Team Falcons. Pokerface clearly did not see this coming as they concede early point A. Hobbin takes late credit for Proud over there, so it's going to take a while before Proud can establish high ground position over there. So even after that cap, Team Falcons will likely have an easier time getting control over that high ground.
Yeah, the chase is on. The chase is really good, so they should be in a decent spot. We're going to see Bellisria come over to the Winston. Going to be part of the dive package now with Simple and try to get the Nano. And yeah, Winston, you know, does pretty decent against D.Va. Yeah, I guess if you want to ignore the defense matrix, but it's an interesting matchup because D.Va also can just put out a ton of damage against Winston. You see him just kind of jumping up and down, trying to put some presence on the card.
Yep, and it is, let's see, a lot of ultimates on the board for the side of Team Falcons. Pokerface doesn't have that much of a luxury because they swapped competitions in between. Hobbin just dives onto Proud, Proud being the victim of the aggression over there. Jason taking down Happy, so this is going to be the EMP loss for the side of Team Falcons. Team Falcons choose to commit. They are using the sound barrier. However, Jed is just electrified down despite even using that sound barrier. So this is a major win for the side of Pokerface, especially on ult economy here.
But at what cost? They had to use Rally during that too. So
I didn't see that yet, so it's actually not an ult economy win.
That's fine. 2 support ultimates get through that, and Team Falcons does a pretty decent job of disengaging. Surmajet is actually going to go to long range healing now, so Surmajet actually going to be providing the ample shooting distance to try to like counter Proud here, while the DPS are just in full-on dive mode. Hack a target, stick a target, dive a target with D.Va.
There is that 3-man EMP. Proud instantly just taken down. Bellisria also still hacked. Well, and also followed up with Fielder's Katsuna Rush, but Happy is going to be taken down. But this is a 4v4 fight, and Proud is going to join the fray earlier. Simple off taken down by his side of Proper, so this is anyone's fight just yet. And remember, this part is just 4.5 meters away from completing point B. Proud coming back to the fight and taking down Fielder, so it is not going to be a conceding of point B from the side of Pokerface just yet. And Happy is just happy to just let go of the Sombra after that EMP.
The EMP doesn't get a ton done there. I mean, a lot of it is Brig is able to heal through a big chunk of that, and then Primal comes up and saves their bacon there. 2 minutes left. Now Happy should be able to outrange Proud here, but Proud really is comfortable on this map wherever they are. So yeah, there's not a ton to work with. Proud came back late in that fight and got a lot done, but forced down. Bob's out. Bob's on the card.
Doesn't shoot anyone. Bob, please do something. All right, he's doing something, but not too much. But yeah, I think Proud was a little bit of a mistake over there. Mispositioning maybe, I didn't really see, but Proud back onto the Widow, so it's going to be that Widow v Widow fight. Card still in 4.5 meter territory, now 3 meter territory. Chaser doing his best to contest as he can. There is that pile driver, only takes the D.Va, but in the meantime, off screen, Proud takes down Proper with the headshot, one of the more difficult targets to take down. Jason trying to make life hard for Happy. Can Happy do the same that Proud did with their Tracer? Oh, wait a second. Happy actually taking down Proud, so this is going to be a sniper out of the picture for the side of Pokerface. They do have 3 ultimates if they wish to use. The pulse bomb from Jason goes wide. That info sight from Happy gives a lot of crucial information in favor of Team Falcons. Oh, this is going to be a huge blood battle with a lot of ultimates used. Vixa nanoed. I suppose that is to just keep Brig on the point, but still very low, unable to be healed up by the Ana over there. Bellisria also anti. Yeah, a lot of ultimates used, but in the end, Team Falcons will take the favorable trade here and will be able to cap point B. Not the biggest time bank in the world in 1 minute and 50 seconds, but still, this is looking good for Team Falcons.
Fixer was forced to pop that rally just a little bit earlier than they would have liked to, just to have that presence on point, because I believe they had lost Bellisria, or Bellisria was diving somewhere in the background. Now both teams gonna swap over to a Zenyatta. So we have Zen Brig versus Zen Ana. Falcons on the offense with the Ana.
Yeah, that goes a lot of more healing potential for the side of Team Falcons. It's, I guess, I'm not really sure what to make out of this. PokerFace have to coordinate their pile drivers really well with both the Discord Orb and the Tracer from Chasing One over there. The pile driver with the mines on the card, so Team Falcons won't be able to push the cards right now, but the main focus is going to be the duels here. Happy looking for a headshot onto Proud. Proud vice versa they are very deliberately looking for where the other Widowmaker is. Not finding each other just yet. The Nano Diva is there to the dive. Who's going to be the dive target? It is going to be the backline. Vixa doing a very good job of keeping Simple alive, but not for too long. The Diva bomb is there, but on that note, trade kills happening, but
they're fine here.
Yeah,
defensively they're fine. They should be able to hold on here. Now Falcons have they shot their shot right there. They went as deep in as they could have gone, but just Vixa staying alive is so great. They're gonna have both of these support ultimates. Proud is just holding on Infrasight because he can. And will match Happy whenever, and you're always in a better position defensively.
Yep, 5 seconds now. This is going to be on overtime. Diva is going to be there with the touch. The big question is going to be where the fight is going to be. Team Falcons does not have any ultimates just yet. The Infrasight is going to be there, going to be matched by Proud. Vix's rally is going to be there on that point, so it's going to be a little bit more trickier. But wait a second! No sustain in the world is going to save you from a headshot onto that from Happy, and Happy also just single-handedly takes down both the supports. That's gonna be a rally and a chain sentence denied. Team Falcons go on. PokerFace do have to back down a little bit. They are missing the supports. They still are missing Vixa. It is 2 meters to a little less than 3 meters from completion. Oh wait a second! Oh, nobody touched.
Yeah, pretty tough there, but I just back up 1 second and realize that is why you sign Happy to this team. He does bring that kind of ability, and the cast has been mid, the Ashe has been okay, Happy's an okay Sombra, top 10-ish Tracer, it's fine, but that Widow can crush. That Widow can crush ya. And Proud is a great Widow. We've seen Proud go off on maps like Circuit Royale on Widow. But Happy, just the kills at the end. That's pretty much why he's on this roster. And I think when you get forced onto maps like this, you're happy that you have... Well, I mean, it's always funny to end up talking about. You're thrilled that you have Happy.
Yep. Oh, I mean, I'm not afraid to say it. You're happy that you have Happy. I'm not afraid to say that, but... Oh, a quick pause. Hope that's not something too serious. Remember, this is an offline setting, so... not a online setting where you have server ping issues or any of the like, but most common issues has been audio issues and then peripheral issues and whatnot. Let's see what it looks. Wait a second. No, I was about to say that it might have been Happy's issue, but he's just playing with his Hanbin's hand fan rather.
It's always a tank audio issue, and it's no different this time. I guess Bellisria is having a little trouble with the audio.
Oh, all right. Looking like that's something that can be fixed imminently, of course. If I also mentioned this during the Pacific cast. Hey, step 1, unplug and plug. Let's see how it happens.
I see you've worked IT before.
All right. Let's hope it's not going to take too long. But yeah, let's talk about the Team Falcons offense a little bit. I think that was definitely full capable, especially because Happy just ripped off the heads of 2 supports that was, number 1, using their rally, number 2, had the Transcendence. That was as big of an advantage that you can give any team. And then, but unfortunately, that was a good minefield from Bellisria, dissuaded the entirety of Team Falcons to touch. And I also believe that the ball kind of pushed Diva out of the touching distance. So not necessarily a C9, but still unfortunate nonetheless.
It's tough to get people up there to contest when there's a minefield that's just been dropped. Bellisrio played pretty well towards the end there. It's a hard map to full-on cap, but I think they were going to have the advantage because it's also, once you get picked off like that, it's almost a hard map to get out of spawn when you know there's a Widow lurking on the field like that. But yeah, I mean, kind of quiet from Proud overall, like even on the Ashe. I mean, there was a kill here or there, but then the Bob came out in that one weird spot and had to switch over to the Widow. I mean, that's what, like, you can force the Widow, because I think that Proud would rather play the Ashe. Overall, from what we've seen, it's been Proud's best hero. But when then Happy will switch onto the Widow, and you just get outranged on second point, so it's tough to do. I also was really impressed with Fixa. I thought there was great feel all throughout. You know, no matter if Simple was on Ana or on the Zen, it seemed like Fixa was always in a great spot to deny the dive and keep his fellow support alive until they just got headshot. I mean, there's no sustaining through that.
Yep, I mean, Simple did eventually fall, but I mean, probably Fixa kept him alive as long as possible, and sometimes makes a difference. Sometimes there's just too much damage for anyone to peel, so not necessarily Fixa's fault, and not Simple's fault either. It's just way too much damage. And Proud on that Widowmaker on the offense, Happy on the Ashe, looking like Proud took that attack of Team Falcons really personally and wants to just rip off heads up from the start.
I've got the Winston dive here now. I thought they might coordinate it with Hanbin being kind of out of the mix here as Choicer One has been distracting. Winston is yet to really go in and try to find anything.
Yep. Pretty much low. I was about to say low profile affair until Proper took out Fixa. Probably his I was looking, last time I looked at Fixa, his shield was breaking, so maybe that was just too much damage onto his shield. He didn't have any means to protect himself. This means that Pokerface just has to wait until Fixa comes back, because there's no way that they're going to coordinate a dive without Fixa and the break over there in a 4v5 situation.
Yeah, you shouldn't. You don't have to like full on leave just yet. I mean, Fixa is back into it, but you're also looking to take down. You're looking to get Proud in position where he can take some angles. Hasn't really even fired a great shot yet.
Alright. Yeah, a lot more value. I mean, a lot more value on the side of Ashe, especially on that defensive situation, but on the other hand, Happy hasn't found too much value on the Ashe just yet. Pokerface establishing themselves on the point. Team Falcons in a position to recontest. So Pokerface, they're taking a little bit slower. They're not greeting. They're not forcing anything right now. Estrella is going to dive, but in a position. Oh, that was a headshot, but it wasn't fully charged, so it doesn't make that kill. Hanbin using that self-destruct for that refill, and Fielder has the nano online. The first nano is going to be on Estrella. That is probably what he needs to get that primal online. Fielder uses the nano on Happy to get Happy alive, and also use that extra damage for taking out Chasing On. So this is going to be a further stall on that defense from Team Falcons.
Happy got stuck, so a really nice reaction from Fielder to keep Happy alive. You know that that's one of your major sources of damage, and defensively still in a good spot. Proper finds Proud, and now Happy can peek his head out wherever he wants.
Yep, Pokerface in. Well, still. Oh, wait a second. Estrella just please Fielder. Proper takes out Simple, but it is probably going to be Pokerface being able to secure that first point. Estrella doing loads of work on that Primal Rage. So even despite Proud being taken down early by Proper, it's still, I mean, good aggression for Pokerface to take that 4v5 and prevail from it.
And really smart to just dump everything into it. I mean, Blizzard World's one of those maps that can sneak up on you, and all of a sudden you're on your last push and you just completely weren't prepared for it. So they do dump in the nano, they use the rally, they use the primal, they use absolutely everything because they had to, and now they're going to get this point with 3.5 minutes left. Bob is on the point from Happy.
Yeah, also the counter side from Sergeant. Not finding anyone, if I'm not mistaken, so... and also a good disengage from the side of Pokerface means that despite 2 ultimates used, Pokerface is going to be very unscathed and is in position to contest that high ground on point B, unless Proper once again takes Proud's number. Proud is not having the best map of his life. He's been very dominant in recent matches on Blizzard World especially, but not this map particularly.
Not at all, and there's just a hyper focus. When Proud was on Ashe earlier on offense, or defense rather. He was getting hyper-focused by the D.Va. Now in the Widow, he's going to have to switch back, so he does switch to the Ashe. A little more protection. At least you have a coach gun, and you can hip fire to deal with tracers. You're not relying on that one shot, but this pylon, I don't know who's going to deal with this. Bellisria's got to get up here and deal with that pylon, otherwise it's just going to be free healing on the high ground.
Yep, and that's just going to be free ult charge for the Captive Sun. Sherman recently, I mean, not finding the most value out of that Captive Sun, but instant sleep on to Bellisria. That's a good one. And so the Nano probably going to be rendered valueless here. I was about to say that Sherman on that with that free pylon, it's just getting free ult charge. Oh, now it's going to be Hobbit's turn to use that Nano. This is a crowded corridor. Oh, Chisoan taking down with the headshot onto Happy. Happy finding a lot more value on winning this headscan fight against Proud, at least for this map specifically. Proud does answer with the headshot onto Sherman, but it is not going to change the flow of the battle as Poker Face, they still are on the back foot a little bit. Australia finally taking out that pylon. However, it looks like Poker Face are just trapped into that. Oh, wait a second. I was about to say he's trapped in, but not if he can snipe a Nash out of all people.
The momentum switched here when they kind of botched their Nano. I think Fielder got he got 2 on a purple around a corner and got really excited and just forced the Nano in. And Hanbin went in with the Nano and got almost nothing. And Poker Face's swing back on this has been exceptional. Proud actually hitting shots, and I mean they're going to come in and contest this, but it is just the D.Va.
Yeah, well, at least the Bob is gonna be there too, and Sherman looking for a good on target. I don't think there was one that found any, and Bellisria is kept alive with simple using the Nano and also using a lot of healing resources. Bellisria lives to tell the tale, and also Poker Face, the heroes of the tale. Just win the fight. Yes, they did use a lot of ultimates to get through that, but I would take that every time of the day, especially if you cap point B with it.
Yeah, you have to make sure you get the cap, but also in the dominant fashion that they were able to cap it, you would love to be able to hold around the corner. You don't want to get pushed back beyond this choke. Happy is going to switch to the Widow, Jet on the Zen, so defensive damage, but choice.
He probably didn't even have the opportunity to fire a single shot before getting stuck onto a pulse bomb by Chisoan. Chisoan doing a lot of work over there. Hoppin in a very tough situation, nanoed, but didn't get that extra health because he was purple, but looks like he will be safe in a safe enough position to be healed up almost to full. Happy taking his revenge on Chisoan, also instantly finding 3 kills. Oh my goodness, somebody check him PC.
I mean that's just dopey. He's you know, he's all sorts of 7 dwarves up in this one. I mean, what do you? He's so good at this map in particular. He knows the angles so well, and he always seems a step ahead of the opposing hit scan. Yeah, and now Proud is staying on this Ashe, which I don't actually hate. Proud's Ashe has been way better than his Widow this map. But 30 seconds left. Poker Face has to avoid getting their heads clipped off. That's huge from Proud. Gets Surmajet.
Yep, this is also one of the values that the Ashe has. I mean, especially on Proud, like, I guess the name of the game is not just don't find the Widow, just find everyone else. That's probably going to be the mission for Proud here, and the Infrastrike is going to be online for the side of Happy. They know where everyone on the side of Poker Face is. Nano to save Proud, but can't save everyone. Chasing one cannot be saved, especially on a headshot over there. Proud takes that one Happy. It was so close. Proud was also this close to getting down. I think that was the Nano extra damage that did the trick. The golden box of victory is almost there. Proper is there to touch, but can he do so much from 3 members? It is also going to be a Hanbin on the mix, but Bellisria and the rest of Poker Face is there. Hex, this just might be it. This might have. Oh wait, hold my horses over there. It is going to be Hanbin on that Nano. Oh, chasing on taking down Surmajet. It is overtime.
They needed that.
The Bob is there. The Bob went home, and the JC1 is running for his life, but he can't save his team from. Well, he can't save the overtime timer from taking down and Team Falcons. What a last-minute defense that was! Oh my goodness, I thought Poker Face almost had it.
It was close. They needed that pulse bomb from Choi Se-won. They needed it badly. They take the Ana off the field to make sure that you can't get the healing up there. Also, in those situations, if you don't close it out when you have the chance, you're in deep trouble just because the respawns are going to come in so much closer, even with the wave spawn or the respawn timers being what they are in overtime. Brutal stuff there, but I don't know. I just, I was very happy to see Stalker play. I'm also very happy to see Happy play. I think this Team Falcons team, if they are managed correctly, if the roster is worked to its perfection, they can play every map. I mean, that's the point of having an 8-man roster, is you bring in people who can specialize and have those certain plays going on, and they looked really great for it. I mean, there was, I think, 3 times where not only, ignore the tracer kills that happened beforehand, no one cares, but he just double taps and he gets both supports. That wins you fights. I mean, that's over. You're not doing anything. But then the thing is that where that snowballs is now your supports are in spawn. They're not healing Winston. They're not doing the sustain. So now you're behind on your nano charge. And when you're mirroring Ana's like that, that ends up being brutal, but you're getting lapped on nanos. So yeah, I think Happy was a game changer. He forced Proud to play his game. At a certain point, Proud's like, whatever, I'm playing Ashe, and it still looked better. But I think that's the strength of this Falcons roster is not perma-benching any one player, but you use all of the tools in your kit, and they look pretty strong right now.
Yes, speaking of rosters and kits, PokerFace also has an 8-man roster. Let's see how they kind of react to this. But because it was so close, even despite we could talk about Happy's heroics all day. I mean, I was really impressed. I was like shouting my neck off about how when that, not only just the double headshot kill onto the supports, on the defense as well, that was what, 3 headshots, and when I was shouting check in PC, that was like 3 headshots in a row. But it was really close. PokerFace still probably think that they still have it in them. Let's see how they react after a short break. Welcome back to Overwatch Champions Series Korea. We are approaching our 4th map of the first series of the day, and it is going to be Dorado. Team Falcons, wow, but I do have to mention what an ending the Blizzard World that was. What a last-minute hold. And now, going back to Dorado, what does this imply for PokerFace? It's PokerFace's pick. It may be their last pick, because even though if they do end up winning this map, it's going to go to Team Falcon's map pick. So what does this pick imply to you?
Ashe and Zen, very likely, is kind of what they've liked to run on Dorado, defensively especially. And also, I mean, it's a decent map for a Winston, for a Ball. He can definitely play it, but I mean, again, it does feel like a proud kind of pick map. You know, you put the Ashe in there, you put the Widow on there, it could be really, really solid either way. So yeah, I mean, I think this is a PokerFace map, but I think they're 2-0 on it. This is kind of one of their pocket picks they like to go to. It's this in Blizzard World. And those are generally just like where your hit scan can really excel. Stalker's going to come in for Happy, which makes me think that Falcons mostly probably just wants to run like a Tracer Echo or a Tracer Pharah, so Proper could play the Pharah, or, you know, depending if the other team has an Echo or not. Mostly, it's kind of funny how Echoes and Pharahs are just not afraid of hit scan anymore. They're just able to play around architecture so well that they just never really give sight lines. I mean, you see it so much on Circuit Royale. You're like, why would you play a Pharah into this? And then the Pharahs just end up crushing on that map, and Echoes as well. Maybe with the Echo nerf, that's less likely, but Stalker coming in makes me think that they're going to move away from Ashe Widow, because otherwise you would just play Happy.
Yep, and really surprising to see that it's actually going to be Team Falcons who is going to shuffle their roster around by map, because usually you expect this from PokerFace, and I don't see any PokerFace substitutions right now, especially on their map pick. They usually prepare something really kind of cheesy or something like that. It's not something that you wouldn't expect, but it's something that PokerFace annoy their opposition with by just swapping around members map by map, and I'm not seeing that from PokerFace so far. That's really kind of, I'm not concerned by it necessarily, but this is something like a somewhat of a surprise for me.
Well, I mean, PokerFace has had to pick the maps too, so they're just leaving in the rosters that they know that they want, that work on those maps. You know, they could have run probably Circuit here as well, but then they'd have to probably bring in Jasmine. But yeah, these are maps that they're good at, but PokerFace now up against it here, and you know, I think that Falcons have just managed this game better than they have in previous games. It's great to see Stalker come in. Like, Stalker and Happy combined leave no gaps in the hero pool, and you have Proper in there who's probably going to play 24/7. You know that. And it's just worked out really well for them. So it's great to see Stalker back in the mix. Now, the downside is, and I always bring this up with rosters like this, is you probably know what they aren't going to play. But based on the map and based on the teams and based on the fact that you play these teams constantly in scrims, you probably already know what they're going to play. So you're not really giving away your hand. What's also interesting about Falcons is that Surmajad's been in, what, the entire series pretty much? Like, I think maybe...
Yeah, except one map. Except, what was it?
Map,
New Junk
map
City.
2.
Yeah.
Still, they've done more roster juggling than usual, and yeah, I don't know if that sign was made just tonight or you've had it in storage, but Stalker coming back in has been a great play for this Falcons team, and I think a lot of people were surprised that they weren't utilizing Stalker. I think a lot of people are big Stalker fans and have seen the body of work that he's been able to put together over the years, and we're questioning, like, yeah, we all like Happy, but you still have Stalker. You could still play, you know, there's no rule that says you don't play Stalker anymore. So
yeah. I mean, I guess the idea was that if you're gonna have Proper in as like kind of like de facto always starting playing member over there, you don't want to force Proper into an uncomfortable hit scan role. So I guess that's where I mean, it does make sense that Happy just got introduced to the roster, right? But it's still Stalker not playing for the last few matches. Maybe, I mean, there are some other factors to it, but still good to see Stalker back into the mix. We'll see if Proper goes back to that hit scan role, because usually Dorado also includes some hit scan duels as well, so let's see if that's also going to be the case as well. I would be very surprised to see a Reaper and also a Venture in the mix, but you know, they're probably just teasing us with those attack hovers right now. Oh,
Well, I
by
think
the way,
we just
nice
want to see the
skin.
new Reaper skin. Yeah.
Yeah.
We were both on the same page there. I think everyone, even people who've never played Reaper before, are like, I'm gonna play a couple games with this skin because it's pretty sick.
By the way, this is the new Battle Pass skin, so anyone who thinks that skin is cool, go ahead with the Battle Pass. You can't just straight out buy it. You have to play the Battle Pass to get the currency you want for it. But anyways, Pokerface going with the ball and the Zen. So, needing a lot of protection to that simple Zenyatta. It hasn't worked the last time on Blizzard World. Let's see if it works this time.
Well, Proper, I thought he was going to switch. I mean, Proper's got this in his kit, and definitely more versatile too. So that if you feel that you can't run the Widow, Proper's just got a better pool than Happy on this.
Yep, I would not be surprised to see Sombra coming back after a few shots of that Proper Widow, but we'll see. Low profile match so far, a few shots being shot, but mostly just like warning shots, nothing too serious. Now the real fight is going to be where the fountain is, or maybe the archway over there, mini archway over there. Pokerface just willingly giving away early high ground to Team Falcons, because they're not playing the Winston composition by any means, so they just don't feel that this place is worth spending a lot of your resources on. Crowd on the Ashe, looking for a headshot. Now this is probably the place that you would want to have your fights on. Oh, well, what a nice shot. I mean, that first shot was a headshot, and then that was followed up by a body shot. And then Simple also just obliterates Stalker. Crowd taking out Proper. Crowd feeling much more comfortable on this Ashe setup compared to last map on Blizzard World right now, at least for the earlier stages of Dorado.
It's a really interesting defensive setup because a lot of teams who are playing the ball and Zenyatta on this map have been playing very aggressive. Top bridge, far left pack, and rotating onto people pretty hard, but Pokerface very patient, wait for Falcons to show their heads and then just rip them right off.
Yep, Velasreal also just trying to annoy Team Falcons as much as they can. Oh, Proud falling very low, but is looking like he'll be able to go back to safety. Jason Juan also low as well, so they probably have to back out for safety, meaning that they will concede a little bit of ground. This is going to be the Gosan for the side of Team Falcons. This is going to be the Hanbin Nano, but Simple. Oh, wait a second, forget that Transcendence. That Transcendence was good, but the Chasing Juan double pulse bomb was just chef's kiss.
Well, the Transcendence allows that, and you'll be able to push forward with it and just be not worried about it. They're just worried about the Omnic, who's just glowing there menacingly. Meanwhile, the backline comes in, but Simple had done so much damage to that. I don't think they were expecting that Transcendence to come out that early, but the damage had already been done. Proper Ashe, Stalker, Pharah. So composition switch.
Yeah, so this is usually the composition that you would probably see in Stage 1 from Team Falcons, right? And let's see how it works out. Proper already working out his Bob. And Surmajet still a little bit away from the Captive Sun. So you can see that's how fast Simple got that Transcendence. Already halfway there.
Yeah, it's a very good map for Zenyatta with the minimal amounts of flanks on it. It's a very linear map and allows Zen to stay alive and not super worried about divers. As long as you're not peeking your head out, so you're in a pretty decent spot. But Stalker takes down Chosewan.
Yeah, so this is going to be a little bit of a pinch for the side of Pokerface. Now they have a decision to make whether they want to contest a little bit harder. Because remember, the clock is only at 35 seconds now. This may be last fight if Pokerface makes the gamble happen and actually win this. Velasreal purpled and very low, but the adaptive shields will be able to keep him alive. Yusuan takes down the Bob, but that's not much of a value. Stalker takes down Velasreal, so this is going to be a major win for the side of Team Falcons. Also, the Captain Sun is going to be there. Simple uses the Transcendence, but Fixa is purpled. Okay, Fixa lives long enough.
I mean, they committed a ton, but they got pushed back anyway. And now they're going to get chased, I think, on some of that shot. Is brutal.
Oh, yeah, that was really unfortunate for the side of Pokerface. They used everything in their arsenal. I mean, I thought it was, like, just looking at the fight itself, they were actually holding on pretty well, despite the fact that they lost Velasreal really early. However, they were just backstepping until there was no more backstep, and that was already point A given out to Team Falcons.
Yeah, pushed back like they were on roller skates there too, and it was actually a really nice response. The Simple did enough damage to get Transcendence up during that Captive Sun, which was totally fine, but I think they just wanted to get out because you don't want to lose positioning here. The second point positioning is so important, especially in these Ashe compositions, and with the support line that they have, you kind of need to get those supports in a good spot because there's no mobility for either of them.
Alright, Proud is purple, but before that, took out Stalker, which is going to be a good sign. A little bit more time to get their ultimates online. Now Poker Face have 3. Team Falcons also have 3 as well. So I'm really impressed with how Simple is charging his Transcendences right now. Probably that's a lot of damage done to the other team. Or even last fight, he's getting 1 Transcendence per fight.
Yeah, it's been pretty nice. Distraction in the back. Bellisria does not get out, I don't think. He's going to get slept and purpled and then cleaned up.
Oh, Stalker also using your barrage is going to be punished by Fix-Up, but still the damage is done for the side of Poker Face. Team Falcons is going to get a free push until at least until that corner on that bridge. Poker Face, they still have a chance to recontest. They haven't given up point B yet. And they do have a lot of good ultimates, but same can be said for the side of Team Falcons. There's the Bob, they basically have everything except the Pulse Bomb. So Poker Face, they still have a little bit to work with. They need to fight this really well. The Nano Humpin goes to dive the Ashe, but good reaction for Fixa, and then Chase1 also takes down Proud. Chase1, what are you on right now? Taking down 3, that wasn't even a Pulse Bomb. I mean, the Pulse Bomb was used, but I don't think the kill credits were Pulse Bombs. 17 seconds, the D.Va is found. I think the D.Va was hiding for the touch, and 11 seconds, who's gonna touch? Team Falcons. Suddenly, things have deteriorated really bad for Team Falcons, all thanks to Chase1 over there.
Well, the D.Va will get on the points. Now the Tracer's going to pressure up top.
Humpin also has
low.
the self-show. Wait, the touch, guys, the touch!
You have to wait. The Remax is happening. You can't go down there yet. Bob's on the case. Robert's got it.
Okay, well, I mean, that could have been a little bit earlier, right? Because it was 0.84 meters, and Stalker takes down Fixa. Things are not looking good for Poker Face right now. So, oh, wait a second. Hold my horses. I'm holding a lot of my horses today. And Team Falcons, despite looking very good in the early, they almost C9 the entire point B. But then Poker Face just woke up and then destroyed Team Falcons. Still a decent push, but Poker Face, they have a win condition.
That support play was just so impeccable. I've been kind of hyping up Fixa's Brig this entire time, but like, how could you not? Yes, Simple went nuts and did so much damage and had Transcendence at the clutchest times, even during that last fight, by the way. Simple got it done. But it is kind of weird to try to play that into an Ana where the Transcendence can just completely get shut out by a purple. But it just seemed like Fixa was just everywhere at once, that anytime there's anyone in trouble, so like you saw Proud trying to pressure off the D.Va up top, and then the D.Va's like, well, I got this, it's just an Ashe. But then Fixa just pops around the corner and been like, I've been here the whole time. You didn't even know. Just really immaculate positioning from the Brig play, and I'm not really one to usually, kind of gush about Brig play, but it's been very, very good. Yeah, Poker Face just better support ultimates there towards the end. Very, very close. And like you said, Razor's Edge, the D.Va self-destruct on the cart kind of gave you a little bit of a heart attack, but it was all calculated.
All right, I mean, a little bit too calculated for my taste, but nonetheless, still very good play. I got a little bit excited there, but still, Fixa, I'd love to see Fixa back on this form, because remember, he had a really serious injury to his wrist, if I'm not mistaken. So good to see him back in his best form, because he is a very, very good player. And Poker Face looking at the compositions right now, not a lot of changes except for the Zenyatta and the Ana. Also Proud onto that Widow instead of the Ashe. So, and also Team Falcons still sticking with that D.Va composition, proper on the Echo instead of the hit scan roll. Stalker is starting things up with the kill onto Fixa. That has been the key component of Poker Face on the defense. So Poker Face, they're not risking it. They're just backing a little bit and waiting for Fixa to come back.
I do like the aggressive nature of that, though. I think an aggressive defense is really, really smart. You know exactly what you just did on offense, so now you've got a decent spot to understand what your defense needs to do. And you can fight the cart, not the other team. Stalker
Right.
going nuts again.
Yeah, Stalker, this man, I think he's just angry with what happened on the attack. He's like, oh, I'm just going to try to full hold you guys. Let's see how those go.
Fielder already has nano. That's just great play from your tank to be able to jump up and down and get you the damage done that you need.
And Velasquez trying to gain ground on the high ground. Has to back down. Well, I mean, he can't stay there for too long unless he wants to just die. Probably just soak enough damage for the Nano to be there. This is going to be a Nano proper, but it has to go get a health pack, so this is going to be a lot of damage denied. So, not the most valuable of Nanos, despite having that Nano really early. So now it's probably going to be Simple's turn to have that Nano be preferred. Oh, I was about to say preferred Nano target, probably going to be the Winston, but that's going to be a no-go, especially if Simple is just going to take it down. Yes, Sermajet is going to be traded out as well, but also a good pulse bomb from Stalker on Proud to delay things even further. Half of the time burnt down on the side of Pokerface. They are still struggling to get even to the fountain.
You kind of wondered why Pokerface didn't put in Jaewoo. Maybe just not used to this map. Maybe they want the versatility later, but they've been running a lot of Choice A1 Tracer lately, and Stalker's just getting the better end of it.
Yep, I mean, we've seen Chasing1 and Geo play together, and Geo playing that Tracer on that combination. Geo just popping off on that Tracer, wondering maybe it is indeed going to be that, I guess, versatility issue, or composition flexibility issue that's going to be the case. Fixa starting with the rally to keep everyone on the card healthy. Chasing1 taking down Stalker, so this
Choice1 just got 2. Of course. I just bring it up.
Yeah.
Pokerface at a great spot right now. They only used rally, and it looks like they're about to cap this point.
Yep, Sermajet using the captain side and not finding too much value out of it. Proud also taking down Proper. The remech is there, but this is just going to be extra ult charge, probably extra ult charge for the side of Pokerface, unless Team Falcons can make an insane stall and get everyone to the point, but probably not going to be the case as Pokerface, they enjoy the extra ult charge and also cap point A.
Well, it's fine, because Pokerface was going into that with 4 ultimates after just having used the rally. So Team Falcons does a good job of coming out, and it looks like a terrible stagger, but they get most of the ultimates out of Pokerface there. Otherwise, economically, they were going to be in a terrible spot. Sermajet now over onto the Zenyatta. We'll see if that can get the same value that Simple got out of it.
Yep, very insane ultimate timings for the side of Simple during his play on Zenyatta. Let's see if Sermajet can also replicate that. Fairly low non-action stage, so right now, at a little bit of a stallmate. Wait a second, I was about to say stallmate when Fielder just snipes down Proud. So this is going to be the go sign for the side of Team Falcons. Everyone just jumps in and...
they don't need to do anything.
Yeah, Pokerface on full retreat, and this is going to be good news for Team Falcons because they won this fight without any ultimates.
It's what the best Anas end up doing. I mean, Fielder and Shu always come to mind as the 2 best Anas probably ever. And it's largely, you know, everyone's going to do the healing. Everyone can heal bot your tank. Most people can hit good purples. But it's just the ability to cycle in the damage here and there. And it ends up with kills. They show up in the kill feed with just primary fire more than any other Anas.
Alright, and now if you look at this Team Falcons, I think that previous play was going to be really crucial because now both supports have their ultimates, and Belastrea has to pop the primal rage just to survive because he was purpled and was in a very tough position to survive. So this is also a crucial tool going to be missing for the side of Pokerface. Proud beamed down by Proper. Sermajet has to pop the Transcendence, but it's not going to matter in the grand scheme of things. I would take this trade any time of the day as another team fight win favors Team Falcons and Pokerface. They only have a minute-ish left on the time bank.
They've got everything to use here. The problem is, I don't know how effective Rally is going to be when you really need to be able to take this high ground. So the high ground has to come in with like probably a nano onto Belosria, just to do something to pressure it. Choice1 might go on a side flank, yet Choice1's going all the way around. This is where you want to set up your Tracer. It's got the pulse bomb. I think someone found him though, he took a big shot.
Ooh. Yeah.
Falcons not going to let them get set up. They're going to press the issue.
Yep, and they Team Falcons, they have all the tools to just stop them right here and right now. The dive is there. Oh, good sleep onto Hanbin and Fielder. Nano and Sermajet just sniping a sleeping bell Soraya, if I'm not mistaken, over there, and then Fixa. Rally expiring means that despite using the rally, oh, nice. Sleep wants a simple. Can they follow up? Probably not.
No, it's
They're
fine.
just too close to their spawn. But remember, time is only at 10 seconds. They still have quite a way to push if they want to reach that golden box of victory.
It's got to be Nano Winston here. Nano Winston, I'll go up top and then perhaps get your primal. They're getting touches here. They're in an okay position. But the Nano has to come through. You don't want to let him get burned down.
Oh, wait, Simple is down. Oh, at least he gave the Nano to Proud. Can Proud make this count? The Bob is also there as well, but it is not looking good for the side of Pokerface. Overtime is there. Well, everyone on the side of Pokerface is there on the cart. Okay, the bomb does not have anyone with them, but it looks like there's nobody on the left on the side of Pokerface, and this is how Team Falcons, they close out this map, they close out the series.
Just really well executed defense to play it as aggressively as they did, to understand their win conditions and know where their offense was and how they were going to play that defense. And that's why I was a little surprised on the Falcons' first defense that they were playing so far back, that they were conceding Archway, that they were just going to play in Fountain Courtyard area. Because you can win fights up front, and that's what that composition is supposed to do. You have your dive tank, and you've got your Zen, and it's supposed to just murder the other team a couple times. And eventually you'll get overwhelmed, but that means the other team is going to have to make plays. And I think Falcons just played the defense a lot stronger and a lot more intelligently, especially after second point. They just never let them get set up. They knew what the loss condition was, and were able to go in really hard and proper dove in and just, duplicated an Ana, hit a sleep dart, hit an anti, and they just kept pushing them back and pushing them back until they forced the Nano onto the wrong target. They were trying to set up Nano Winston for forever, you'd have to imagine, because he's the only one who can get to high ground. Never happened.
Ooh.
Happy's going to be player of the match, but this comes with a caveat before chat explodes. This was right after Blizzard World, which I think Happy was the biggest reason that they won that map. And Stalker also got votes. And if we had known that Stalker was going to come back in and play, perhaps it would have been different, but the voting system works this way. But here's the big caveat. I don't care if it's Happy or Stalker. The fact that they both got votes is a big movement forward for Falcons.
Well, I mean, to be honest, I would still vote for Happy, even though he did only feature in one map. It's not just because he did make some insane Widow plays, but the importance of Blizzard World. If you just kind of recap how the momentum of the match went, I think it was Blizzard World that was really, really important for the entirety of the course of the match. Because remember, Lijiang Tower, it was Pokerface who actually just really dominated, and then Lijiang City was a little bit one-sided and towards Team Falcon's favor, but Blizzard was as close as it could have gotten. So if Pokerface did manage to get that win over there, this series might have gone the other way around. So I think that momentum swing in favor of Team Falcons that Happy got was one of the key factors. Oh my goodness! Anyways, yeah, that was one of the big reasons that they secured the series, in my opinion. So that's my vote. But we have an interview with the man himself, so please, Quest, take it away. 보시죠.
Very much unknown. We are here with the first POTM interview of the day.
굉장히 치열한 경기가
of course,
펼쳐졌습니다.
Happy on
포커페이스
stage.
중 승자는 팀발콘이었습니다.
Happy,
승리 축하드립니다.
I hope he left a lot of fans
네,
happy
승리
as well.
축하드립니다. 오늘의 POTM은 해피
with his
선수가
plays.
차지하게 됐는데요. 해피 선수 자기소개
So before we head
부탁드립니다.
into the interview, please introduce yourself.
딜러하고 있는 해피라고 합니다.
Of course, we have the man himself, Happy,
네,
from
해피
Team
선수
Falcons on
반갑습니다.
stage.
자, 오늘도 치열한 순위 싸움이 펼쳐졌습니다. 오늘의 승리는 하지만 팀 팔콘이 차지하게
Of course, Team Falcons taking the victory. So how do you feel about the victory today?
저번 주에 라쿤한테 좀 쉽게 진 것 같아서
It feels like
기분이 안
we
좋았는데 오늘
gave up the win pretty
이겨서
easily
너무
against Crazy
좋네요.
Raccoon, so
네, 자,
I didn't feel too good about it,
패배를
but I'm happy that
자, 그런데
we got the
오늘
win today.
쉽지만은 않은 경기 흐름이 펼쳐졌어요. 해피 선수가 보기에 1세트 때 포커페이스 기세가 만만치 않았을
So of course,
것으로 보이는데
Poker Face
오늘 좀
took
경기 흐름 어때 보여요?
they looked very strong in map 1, and Team
솔직하게
Falcons
쉽게 이길 줄
fell to them
알았는데
0-2. So what were some of the points of the match that felt tricky to deal with?
당황했었는데 제가 콜도 잘
We were a
맞추고
bit bewildered when
저희 거
Poker
잘
Face
하자
looked
집중해서
strong
잘
in
이길
map
수 있었던
1
것
especially, but
네,
we
자,
kind of collected
그렇군요.
ourselves.
그리고 또 해피 선수가 활약했던
And I think we were
3세트를
able to
얘기하지 않을
take
수가
the win
없습니다.
after that.
마지막에 3m 정도를 남겨두고
So on map 3,
엄청난 각축전이
it was a very close
펼쳐졌잖아요.
one
자, 이때
with
어떤
about 3
상황이었나요?
meters left on the point. So can you tell us some of the calls and what happened in that moment?
그때 너무 떨려가지고 잘 기억이 안 나는데
I actually
네.
was really nervous, so I don't remember too much about that moment.
아니 본인이 이렇게 캐리를 하셔놓고서는
I mean, you're the one that carried, right?
cut.
So
제가 한 거밖에 기억이 안 나요.
아, 네.
So he
그
actually doesn't
원격으로
remember
이제
anything but his own
팀원들과
plays.
컷을 외쳤던 게 기억이
but
난다라고
I remember,
말씀해 주셨어요. 자,
my
그리고
teammates
또
saying
4세트
cut, which
돌아도
means
해피 선수는
okay, got
이제
him.
자리를 내어주고 팀원들끼리 이제 싸움을 펼쳤었는데 자 팀원들 믿고 있었나요?
did you have a lot of faith in your
저희
teammates?
팀원들 다 진짜 모두 다 아실 거예요. 다 포지션별로 다 진짜 제일 잘하는 선수들이라고 생각해서
I mean, everyone knows
그렇습니다.
this, but
네,
I
그렇다면
think that
돌아도에서
every one of our team
보기에 좀 내가 보기에 제일 잘했다
is
하는
the best in the world.
있었을까요?
한빈이가
if you had to pick who
네,
played
자,
very well on
항상
Dorado,
많은 선수들의
would you
사랑을
pick?
받는
And
한빈 선수가
Happy
아닐까
says
싶습니다.
한빈.
자 그리고 또 긴박한 순간 위도우로 엄청난 캐리력을
Because in a moment of
보여줬었죠.
desperation,
3세트 때
you carried very hard on
1대1이었던
Widowmaker.
경기 스코어를 1대2로 바꿨던 우리
And
해피
from
선수긴
1 to
한데요.
0-1,
위도우 대전 펼쳐졌었는데 자신 있었나요?
score changed to 2-1. Were you
프라우드
confident in the
선수가
Widow
제가
mirror matchup?
06년생인 걸로 알고 있는데 7살 차이라서
네.
I'm actually 7 years
힘들
older
거라고 생각하긴
than
했는데
Proud, so
잘
I thought it'd be a
됐네요.
little bit
이렇게.
harder,
네,
but
7년 더
things turned out
먼저
well.
손가락을 움직였기 때문에 더 잘하지 않았나라고도 생각이 듭니다. 자 그렇다면 마지막으로 오늘 녹색으로 응원의 물결을 보여주신 우리 팬분들에게도
And
한마디
finally, please say
부탁드립니다.
a few words to the fans supporting you.
저희가 안 좋은 모습 많이 보여드렸는데
Of course, we had our
정말
disappointing
열심히 하고
moments throughout the
있으니까
stage.
믿고 조금
But we are working very hard, so
응원해주시면
please trust us
감사하겠습니다.
and please continue to support
네,
us. Thank you very much.
알겠습니다. 자 지금까지 팀 팔콘의 POTM
And that was the
해피
POTM interview
선수와
with
인터뷰
Happy from Team
나눠봤습니다.
Falcons.
팀 다시
And
한번
before we head
축하드립니다.
into the second
감사합니다.
match of the day, I'm going to
네,
send it back
인터뷰는 여기서
to Unknown
마치도록
and
하고요.
Hex.
저희는 두 번째 경기로 돌아올 텐데요.
Alright, thank
해적단과
you,
크레이지
Quest.
러쿤의
And
경기가
by the way,
기다리고
Happy
있습니다.
is just
잠시만 기다려주세요.
25. Chat calling him uncle kind of is a personal attack on both me and Hex. But anyway, that's a joke. No, we're old.
What are you talking about? I turned 19 the other day.
All right, but okay, we still have a lot of Overwatch to go. So let's come back after a short break. We have HaeJeokDan and Crazy Raccoon going on next. So don't go anywhere.
해적단에서 서브힐러를 맡고 있는 이수민이라고 합니다.
해적단에서 서브 딜러를 맡고 있는 선준이라고 합니다.
해적단에서 메인 딜러를 맡고 있는 프로펫이라고 합니다.
해적단에서 탱커를 맡고 있는 매그라고 합니다.
해적단에서 서브 딜러를 맡고 있는 제스트라고 합니다.
해적단에서 메인 힐러를 맡고 있는 빈다임이라고 합니다.
대회가 떨어지고 나서 쉬는 기간에 이제 바로 연습팀을 꾸렸는데 자연스럽게 연습하다가 강팀도 잡고 하다 보니까 이렇게 어쩌다 보니까 서울 멤버로 모이게 됐어요. 영훈아, 임페른 할 때 문제는 고쳤니? 아직 안 고쳐졌을 것 같은데.
평소처럼 대회 때 바들바들 떠면서 긴장하면서 하고 임페른 할 때처럼 하자.
태형, 아직도 얼굴 믿고 게임 대충 하는 거 아니지?
저희가 팀명에 대해 많은 얘기를 나눴는데 좀 많은 후보들이 있었는데 수민이가 해적단을 강력하게 원해서 이제 투표를 진행하는 결과 해적단으로 하게 되었습니다.
그냥 컨셉이 확실한 것 같아서 재밌어서 한 것 같습니다. 이 자리를 빌려 죄송합니다. 일단 태성이 형이 맏형이니까 태성이 형이 선장하고 내가 행동대장 할게.
네, 선장 매그입니다. 저는 빈다임 선수가 요리사를 맡아줬으면 좋겠네요. 뭔가 잘 어울리는데요, 그냥?
네, 안녕하세요. 해적단의 요리사가 되게 된 빈다임이라 하고 제스트를 칼잡이로, 왜냐면 겐지를 잘하기 때문에 칼잡이로 추천하겠습니다.
해적단에서 칼잡이를 맡게 된 제스트이고요. 그 프로페 선수를 평소에도 이제 뒤통수를 잘 치기 때문에 한번 해적단의 배신자로 둬보겠습니다.
저를 배신자라 했는데 저는 그냥 평범한 선원 1이고 선준이를 총잡이가 어울리는 것 같아서 총잡이로 하겠습니다.
총잡이 된 게 제일 나은 것 같네요.
이번에 처음 맞춰보는 거긴 하지만 그래도 티오 필더보다는 잘할 수 있을 것 같아요. 너무 거품이 많이 낀 것 같거든요, 거기는.
스크림에서 라쿤 빼고는 다 두드럽 해본 적이 있어서 한 2등까지는 할 수 있을 것 같아요.
무조건 스톡홀름 가는 걸로.
저희가 후회 없는 경기력이 나오는 게 목표고 OWCS에서 좀 최고의 탱커로 마무리하는 게 개인적인 목표입니다.
저번 시즌은 좀 후회가 많은 경기들이 있었어서 이번엔 후회 없는 경기 많이 할 수 있도록 하는 게 저희 각오입니다.
처음에 조금 휘청거릴 수도 있는데 그래도 다 잘하는 선수들이니까 끝까지 믿고 응원해주시면 감사하겠습니다.
여러분들의 마음을 약탈하겠습니다.
저를 응원해주신 팬분들이 아직 제가 우승하는 모습을 못 보셨을 텐데 이번에 꼭 우승하는 모습을 보여드릴 수 있도록 저희 해적단 많은 응원 부탁드립니다. 감사합니다.
너네 동료가 되라.
안녕하세요. 크레이지 라쿤에서 서브힐러를 맡고 있는 슈라고 합니다.
크레이지 라쿤에서 탱커를 맡고 있는 맥스라고 합니다.
CR 초롱입니다.
CR에서 딜러를 맡고 있는 리비지원입니다.
CR 준비지입니다. CR에서 딜러를 맡고 있는 희상입니다.
로스터 안 바꾸고 그 로스터로 쭉 가면 팀합이 더 맞는 건 사실이기도 하고
팀합이라는 걸 중요하게 생각하는 사람이기 때문에 같은 팀원과 오랜 시간 동안 같이 하면 당연히 그걸 바탕으로 다른 팀들보다 좋은 성적을 낼 수 있는 것 같아요.
이번 스테이지는 저라고 생각합니다. 메인 힐러이다 보니까 약간 좀 잘 안 잡히는 게 있긴 하더라고요.
주목을 받아야 할 선수는 희상이라고 생각합니다. 이번 팔콘전 할 때 희상이가 유독 많이 떨어가지고 이제 긴장이 다 풀린 모습을 기대해 주시면 감사할 것 같습니다.
일단 제 개인적인 생각으로는 왜 사람들이 팔콘과 저희를 라이벌로 엮는지를 잘 이해를 못하겠더라고요.
사실 저는 팔콘보다 제타나 푸나틱이 저희랑 좀 라이벌 구도로 좀 되지 않을까 이번 시즌은. 팔콘 쪽도 솔직히 의아해하긴 할 거예요. 왜 계속 짓는지.
영향력은 이제 100%라고 생각하고 이기면 이제 코치 차이고 지면은 코치 차이입니다.
WCS 첫 번째 때는 저희가 코리아 우승을 못했는데 이번에 시즌2는 저희가 무조건 먹고 열심히 해가지고 스톡홀름 가가지고 열심히 해서 우승하겠습니다.
이번에 코리아든 아시아든 스톡홀름이든 셋 중에 하나는 무실세트 우승을 한번 해보고 싶습니다. 시상이만 좀 잘하면 꾸준하게 1왕을 하지 않을까. 제가 항상 대회 전에 하는 말이 있거든요. 너만 잘하면 이긴다. 너가 해야 된다.
유민 형이 뭐 하려 하지 않고 아무것도 안 하면 이길 것 같습니다.
그 맞긴 해.
폭탄 돌리기 합니다.
팬분들 덕분에 계속 우승하는 것 같아서 항상 응원해 주셔서 감사합니다.
이때까지 응원해 주신 만큼 보답을 해드렸으니까 앞으로도 똑같이 응원해 주시면 그거에 맞는 보답으로 좋은 모습 보여드리겠습니다.
사우디 월드컵을 할 때 저희가 홈팬이 너무 없어가지고 이제 좀 서러웠거든요. 근데 다시 이제 한국에서 대회 할 수 있게 되어가지고 여러분들 응원 들으면서 더 노력하는 모습 보여드리도록 하겠습니다.
응원해주시는 만큼 좋은 모습 보여드리도록 노력하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
있지 니산 크레이지 라쿤 간바테.
応援してくださってありがとうございます.
다음에 우리 팀이 일본에서 경기할 수 있는 기회가 있었으면 좋겠고 그때 한번 만나서 이제 많은 응원 부탁드리겠습니다. 감사합니다.
화이팅!
Welcome back to Overwatch Champions Series Korea. We are currently approaching our second series of the day, with our first series ending in a 3-1 fashion with Falcons Team Falcons winning over Poker Face. That was, I mean, a 3-1, but it could have gone a little bit closer. It was a little bit of a close series, and now we're going to have HaeJeokDan going against Crazy Raccoon. The point of the story is probably whether Crazy Raccoon can continue their undefeated map streak and make it into a perfect split.
That's the question. Can Crazy Raccoon go perfect throughout this? They are perfect so far. 3-0 Poker Face, 3-0 Fnatic, 3-0 Old Ocean, 3-0 Team Falcons. So even the best teams have not given them any sort of trouble. I don't see it happening against HaeJeokDan. Falcon or Crazy Raccoon does play Zeta Division tomorrow. So possibly there, but no one has been close to this team. Maybe things will change with the patch coming through, but I don't see it. I think HeSong is just too versatile. Lip is just too good. They don't have any holes in the tank line, and then Churong and Shu are just godly. So I think if you're HaeJeokDan, you're just looking to not get blown out. And, you know, if you can take a map, good for you. No one's been able to do it so far, but you just kind of want to feel competitive and just kind of get yourself ready in this new patch.
Yep, I mean, no hate for HaeJeokDan. They do have a lot of good talent on this roster, but like you said, Hex, this Crazy Raccoon roster just seems invincible at the moment, and we're proving so far. But let's introduce HaeJeokDan to the stage. They are slowly walking in as this, I mean, I've been mentioning this, but there's a lot of talent on this roster. You see Zest, you see Prophet, you see Sunjun, you see Mag, Vendime, and Lee Sumin. All of them have been in Overwatch League level at some point of time. I call this team the Soul United just because they have been in different iterations of Soul Dynasty and Soul Infernal. Given the right circumstances, this team has the potential to beat any team. But Crazy Raccoon any team? That is definitely a no. This is basically, I guess, the Real Madrid of Overwatch right now. I dare say there's no team that has been able to challenge them so far, and they're in their newly printed jerseys right now. Their jersey has been revamped.
Next time you're at the arena, I need you to steal one of those for me. I don't care which one, I don't care which player ends up showing up in a t-shirt next time, but I need one of those pretty badly. I'll pay for the shipping, no worries. Those are just sick looking. This is a team without any flaws at all. I mean, it's a 6-person roster. Really, it's just Max, who hasn't been getting a ton of play time as the kind of, well, I mean, Sigma specialist, but even on Circuit Royale, they're not always running Sigma because Ball is so good right now, and Junbin has been great on Ball. You actually unearthed a pretty cool stat about Junbin.
Oh, he is actually the only tank player to actually have a Player of the Match award on the split so far. If you just look at the statistics right now, 10 DPS players, DPS players got Player of the Match 10 times, support players got 7 times, and tank players only got Player of the Match 2 times the split. But it is, if you look at the individuals, Junbin has been the only player in the tank role that has been awarded the Player of the Match award. This split so far, a little bit skewed towards the DPS, but still, that means how Junbin stands out even in a meta where tanks don't usually stand out as the carries.
Been playing a great Winston for the most part, but then I think it was in OWCS Asia Finals where the Ball really came into play, and it's been Ball ever since, and that's been crazy good. We'll see if Mag can match it on the other side. I have some questions about that hero pool.
Speaking of questions, we do have a pre-match interview, so Quest, please take it away.
Thank you very much, Unknown. We are here with the second team rep interview of the day. And we have the 2 team reps for HaeJeokDan and Crazy Raccoon. And on HaeJeokDan side, we have Lee Sumin representing HaeJeokDan.
자, 그렇다면 크레이지 라쿤 팀도 자기소개 부탁드립니다.
And on Crazy Raccoon side,
지열에서 탱커를 맡고 있는
we have Max representing Crazy
네,
Raccoon.
맥스 선수도 반갑습니다. 자, 먼저 지난 경기
Of course, in the last match,
승리하면
Lip said that if they win, Max will be singing on stage.
문 감독님께서 선수 보호 차원에서 본인이 이제 이기시면 노래를 부르신다고요.
And Moon said with the purpose of protecting his players, he'll be the one singing.
발라드 느낌인데 이번에는 이제 흰수염 고래라고 부르실 것 같습니다.
So he'll be singing some song. It's called I don't know what it's called in English. So sorry about that.
감독님이 제일 좋아하는 노래입니다.
But he'll be singing his favorite song,
자,
according to
그렇다면
Max.
오늘 이기면 이제 문 감독님의 노래가 흘러 퍼질 텐데
So of course,
어떻게 흘러 퍼지게 두실 건가요?
will you be allowing Moon to sing?
저도 뭐 운디는 코치님 한번 소환해 보겠습니다. 이기면.
So if HaeJeokDan wins today, they'll be also trying to summon Coach Undine.
이미
Of course, they haven't talked about it yet.
시키면 해야죠.
But
이런
if the players
선수분들의
want
힘이
it, then
강력한 우리
you know he has to do
OWCS가
it.
아닐까
So.
싶습니다. 자, 오늘 또 해적단 중위권으로의 도약을 위해서
So for HaeJeokDan to
CR은
climb to the
물
middle of the
실세트 달성을 위해서
standings,
승리가 필요한데요.
and of course
오늘
for CR,
어떻게
sorry. So how has the team
아쉬운
prepared for
모습을
today?
많이 보여드렸는데 오늘
Of course, there was a lot
시합
of
못
disappointing
실세트 깨고
moments
좋은 모습 보여드릴 수 있도록
previously,
노력하겠습니다.
but we will try to perform at our best today.
강하다고 들었어요. 그래서 크레이지 라쿤 팀에게도 한마디 부탁드립니다.
So can you please say a few words to Crazy Raccoon as a bit of a trash talk moment here?
긴장하세요.
I hope you stay on your toes.
굉장히 좀 다소곳하게
Stay nervous.
긴장하세요라고 말씀을 해주셨는데요. 그렇다면 우리 크레이지 라쿤 팀 준비 많이 하셨을까요?
And for Crazy Raccoon, how has the team prepared?
네,
And
그렇다면
as always, we always work hard to prepare.
섞기 좋아요. 고르지 마라.
And would you like to say something to
오늘
HaeJeokDan?
어떤 맵이
And Max says,
선택될지도
don't pick Circuit Royale.
보셔야겠습니다. 자, 그렇다면 오늘 경기 두 분 모두 이름이 수민이에요.
So both
크레이지 라쿤
players'
팀의 맥스
actual
선수는
names
최수민이고요.
are Sumin.
그리고 해적단의
Max's name is
이수민입니다. 과연
Sumin
오늘의
Choi,
최강 수민은 누가
최수민.
될까요?
And of course, Lee Sumin is Lee Sumin.
서큘러를
So
안 고르면 수민이 형 안 나와서 그냥 제가 되지 않을까요?
of course, and
자, 오늘
who will be the
최강
best
수민은
Sumin today?
내가 될
And
것이다라고
as long
말씀을
as
해주셨는데 그렇다면
if
최수민
there's no
선수는요?
Circuit Royale, then
제
it'll be me.
성이 최고거든요.
네.
제가 이미 최고입니다.
And Max says he's already the best Sumin.
최고다라고 말씀을 하셨어요. 자,
making a little
그렇다면
play on
오늘의
words
또 최고
with the pun
수민은 누굴까 또 보시는
with his
게
last
또
name.
재미 포인트가 될 것 같습니다. 지금까지 해적단의
And that
이수민
was the
선수,
team rep
크레이지
interview
라쿤의
between the two
맥스
players.
선수와 인터뷰
And
진행해
before we head
봤는데요.
into
두 번째
the second
경기
match of the
많은 기대
day,
부탁드리면서
I'm going to send it
확인해
back to Unknown and Hex.
All right, thank you, Quest, for the translations. Solid as ever. And our first map is going to be Lijiang Tower. Comp Ops decided that it's going to be a Lijiang Tower day, at least for the first two series of the day. And I want to talk about Max a little bit here. There is some context to why he didn't play Circuit Royale last time. I heard that he had a wrist injury and was unavailable to play last week, so that explains how Junbin was playing in his stead for Circuit Royale. And listening to his interview saying like, hey, if you don't want to see me, don't pick Circuit Royale unless you want to go against me. He looks fit enough to play in the match, so that's a good sign.
Touted as one of the best Sigmas in the world, if not the best. It's Max's best hero, I think we all agree on that. Max also, can play a lot of different things, but you really know Max's strength on the Sigma. And yeah, that explains why we had such a weird, I believe it was Crazy Raccoons and Falcons, or Crazy Raccoon
correct.
and Falcons, and we had just interesting tank play there, but it explains it a little bit now. Lijiang Tower, very good ball map, as we've already seen. I think the strength of this HaeJeokDan team is probably their damage dealers in Prophet, Zest, and Sunjin. I think they're the best part of the squad. Mag has had such an interesting career. Mag can be very good, and Mag can be a little off. I don't think it's the most complete tank that we have in the tournament. Vindime and Lee Sumin. I think Lee Sumin has been playing well. Vindime, again, a little inconsistent, kind of hit or miss sometimes. And you saw it even throughout the career. There were years where on Seoul looked like a role star. There were years where you were kind of questioning what he's doing. So I think there's some questions still on this team, but it's not in the front line at all.
Yep, and also HaeJeokDan. Flexibility is not the name of the game for this squad as well. Mag has not just like in terms of like numbers of players in this roster. If you just look at Mag's toolkit and his career history, you see that he hasn't drifted far. Like he hasn't enjoyed a lot of success apart from the dive heroes like Winston. So maybe that's going to be their bane when it comes to other teams exploiting those kind of weaknesses. But, I mean, in a dive-centric meta right now, they should be in a good position to contest. I mean, if you look at their games right now, like, it's always like they do pack a punch against even the stronger teams, but they never end up closing it out, if that's understandable.
Well, they kicked it off against Falcons and they took control. I believe that was the map that they ended up beating Falcons on. And so they lost to Falcons 1-3. They went 0-3 against Zeta Division, but then they also took a map against Fnatic. So it's a team that can, take maps off of you. But I don't know. It's whenever we talk about, these teams that have to play Crazy Raccoon, it just seems unfair. Crazy Raccoon just looks that much better, and it's not even really been close with Crazy Raccoon. I think even going back, I mean, they 3-0'd Poker Face. I think Poker Face probably gave them their best punch. Fnatic looked okay, but it's like, so those 3-0s aren't necessarily like, as bad as they look on paper, but they all are kind of that bad. It's just never almost been in doubt for Crazy Raccoon. They're just that strong. The question is, like, you kind of know that Junbin's gonna get onto your back line. He's gonna run the ball tech. It's gonna be annoying. And so what do you do about it? It might be the situation now where you kind of just have to start running a Sombra and hope that you can deal with the ball, but Junbin's tech is so good. So it's really gonna be up to that back line to say, like, how can we peel and how can we stay alive? Because you're gonna get balled out.
Yep, and the match preview is which team will bring the blast to OWCS. I believe that is reference to these players, both of these players being O2 Blast alumni, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, O2 Blast had a lot of good players, and
I was gonna say, there's like almost everyone's an O2 Blast alumni at this point.
Pretty much. You're either O2 Blast or Runaway alumni, probably at some point if you're at this level of play. But anyways, one of the things to watch out for is that where these players come from. Like, these players came all the way. It's really a joy to see how these players grew from the contenders level to Overwatch, then went to the Overwatch League, and now on this new ecosystem, they are playing in the OWCS Korea, the highest echelon of professional play here. And also, speaking of prospects, we also do see some emerging Korean talent playing in other regions like the Japanese region or the Pacific region, where, of course, there's only so many roster slots you can have on the Korean team. There's so many, I guess, already established players here, but no shame in being on those regions, popping off. And coming back to this region, already Karu from Poker Face has played in Insomnia. Yeah. He enjoyed a lot of success in OWCS Japan. He made it all the way to OWCS Asia with that Japanese team Insomnia. And then, what do you know? You're on a potential top 4 team in Korea.
It almost feels like that's one of the most important parts of the ecosystem right now, just where the whole Overwatch ecosystem is. But then you've got like players like Haesung who are just playing ladder essentially, and not a ton of high-level professional play and getting picked off the ladder. So there's a lot of paths to pro, as it were. Remember, that was always like kind of the Jonak story way back when. It was like, oh, he was just dominating ladder, and then all of a sudden just ends up being one of the best players in the world. So if you're a good player, people will find you no matter what. So not really worried about the ecosystem, especially in this region in particular. So yeah, this is going to be the starters. Sunjin probably in just to play the Tracer, very much, you would imagine. But soon we'll see how these rosters want to go out. If any team's going to start really pushing the Sombra too, it might be this Crazy Raccoon team. And I think I mentioned earlier too, now, the Crazy Raccoon has such a comfortable lead, talent-wise, that you might see them toy around a little bit with the meta, or they might just be trying to perfect some stuff.
Alright, we're hearing the fan chants here, and Crazy Raccoon, looking like they saw the Japanese and Pacific regions. This is what we've been seeing on the other regions a little bit. The Ramatra this is a Brawly composition. This is basically the London Spitfire composition with the Ramatra instead of the Reinhardt. Of course, Junbin is not Hottie, but he is there on his level of the Brawl composition. Oh, wait a second. Junbin is like, okay. He just punched Zest out of oblivion, and HaeJeokDan also first in a while.
Yeah, it was, but they just pushed so hard with that, with the speed boost. They get Junbin back there. Teleporter there. So, I mean, it's an interesting comp, but it's not out of the realm of possibility, especially for this point in time. Mag is in a little bit of trouble, but Haesung goes down, Zest comes in.
Down as well, so this may be a fight win for the side of Crazy Raccoon. Okay, Crazy Raccoon is like, okay, we're done kind of toying around. we heard Hex, we gave you the entertainment. We're going back to our serious faces right now. Maybe Jumbin might be changing. Yeah, there we go. So this is more of the, I guess, familiar composition that we're looking for. Shu probably might switch after that Amplification Matrix as well.
Well, I mean, the Sojourn sighting is also kind of crazy here too. Sojourn did get some buffs.
Well, at least this, I haven't read any Reaper buffs, but looking like they're confident enough to do it. Lip with a cheeky headshot onto Lisa Min, looking like it is going to be Crazy Raccoon going back in control until Lip was taken out by Zest. So this is going to be a potential Blizzard by Mag using the tunnel range, and also we saw the Death Blossom in play as well. The Death Blossom wasn't the one that finished out Shu, but it is actually going to be Zest who is taking a lot of kill credits with just the double shotguns over there.
Shooty shotguns. You know, point click and forget it. Crazy Raccoon, I mean, I don't know if Lip just didn't have Ice Block up during there or if he just got really stunned behind, but he was trying to get in position to get a Blizzard going. Now we're down to almost the last points. Crazy Raccoon kind of threw good money after bad. There was a sound barrier after they'd already lost Lip, thinking they can bring it back, and why wouldn't you with the talent they have on this team? But so far, if they don't win this next fight, they're in trouble. We'll see if Sunjin can get any value out of this ult.
Alright, let's see what it goes. That's going to be an early Blizzard. Lisa Min going to be caught out by Isang over there, and Jumbin taking out Vidime. So this is going to be a little bit of a, I guess, total control for the side of Crazy Raccoon. Oh, Zest, he's ever so funny. He just wants to go out on his own terms. And Crazy Raccoon finally stabilizing things a little bit. HaeJeokDan, they have their fine. They're swapping into their quote-unquote normal compositions. And Crazy Raccoon, they don't have a lot of ultimates. They do have the Barrage up, and they will have the Kitsune up, but Kitsune is going to be matched by Lisa Min here.
Yeah, well, I mean, the Echo is an anti-Pharah move here, but Junbin is on high.
Oh, oh, never mind. Lisa Min just starts up with the Kitsune Rush. She follows up a little bit later. Let's take down Sunjin, so this is going to be an early advantage for the side of Crazy Raccoon. Hisang didn't even start using his Barrage. Maybe he doesn't even need one for this fight specifically. I think he's going to in position for it. No, never mind. Still, Crazy Raccoon, even without the Barrage, is able to just threaten HaeJeokDan off the point. And now we have a Sombra sighting. So, specifically against the ball, I guess.
Sombra did get a tiny bit of a buff, but I think if you know you're going to be running into the ball, it's not a terrible idea to try to catch the dive that comes in.
Alright, HaeJeokDan starting things up with Bead. Is going to be followed up with a later beat from Charles. So this is going to be beat advantage for the side of Crazy Raccoon. Jimpin also takes out Lisa Min. Mag trying his best to just bully people around, but not before Hisang takes out Sunjin. Mag please Hisang out of the picture, but Mag is just going to be a frozen monkey over there, and Taro finishes it off. And despite HaeJeokDan surprising at catching Crazy Raccoon off guard with that Reaper pick over there, it is going to be Crazy Raccoon who regains control and finishes off Control Center. This is how dominant Crazy Raccoon is. In normal circumstances, you would see that if HaeJeokDan has this much of a lead, you would think that they would finish this round off. But Crazy Raccoon, even despite some weird compositions, they make this happen. I am terrified of this team.
Oh, HaeJeokDan had two people ready to touch at the end. They had them both hiding on the side. I believe it was Lucio and Akiri. I know it was Akiri and someone else, but then Junbin's so smart that he just whips around the side and completely blocks them off, and then the wall comes in from Lip, and they can't even get there to touch. They had two people ready to be there to touch. So it's just the little stuff like that that makes this team so frightening. Also, Lip's Mei, like throughout this stage, has been just terrifying to play against. I mean, you put that kind of aim on Icicles, and it's just unfair.
Yeah, I mean, you wouldn't necessarily expect Lip to play something like the Mei. That's something that you would usually see from the Flex DPSs, right? Rather than the hit scans. But Lip is just so versatile that, and also they have that special mechanism that looks like a hit scan, right? That works kind of like a hit scan. So it works perfectly out for Lip. Lip right now on the Tracer. Not his best hero, but still very threatening. As you can see, just ripping through that Tracer. And also, okay, Lip, I'm sorry for ever trying to doubt you over on that team. Just taking out a few kills and just winning the fight handily for the side of Crazy Raccoon. And this fight is not even close up. First side of control goes to Crazy Raccoon. Garden's looking like this is going to be a very difficult question posed for HaeJeokDan, whether they can answer or not.
Well, Jumin goes over to the Winston, which is totally serviceable on, and it's, you know, it kind of eliminates some of the value from this Sombra play that you expect just to be really good against Ball. And now Mag's going to have to go over to the Junker Queen to try to deal with this Winston.
Right, let's see if Mag has that flexibility in him to make that Junker Queen serviceable, like you said about Winston. And also, this is going to be... Oh, that was a good nade, but instantly cleansed by Lisa Min over there. Still low health bars across the board. Lisa Min quite in a pinch, but it is going to be Sunjun who is going to get done for first. However, trades are actually favorable in favor of HaeJeokDan right now. Mag is purple, but it's probably not going to be too concerned. And what? Jimin is shooting it out of the picture. It means that HaeJeokDan is going to make that flip happen.
You want to just die on the point there, but I mean, Crazy Raccoon does such a good job of peeling for each other. Shu got hacked and didn't even turn to look. Didn't even bother swiveling the mouse over to where the Sombra was. Just knows that Chorong is there to have his back and clean it up. Keeps his eyes on the point. But yeah, just, I mean, the counter pick of the Junker Queen, it worked out really well. Nice anti. See if Heesung can get some value out of this barrage.
Alright, a lot of ultimates across the board for both teams, actually. It is going to be Jimin doing a lot of damage. Vindime has to use the Sandberry in order for to keep his teammates alive. Sunjun will not be so fortunate. That we was so close to that EMP that HaeJeokDan would have probably solely needed. HaeJeokDan is still going to commit, but is going to lose Mag. He was also very close to that Rampage as well, so this is going to be very bad news for the side of HaeJeokDan and Crazy Raccoon with just, well, I mean, they did have to use 2 support ultimates, but that also can be said the same with HaeJeokDan as well. They had to burn 2 ultimates as well, so they're in pretty equal footing, and they still want the fight.
It's just going to be a question of how can you get value out of this Rampage, because there's, I mean, you want to try to get to the back line. Those are going to be the heroes that line up. Otherwise, you're in the sky. Jumin can probably primal out of it too, so maybe an EMP and Rampage, try to get value here. EMP first.
Oh, that's a good EMP. Instantly followed up. Heesung using the barrage to seek out Lisa Min, but Heesung is going to get punished for that. And, well, I mean, I guess, like you mentioned, Hex, they did have to get out a lot of value from the EMP. They did. I mean, EMP works a little bit differently from what we usually know from Overwatch 1. Now it's just a flat 40% damage, health damage, and also hack. It's a little bit different. That's damage. That's basically a Discord orb now for Sombra specifically, but still good work from Sunjun. It is now going to be their Rampage that instantly goes on to Shu and Chorong, and this is exactly what HaeJeokDan needed.
That's the most value Rampage you could possibly get. As I was mentioning, it's going to be hard to get a huge Rampage because Lip and Heesung aren't going to be together. Junbin's going to probably be on their own and could primal out of it. The ultimate Rampage that you could get was just like that. Lines it up on the bridge, gets both the supports, and now they're 1 fight away from taking this map. There is going to be a Nano on the field, though.
Yep, and Nano Jimin likely going to be Jimin on that primal. We'll pop the primal first and takes out Lisa Min. Good opportunity catch from the side of Jimin. Shu just shoots down Sunjun as well and uses the Nano onto Lip. Lip is going to be a terrifying menace on that Nano, but does not find any targets, so maybe that Nano was unnecessary because the fight was already won, but why not? Let's see if Crazy Raccoon has to pay the price because it is 96% and running. Is there anyone to touch?
Oh no!
No, Vindime! Vindime!
You had to have that beat! That was your huge advantage!
Yeah, good understanding of the loss conditions. I mean, Jumpin knew that was going to be that single variable that HaeJeokDan had in their pocket, and what a good catch from Jumpin. No chance after that, and Crazy Raccoon in terrifying fashion dominating.
It's what they do every single time, though. I mean, I shouldn't be surprised at this point. It's the small detail at the end they always pick up is what could possibly beat us right now? What is the one thing that the other team probably has that could beat us? And they take it away every single time. There they knew they were outgunned on beat, and they were able to somehow snipe out the Lucio. That's brutal. That's a fight that you were in a good position for. There's nothing to use on the other side. Like, there's a pulse bomb, but you know, the attach rate on those is not super high. Just it's not only that Crazy Raccoon are mechanically gifted and have this crazy like 6-man roster that can play everything, it's that they're intelligent too. They always make the right choice, and it goes back to even that first stage on Control of knowing, oh, where are the people who are going to try to stall the point going to be? Oh, they're going to be right side. I will lock them out here. Lip, put a wall here. Oh, now they can't touch. And it's just small stuff like that. It doesn't give the other opponents a chance. You know, it's the less fights you have to take, the less mistakes you could possibly make. Not that this team makes mistakes, but on top of everything else, they always figure out, how could we lose? Let's take that away. And then they've done it time and time again.
Yeah, they're almost acting like as if they're a well-oiled machine right now. They just analyze correctly what their threats are, what we need to do. They analyze their win conditions, their loss conditions. They try to amplify, they try to play around their win conditions, and they just, like you said, just trying to erase every factor that could lead to their loss. So this is really, really impressive for the side of Crazy Raccoon. Now, I mean, HaeJeokDan, they did play well, but it's really, I don't see any answer out of them, but they do. Now they still have 2 maps more, at least 2 more maps to play, hopefully more in their favor. But let's see how they react after a short break. Welcome back to Overwatch Champions Series Korea. We are approaching our second map of the second series of the day, and Lee Jung Tower was a little bit interesting in some compositions, especially there at Control Center and whatnot. But we are going to our second map, and it's going to be Runasapi.
One of HaeJeokDan's favorite maps. They have picked it several times. They're 2-1 on it. 67% win rate. And Crazy Raccoon, have they still not played Push? Oh, they played one Coliseo.
Yeah, they won. They played one Coliseo. They won. Of course, they haven't dropped a single map.
Yeah, they haven't dropped a map. So yeah, there's going to be no subs here. Yeah, I mean, I'm not entirely sure what teams are going to want to run on Runasapi. We've seen a lot of Ashe, a lot of Echo, but this is a map that I think a lot of teams end up switching comps throughout. It's kind of a giant musical chairs of teams trying to adapt to the other team. Like if you're getting dove real hard, then you see a lot of Diva and Brig in the back line. I mean, if you want to do the diving yourself, you see a lot of Kiriko come in, but for the most part, you end up seeing teams try to cycle through and counterpick a lot of the way.
Yep, and also on the other regions that have been playing on this patch, we've seen a little bit of the Diva, like you said, mostly the Winston, and sometimes even the Doomfist right now, because there are a lot of walls that you can just punch into, right? And then also the verticality is something that can be accessed through the Doomfist jumps and whatnot. So maybe the Doomfist setting might be there. I'd be kind of surprised if I see Crazy Raccoon playing on the Doomfist. But like you said, Crazy Raccoon looked comfortable enough to kind of experiment some things here and there. So let's see. All smiles on especially Jimbin's face over there. They look very confident.
It also might be a situation where Junker Queen comes out. I've seen a little bit of that on Runasapi, more so on some of the Flashpoint maps, but there has been a small bit of Junker Queen on Runasapi, and it can be to deal with the Winston, and we saw, early on, Mag's Junker Queen was getting some good work done, so maybe that's a reason why they're picking this map. It can be favorable for that engagement. I don't really usually think of Mag and Diva in the same sentence. I'm guessing either a Winston or a JQ.
Yeah, that would be something that wasn't on my bingo list if Mag plays Diva. Alright, the fan chants are there. Oh, what a beautiful map. Just kind of giving some time to enjoy the scenery over there. You look at the heart.
I always appreciate the tours because I play on like zero detail, all graphics low,
I mean,
like the esports
frames,
nerd
right?
I am.
Yeah,
for the frames,
I mean, the professional settings, right? Alright.
Frames over fidelity.
Of course, I mean, if you play competitively, that's always the way to go. However, let's look at HaeJeokDan, looking like they're playing the good old Sombra Tracer, probably expecting the ball to happen, but Crazy Raccoon, they are going with the Winston composition and Lip on the Sojourn. We've seen this be very terrifying several times in the past, but let's see if Sojourn is buffed enough for Lip to make a meme out of this. Well, not in his first life, because Mag took down Lip, but...
Yeah, but Heesang's getting worked on and this Winston's in trouble.
Yep, Jimbin and Heesang just covering up for Lip, and HaeJeokDan is going to get wiped out, so this is going to be early bot push for the side of Crazy Raccoon. Lip not opting to switch out of Sojourn just yet, willing to give him a second chance. Sunjun likes this, HaeJeokDan likes this Reaper pick.
If you know you're going to face a Winston, it is, in theory, the strong counter to it.
And let's see how much it does. That's taking out Heesang on that Tracer 1v1 is going to work wonders. HaeJeokDan have a lot of space to work with. Mag trying to harass Lip over there. Lip goes to safety of his health pack and also uses his kit trying to harass HaeJeokDan. But Mag takes out Jimbin, so this is just immediately going to have to be Crazy Raccoon on the back foot. Karon, please don't do something really rational. Okay, I was about to say, I would say it's Charong, so he might do some crazy shenanigans, alright? So, still.
Well, HaeJeokDan's gonna end up picking up the lead here. It's gonna be interesting to see how Sojourn operates, because a little bit buffed, right? The spread is smaller, critical hits on your main, increase your energy a lot quicker, but it's still the burst of the railgun is not quite as where it used to be, even though you're gonna get burst faster.
Yep, and Things start up with Katsina rushes on both sides. Chorong taking down with that pulse bomb onto Zest means that HaeJeokDan have a massive advantage over there. Mag just leaving down Lip. Lip is not having the best time of his life with on that Sojourn, and it is going to be cleanup duty for the side of HaeJeokDan. HaeJeokDan having a lead over Crazy Raccoon, a beat that not a lot of teams can brag that they have, and they cap the checkpoint, which is a sizable lead in what may be a very crucial map against Crazy Raccoon.
7.5 minutes left, and what's really nice for HaeJeokDan is that they're able to hold on to the sound barrier there too. So they're going to be able to match whenever Crazy Raccoon does anything. And HaeJeokDan, I mean, playing this Reaper is really smart.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as we talk something good about HaeJeokDan, they just give away the fight for free. But at least the positive is that they didn't use the sound barrier once again. Now that they're going to have sound barrier advantage, but still, Crazy Raccoon has 2 DPS ultimates and a tank ultimate. So maybe the next fight is going to be crucial.
Yeah. I will see what Lip can get done with his ultimate. I mean, maybe the Sojourn comes back in, you know, for the consistency of the damage, but also because now people are a little squishier. If anyone's going to show me that Sojourn's back, it's going to be Lip.
Oh,
Bye, Lip.
Hi, Lip. Yeah, so he just decides that he just want to burn his ultimate just for Lip. I mean, why not? Lip is a menace if not taken care of very quickly, so...
Well, it's the best thing to do, too. I mean, I think way too many people think, like, the 3-man Blossom, you know, way too many people hang out on the main subreddit of Overwatch and think you need 4 kills every ultimate. If you solo somebody in a 5v5 situation, that's fine, if you can live through it. And Reaper ult and Pharah Barrage, if you can get someone alone and live through it, good on you. Use it. Smash that Q.
Yep, mark those wise words, Chad, as that is actually really important. And now it's going to be the neutral fight because Crazy Raccoon doesn't have any ultimates. The Katsina rushes are going to be what's going to open up these fights. Shu probably going to answer with a Katsina rush of their own. Wait a second, they are waiting to disengage from HaeJeokDan's Katsina rush first. They know they have the numbers advantage because Sunjun was down. Lee Sumin also very low. Charong taking care of Lee Sumin means that they have the momentum. They can initiate fights on their own terms. Charong pulling a Violet right now. I mean, Charong. I'm saying he's pulling his own Violet, but Charong is a respectable Lucio in his own right.
Oh, absolutely. One of the best younger supports that we've got in the league, and even can play the flex support if need be. So Crazy Raccoon's still behind the 8-ball a little bit, but been doing a much better job adjusting to this. Lip on the Echo has been really good for them. The Soldier did not get anything.
Yep. I guess that was a little bit of a small experiment for the side of Lip there. I don't even think he used the ultimate over there. I'm not really sure. But
he did. It wasn't good.
I
think he got solo ultimate the moment he... Yeah, that was the Reaper
yeah,
ult.
That was, okay. And those are the... while we were talking about Reaper ult and Lip, both sound barriers are exposed, are used, expended, and it is going to be Lip and Jumpin' at Charl once again, bloodthirsty on this Lucio, and this is probably going to be the match of the progress made for the side of HaeJeokDan. Yes, the 7-second butt scratch is going to be there, but still, they should have more than enough time to at least try to close the gap of what is going to be 5 meters now.
Yeah, they were tired of Chorong. He just gets the huge dive target, both supports down, and the time taken to actually cap the points is going to be brutal for them. Lip is going to trade off for 1, but HaeJeokDan will take this back. 4 minutes remain, so Crazy Raccoon going to have to win another fight or 2.
Yep. 3 meters, but still, time is now kind of down to less than 4 minutes, and Jumpin' on the ball. A little bit of a change of scenery on the side of Crazy Raccoon. Nothing like fundamentally changing though. It is still kind of like coordinating with the Tracer, having a good dive target, and the Death Blossom takes out Chorong once again. Chorong, a second time in a row, going to be the first one to fall. I think HaeJeokDan is just identifying Chorong as a primary target at this point. They know that Chorong is an integral part of the team fight so far. Zest also taking down Jumpin' with a well-placed pulse bomb, so this is going to be a little bit more mileage in favor of HaeJeokDan, which is going to be sorely needed because Crazy Raccoon, they were really close to catching the progress up, and this is going to be really important. Every meter counts.
I mean, they're going to throw down the Kitsune rush in as well and maybe not even press the issue. I mean, one of the big things about taking the Lucio down first is you can get these chases.
Oh, wait a second, to shoot, taking down. This is going to be a little bit big. Mag also trying to dissuade any sort of aggression from Crazy Raccoon with the Primal Rage. And things are actually looking good. HaeJeokDan looking to threaten Crazy Raccoon. This is not a familiar sight for OWCS career right now.
You've just done such a great job of pressuring this backline, and sometimes it's been Chorong pushing forward, but they just made Shu like drop that Kitsune rush and get almost no value out of it. There's 2 minutes left. Is Crazy Raccoon gonna drop their first map?
Let's see how it goes. 97 meters. HaeJeokDan looks like they have a fairly major advantage considering the remaining time on the time bank right now. Jumpin has this minefield. Let's see if he can use it to great effect. I mean, I think the minefield has immensely more value when it's on a defensive setting. However, Chorong starts things up with the sound barrier. I think that is just going to be enough for this teamfight win. But remember, when you're on push map and you're on the back foot, you need to win more than one teamfight in a row to get any value. So just winning a teamfight with one ultimate is huge here, and Vindime is nowhere near his sound barrier. So this is a little bit of a good news for the side of Crazy Raccoon. I think they still need to win 1.5 more team fights, I guess, or just one really good long extended fight in order for them to at least try to match the progress that HaeJeokDan made, because it's more than 30 meters separating these two teams apart now.
With only a minute left, the most telegraphed Death Blossom ever gets absolutely nothing. Mines come in, everyone low, but Zest at the back is getting worked on.
Yeah, Lee Sumin also has the Kitsune Rush if they want to continue with the aggression, but I don't think they need that because Crazy Raccoon, they are going to just get... they're just going to get taken down 1.1, but Hisang believes that he can stall this long enough. He's trying to make a gamble here. He does probably build up Pulse Bomb, but can he find any value from? The answer is no. Shu is taking down. Lee Sumin uses that the Kitsune Rush that he has been waiting for. Yes, these are not looking good for Crazy Raccoon. Hence, we might be seeing the upset of the invincible run that Crazy Raccoon has been doing so well to protect here.
Zest is absolutely crushing on this Tracer. And I mentioned earlier, one of the big questions you're going to have to think about for your roster is who's going to play Echo, who's going to play Tracer. It's going to be one of the dominant metas that we've seen, and Lip and Hisang have swapped roles on that, and that is not a great sign.
Yep, time is going into overtime soon. This may be the last chance for Crazy Raccoon. No more mistakes, no more teamfight losses, or else they will concede this map. This is going to be an early sound barrier for the side of HaeJeokDan. Chorong does not have a sound barrier to react to. Jumpin very low, Jumpin lost! So this might be the start of the end for the side of Crazy Raccoon. Lee Sumin is just getting credit. Shu falls back. Oh, wait a second. Shu takes down 2. This might be the salvaging moment for the side of Crazy Raccoon. Chorong has that sound barrier, but they're very low. Shu is still there. Oh my goodness, Shu is still... Shu keeps Crazy Raccoon in this map, but they can't afford to wait for their teammates because they have to stay on the bot. It is overtime. Oh my god, how did Shu extend Crazy Raccoon's life? He single-handedly presented Crazy Raccoon a second fight.
They just have to be super careful to not get off of the bot. Now it's a team that doesn't really make mistakes. Beat is ready, can't drop it.
Alright, low health first. Oh, Mag is just demacked. This is not going to be good news. Sanju taking down. You are so close to that Death Blossom. Crazy Raccoon. Can they actually do this? This is insane. Chorong drops, but still looks like Crazy Raccoon can't make that run happen. Overtime is running, so this is going to be a longer death spawn. And Chorong still has that sound barrier. Vindime is at 48%. Lee Sumin is probably going to open things up with the Kitsune Rush. Sunjun also very close to that Death Blossom. Chorong's beat is going to be instrumental here.
I think the moment you feel pressured, the beat has to come out. Kitsune out first.
Kitsune up. There is that beat that is going to just deny that Death Blossom. Well, Mag does eat the Pulse Bomb. Lip takes down Sunjun. Shoot is taken down. This could be anyone's fight. Just yet, Jumpin is trying to cleave away members. Vindime is taken down at 86%. And Charo takes down Mag as well. They might actually do this Hex 90 meters and going. He also has that barrage.
96 meters, 2 meters to go. He's not takes down Zest. Oh my goodness, they actually did it, Hex! Crazy Raccoon! Wow, they defy all the odds, and what a comeback. Their invincible run is not over.
It's just not fair. It is not fair. I mean, the DPS looked so lost for Crazy Raccoon for 90% of that map. I mean, it's a problem when Lip and Heesang swap, not just roles, they swap heroes, right? They're like, oh, I'm not good at Echo, so you take Echo, I'll take that. I mean, I guess it's a good thing that both can play that at a high level, but Zest was absolutely crushing this team. Mag was getting all the work done in the worlds, and then somehow the supports come to life, just chew on the damage, keeps them completely alive. Lips on I believe he's on Tracer at this point, so Heesang can play the Pharah. And he's alive, comes back into it. Zest keeps getting shut down, and then the overtime death spawns just ended up really being the bane of the existence for HaeJeokDan. And that's just individual performances, individual play. They came out and they put themselves in a hole by being like, yeah, I think Sojourn works. And then it didn't. Like, you know, the damage dealers were getting outclassed for most of that. And then they would somehow just turn it around. It's ridiculous. You'd have to go back and look at it beat by beat. But I think a lot of it was the support play, staying alive a lot better, using the ultimates a lot better, and being a little less aggressive, like foot off the gas from Chorong, who was really impressive early, doing a ton of damage, but then was getting picked first in a lot of fights and putting them behind the 8-ball. But then they find the extra gear. It's ridiculous. This team is unfair.
Yeah, Crazy Raccoon, like you said, you just kind of really summarized it well. They were enjoying early success with Chorong, and now after that, HaeJeokDan kind of like designated Chorong as a primary target. They would start picking him first, and then fights went their way. But what a stall from Shu. I can't just stress this enough. Shu was the hero over there, at least at the very last stages of the game. I am getting too excited for this, but I mean, the adrenaline that this game just gives is just too much. And wow, I'm just impressed at how Crazy Raccoon just turned that around. But we do have a third map incoming, so let's come back after a short break. I need to calm myself down, and well, we'll come back soon enough. Welcome back to Overwatch Champions Series Korea. We are approaching our third map of the second series of the day, but man, we still have to talk about that Raccoon. But I can talk about that all day. But still, we have our third, which may be the final map because Crazy Raccoon are on. They must feel good after that, and they are threatening match point against HaeJeokDan. They're keeping their invincible run alive, and the next map is going to be Sorvasa.
Sorvasa, yeah, it makes sense, like, to try to brawl out with a team like this. I mean, here's the thing about Crazy Raccoon. You can look at almost any team and be like, we're going to take away your best player and make someone else beat us. Who do you feel comfortable on Crazy Raccoon saying, we're going to make blank beat us? Because there's no one. There's really no one in this lineup of like, okay, we're going to take away Chorong's Lucio, and we're going to make Shu beat us. Well, that didn't work out. We're going to take away... Lip, and we're gonna, Lip took himself out of it by playing Soldier, but they jumped him a couple times and got a lot of damage and solo ulted him. Okay, we're gonna make Heesang beat us. Okay, like what do you do? Like, what is your strategy even? I mean, I guess like it's gotta just be basic strategy. Jump the support line, but that support line is so good. I mean, there's just really not enough accolades or, expressions you can say about Crazy Raccoon. They are just the best team in the world by a pretty significant margin. I think maybe they come out and play whatever they're good at and just get off the stage and make sure that they 3-0 here, because that was a little bit scary that last map.
Yeah, probably Coach Moon almost had a heart attack, as much as I did on that last map over there. Probably had a stern telling about guys, Sojourn ain't it or something on those lines. But anyways, looking like they are very confident. I mean, this, if anything gives them adrenaline like that, it was probably that last map. And also the other way around, HaeJeokDan, they probably thought they almost bagged it, had it in the bag, and must have been destroying more, very destroying for morale. But they have to keep it up because they were. Now I'm officially calling this out. They were the closest team ever, at least in the current stage, to have ever taken off a map off Crazy Raccoon. They didn't, but they were the closest team to ever do it. So they have to keep this up. However, morale may be low after that crushing loss over on Runasapi. They still have to keep those kind of plays, that level of play up, if they want a second chance of doing that.
I liked the Reaper adjustment. I mean, I guess that's the answer to what do you want to try to take away from Crazy Raccoon? You just try to take away the tank, right? You try to take away the dive potential and you stay with your team. Because then if you can take down Junbin on the dive, then Reaper becomes really good at like getting to the backline and being super annoying at the very least and making cooldowns come out. So it is an effective way to flip the momentum of a fight, to sit back, wait for the Winston to dive in, eliminate the Winston with your squad, and then you teleport forward, you can Wraith Walk, you can get a lot done, especially if you have a Lucio to come in with you, and they often did have a Lucio with that Reaper. So that is a cool little wrinkle in like, hey, at least we're not going to die to this Winston dive constantly. Let's see what we can get done. And also, Zest just had a nightmarish game, like nightmarish for the other team on Tracer. Zest was going nuts.
Yeah, Zest was very, very impressive, I think. I mean, everyone on the side of HaeJeokDan was really, really doing well.
It was solid.
Just lacked that 1%.
It's just that extra little bit that Crazy Raccoon has, and it's also, I mean, part of that's just got to be confidence too, of like, oh, we were just messing around, now let's play. Like, it's ridiculous.
All right, Carl, are you actually just going to play? Oh my goodness, they are actually going to play the Lifeweaver!
A lot of changes came to Lifeweaver. Pedal is now a little bit more interesting. Your healing charges passively. Yeah, I mean, Lifeweaver got some changes.
Yep, let's see if the changes are going to be enough. Probably going to provide extra protection for that Zen pick that Shu just wants to play. Okay, Shu was like, after that map, probably was like, okay guys, I'm just done with trying to protect you guys. I'm just going to shoot at the enemy. I'm just going to have my own share of fun. But let's see how that works out. Sunjun is going to be on the Sombra, which is going to make life of Zenyatta a little bit harder. Aro in a tight position. Also Shu taken down. So this is one of the downsides of running this backline composition. Already no supports on the side of Crazy Raccoon, so a lot of sustain taken off, but okay, who needs sustain if he can just kill the entirety of the enemy? So Magnus has been down. Oh, wait a second. Vindime took down Lip, so this is anyone's fight so far. Chorong and Shu should be back in the fray very soon, but Vindime taking full advantage of the Lucio buffs to just be very bloodthirsty. Oh, she is back, and Vandime is taken down, but Jumpin just eats a pulse bomb to the face and just it gets exploded instantly. So it's going to be HaeJeokDan, after a pretty extended first fight, gets control of the point.
I did mention earlier this evening that you might see some teams toy around with compositions where they believe they're going to win anyway. And I think this is one of them. And it's also, it means, can we run this double flex that we really want to? Because now we can have speed out of first without needing Lucio, you know, the changes to the map design itself.
All right.
So, I mean, in theory, I understand how this is supposed to work. You're supposed to be able to protect your Zen with the pedal. There's a pedal.
There is also that life grip, but it's not going to be enough to save Shu. Sunjun definitely has a primary target, Mag low, but oh, wait a second. I was about to say that he still has a primal rage, but I don't think, I believe that he just believes that the fight is already won and just doesn't elect to use that primal rage. Crazy Raccoon at 81%. They may have to make a choice here whether they want to contest for this first point or they just want to outmaneuver HaeJeokDan for the second point. They indeed are going to contest for that point, and overtime is ticking. It is 99-0. Sunjun has the EMP. The Tree of Life is there. The EMP is also there. It's going to be answered with the Transcendence, but it's not going to save Lip and Heesang. Wait, Lip was on the venture? What are you thinking? But anyways, HaeJeokDan is making quick work of Crazy Raccoon. The flip was there, but it's going to be a reflip, and this is going to be first point secured for the side of HaeJeokDan.
Okay, and the experiment is over. It is time to play what we know we can play. You know, they showed us a little bit of something. It might just be something that they cooked up for first point as well. I mean, this first point, this mid-point fight is very different. You see a lot of double flex on it and some weird stuff before you change to a comp. But Crazy Raccoon will give up first flash point, but now switches over to a comp that they are well practiced at.
Well, practice Jumpin is going to be the first balls. That's doing a lot of work here, and also at least taking down Liv means that once again, HaeJeokDan will have positional advantage and will be able to assert, well, early control of that point. And remember, flashpoint mileage goes up so quickly that even if you just blink, you might just have a 30 and 40% on the point.
Well, and switching comps is always going to put you behind in the economy as well. Sunjun on this Reaper too, they got good purchase out of it last time. We'll see where they want to play it. I imagine that Reaper is just going to be chilling with the supports for a bit until the Reaper until the Winston goes down, and then it's the reverse.
Alright, Lip looking to try to win that. There's 1v1, and then Mag trying to cleave everyone out of existence, and they do.
He's got them all off the edge.
Then this is going to be Charong being staggered as well. Was that within the first 6 seconds? Probably not, yeah, because everyone else got respawned except Charong, so this is going to be taking quite a while until they can actually come back as a full group, 65% and running for the side of HaeJeokDan. This might as well be the last fight for the second flashpoint as well for Crazy Raccoon if they don't win.
Now Crazy Raccoon has ultimates. Can the DPS find anything here?
Oh, wait a second. Jumpin once again being the first casualty, but is going to not matter as Crazy Raccoon. They decided, okay, this is enough. We're just gonna assert dominance. Even despite Jumpin just being exploded, taken out early from HaeJeokDan, the DPS members from Crazy Raccoon make the work happen. And this is all with just the pulse bomb used, so it's also a win on the ult economy as well.
They just jumped right over Kitsune Rush. Kitsune Rush came in from Lee Su-min, and which is completely ignored by Crazy Raccoon. They went through it, and like you said, just a single pulse bomb and ended up cleaning up that fight.
Now this is going to be Crazy Raccoon's Kitsune Rush and early beam from Heesang. Make sure that Mag is out of the picture. Zest, I don't know if that was by his own terms or he was forced into it, but the kill feed says that he just got rid of himself to match the spawn timers, I guess. And at 62%, this may be the last fight for this flashpoint for both sides. Chorong has the sound barrier to probably counter the death loss from Sunjun over there.
Yeah, if you can get it off on time, I mean, it's kind of, it can be a tricky timing sometimes.
All right, Chorong using the sound barrier only gets himself and Heesang there, and Heesang just duplicates a Reaper. gets instantly out of that form, and Jumpin is using the Primal Rage. Doesn't find anyone yet. Sunjun still holding on to that Death Blossom. Doesn't find anyone. Shu finishes Sunjun off. So despite Crazy Raccoon seemingly, accusingly trolling around and tinkering a little bit, they still equalize the flashpoint. It is 1-1 here on Servasa. And I mean, after, I think the previous fight was really, really crucial because, like you said, Hex, they were Crazy Raccoon. They had to swap compositions. They were behind on alt economy, but that one fight where they won with only just a pulse bomb, that kind of brought them back on track.
It was a pulse bomb, and the other team ended up using Kitsune Rush too. But now trade outs on both sides. 3v3 remaining.
Well,
looks like HaeJeokDan.
Yeah, it's gonna take the better trade here.
They will get first cap here. It's been very little Reaper value so far. Even the Sandstorms have gotten very little, which is what I'm calling Death Blossom now with the new animation.
Oh yeah, but I don't think that's the new Mythic skin, but still, it's a good skin overall.
Oh, there was a sand animation, of course. It's I don't know. It's not Mythic. I don't know. It's the sand one.
Yeah, it is. Oh, it is, probably the Mythic, never mind. But anyways, Shu is starting up with the Kitsune Rush. Mag in Primal Rage. Oh, wait a second. Mag finding tons of value with taking out Hisang. And this is a 4v5 fight. Looking like HaeJeokDan has the better trade so far. Mag taking out Charles, so this is definitely going to be a HaeJeokDan win. Remember, point control is in favor of HaeJeokDan, so this is going to be further mileage. Maybe this is gonna be okay. They probably Crazy Raccoon should be able to have one more fight in them.
Yeah, there's a good chase, trying to pick up anything in the end. But now Crazy Raccoon is going to have 4 ultimates coming into this. Vindime is going to be the one to watch for HaeJeokDan. If they can match it, always the later beat would be better for them. But Crazy Raccoon's been losing these Kitsune Rush mirror matches.
Alright, Hisang wants to touch that Reaper as well. Oh, wait a second.
Okay. Well, they'd already lost 2, so I think it's good to hold on to that beat. Just really quality engage from Crazy Raccoon. They end up using Duplicate and Sound Barrier. Probably Pulse Bomb got launched in a little earlier in that fight too, so a lot invested for Crazy Raccoon. And HaeJeokDan know that if they can just come back at 99% and win a single fight, then they should have 2 chances at it.
Yep. And they also have the ultimate advantage for that as well. Shu will be having a little bit of an advantage for that Kitsune Rush. But of course, HaeJeokDan should be able to have theirs in due time as well. The big difference is going to be on the Sound Barrier, which Charles still has to build significantly. Jumpin would probably want a early aggression with that Primal Rage if he... Okay, yeah, there it is. Jumpin knows that his team is on the back foot in terms of ult economy, so he just wants to win a fight without using any ultimates, which is what Crazy Raccoon needed and what they're good at, so good at. They know their win conditions and their loss conditions. They're trying to minimize their loss conditions and maximize their win conditions.
Yeah, Sonjun just getting completely jumped there before the fight could even start, and this is what Crazy Raccoon's so good at, is fighting before you expect it, not letting you get your set play going. Right now, though, HaeJeokDan has everything they need to win a fight.
There is that early beat. Oh, Jumpin didn't even have the chance to press his Primal, so this probably is going to be it. I don't know if HaeJeokDan is going to use any more, will care to even use any more ultimates. I don't think so. And the second touch. Yep, second flashpoint is going in favor of HaeJeokDan. And to add on to that, they do have positional advantage to take defensive positions on the 4th flashpoint as well.
The Rush and the Reaper is so good. The fire rate is just ridiculous. You can melt people so quickly. They've done a great job of utilizing those two together, kind of jumping Crazy Raccoon where they least expect it, and these rushes have come out so quick with a Reaper right on top of them.
Right. Not a lot of tools for Crazy Raccoon to work with. Maybe the Duplicate and the Primal Rage on top of the Pulse Bomb for Crazy Raccoon. Here is that Sandstorm that we were talking about, and Charl is taken down, but Jumpin, very angry that Charl is taken out, just has revenge for Sunjun. But let's see how the fight goes. Hisang, uses, well, this is Electric Storm, I would say, Thunderstorm, I would say. Alright, he says that a Thunderstorm is more threatening than a Sandstorm, so unless proven otherwise, that will be the case.
Yeah, he's saying with the great duplicate day, we'll pick that one up. 21 and counting up now for Crazy Raccoon. It's gonna be pretty blank fight right now in the neutral.
Yep.
Crazy Raccoon very light. I mean, this is a place where you can wait back and use your Kitsune defensively.
Oh wait, there is that beat from Chorl, just to keep everyone alive. I was about to say everyone alive, but let the shoe fall. But still, Crazy Raccoon has the... Okay, it's an actually even trade so far. It's gonna be Chorl and Junben versus Mag. Wait a second, did Hisang just get blasted by his own sticky bombs?
I'm not certain what happened there, but that's usually the case when that icon shows up. But Junben really smart to not chase the Winston there, because there was totally a distraction while the team was trying to backcap it. They will eventually cap.
Mag taking down Chorl means that Crazy Raccoon probably have to back. Shu taken out once again, but Crazy Raccoon, they still have some time. They do have a second chance. It is still 20% and running in favor of HaeJeokDan, so they still won't be that much concerned for that regroup to happen. Both of the Kitsune rushes are online. Mag is a little bit closer to that Primal Rage. And the big difference is going to be the sound barrier, though.
Yeah, Vindime's got to get there, and he's got to not drop it. As long as Vindime gets the sound barrier down, this should be a fight win for HaeJeokDan.
Yeah, and a fight win at this stage of the game means, once again, that Crazy Raccoon is in danger of dropping a map. This is the Kitsune rushes that we were talking about. Shu taking Zest early, so this is... Oh!
Just gonna hold it.
Yeah, this is a huge fight win for Crazy Raccoon. And probably this is going to be the end for this Flashpoint, so it all comes down to the 5th and last Flashpoint. So good, I mean, credit to Crazy Raccoon, because HaeJeokDan had a massive ult economy advantage on that last fight, but using just the Kitsune rush, it was an early pick was all they needed.
Well, given how aggressive Chorong has been and how many shots he's been hitting, they might end up with an even beat. It depends if HaeJeokDan just wants to take control first and then try to stretch this out. You could engage
Vindime! Chorong is down, Vindime is also down, so this is going to be beat lost for beat not available for both teams, but Crazy Raccoon, they will probably not, they'll be probably fine with this trade, but oh, wait a second. Oh, hold it! Mag takes down Junben, but Lip and Shu, they are trying to be the heroes of the show here. As Crazy Raccoon, they're actually at a numbers advantage and will take first capture on the last Flashpoint. So a little bit of a messy fight, but Crazy Raccoon, they prevail in the end. Individual heroics from the DPS and support members here.
Oh, the trade-outs of both Lucio's dying is going to benefit Crazy Raccoon immensely now, because this will be a beat that Chorong should be able to get.
93%, Hisang just instant. Wait, Chorong just dies before the beat is able to get down over there, but, well, I mean, I guess it's not too concerning, as Crazy Raccoon did have initial control of the point. It's probably just going to get equalized in a little bit. HaeJeokDan is going to get a little bit more, but it is not as concerning as if HaeJeokDan had the control first.
Yeah, and as long as he didn't drop beat, as long as there was no Ajax there, that's a big cleanse. Can they live through this?
I think so. Alright. Mag, deprived of the Primal Rage, means that this fight is actually a beautiful, wonderful one for Crazy Raccoon. They start up with Shu's Kitsune rush. HaeJeokDan trying their best to disengage where the Crazy Raccoon are using full advantage of that. Chorong takes down Sunshine, and Hisang takes down Vindime. This is cleanup duty while Crazy Raccoon flip the point, so this is a lot more mileage. And Crazy Raccoon, if they make a pick before HaeJeokDan can actually access the point, this could be a big disaster for HaeJeokDan here.
Yeah, it's very possible that Crazy Raccoon tries to set up a weird pick flank. They always like to fight in a weird spot to make you uncomfortable, to make you not have your set play.
Oh, Sunshine!
The jump in gets
there it is!
That jump in. Yeah.
89%, 90%. HaeJeokDan, they like it or not, they have to touch, and they probably have to give their lives for it. The flip is there, weirdly enough, but it's not going to matter as much. 97%, somebody has to touch. The overtime is there. Zest tries his best to just shoot around those rockets. Alright, Junben takes down Sunshine. This is not looking good for HaeJeokDan. Yes, Lee Sumin uses the Kitsune rush, but is it going to matter? He's almost very close to that rocket. Barrage over there and takes out Mag. This is just going to be it. HaeJeokDan, for 2 maps in a row, they had a very good showing, but it is going to be Crazy Raccoon with individual heroics from a lot of the members, individual members. They make sure, they take back Surabasa, they close out the series. Look, 3-0 does not justify how close this match was, but still, in dominant, it's dominant, and Crazy Raccoon, they continue their undefeated run.
Small caveats here and there. I mean, especially this map felt like just kind of playing with your food a little bit, trying out that weird comp in the beginning. They put themselves behind 2 maps in a row, and they almost got super hard punished for it. I don't think, maybe them being perfect on maps really matters, but it's yet again another example of them understanding their losing condition. Understanding that, hey, we probably are behind on Kitsune Rush, and let's just jump them before they ever get in position for Kitsune. And they do it again. I've never seen a team understand their loss conditions so clearly as this team does. And I mean, we voted after the push map, so yeah, I voted for Shu.
Yeah, I voted for Shu as well. I mean, once again, I do think that every other player from on this team deserves player of the match almost as equally, but that clutch factor on Runasapi, this could have been a lot different. This series could have taken a different turn if Runasapi was in favor of HaeJeokDan here. Also, that value in defending their undefeated map streak was also one of the factors that I voted for Shu. I mean, of course, everyone on the other, even if you look at Runasapi, the other players had the entirety of HaeJeokDan low. Maybe you can just say, hey, just shooting on low HP targets and cleaning them up. How is that clutch? But on a very dire situation like that, that is called clutch.
I thought Hisang also played very well. I mean, the switch to the Pharah on Runasapi, the Pharah on Surabasa, also really good. Hits a lot of directs, but also the movement ability and the chase down and just kind of setting up these weird shots and like hitting people where they don't expect to be hit and kind of cleaning up on it. But this was the moment. I mean, it's the reason I voted for Happy in the first set is this won the game. It was a play that won the map, like individually won a map.
Yep. And I think this really kind of affected the entire series as well because, look, if you've been playing Overwatch and you lose like this, if you're HaeJeokDan, if you lose like this, like, you just feel powerless. You just go back to the dugout and then you just like sit on the couch and we're like, oh man, like I did that and we still lose. Like, how do we win?
Well, also, I mean, Surabasa, what you're looking at right now, too, there were so many really fast Kitsune rushes that just surprised the other squad from Shu. It was really beautiful.
All right, we have an interview with Shu himself, I believe. So, Quest, please take it away.
Thank you very much, Unknown. We are here with the second POTM interview of the day. And of course, the winner with their 3-0 victory, going to Crazy Raccoon. And we have the man of the hour, Shu on stage. Please introduce yourself.
크레이지 라쿤 슈입니다.
And of course, Shu.
네, 슈 선수 반갑습니다. 자, 오늘 무실 세트를 완벽하게
The undefeated map streak continues for CR, and they're proving why they're on top. So how do you feel about the victory today?
오늘 무패가 깨지는 줄 알고
I thought that streak would break, so I got a little bit scared. The opponents played well, but of course, I played well too, so that's why we were able to reverse sweep him.
질만하다고 했는데 저희 팀 끝발이 조금
But
더
I mean,
좋았던 것 같습니다.
we honestly thought we would lose at some moments, but in the end, we were able to clutch it out.
조금 이제 그런 해적단의 무서움이 나왔어요.
We have to talk about Runasapi.
적인 역전승을 보여줬습니다. 196m를 그냥 한 번에 잃어버렸는데요.
Pushing a whopping 196 meters at once. So can you break down what happened?
저희 대부분이 한 50%는 포기했던 것 같긴 한데
we
저희가 좀 못했던 것도
about
있고
50% of us like
그냥 끝까지 가자. 저희가 항상
we
저희가
honestly
끝발이니까
just gave up, but
무조건 역전할
we
수
thought
있다.
that hey, we can reverse sweep them. We have that clutch factor.
이겼던 것 같아요.
So with that mindset, we were able to win.
궁금했던 게 오늘 수라바사 때 좀 나오면 안 될 것 같은 얼굴이 살짝
So we had
보였었어요.
to talk
라이프
about
보였었는데
the
이거 어떻게
Life
또
Weaver
합의가
pick
된
from
거였나요?
Survaza. So can you
그게
tell us about the
나쁘지
pick?
않은데
So Life Weaver isn't bad.
이기는 거였는데 저희가 좀 못해서 진 듯한 느낌.
It feels like
첫 싸움이었으면
we played
충분히 저희가
poorly,
승리를
so that's
가져가지고
why the pick
쉽게
didn't
이겼을
work
것
out.
같긴 해요.
그러면 다음에 또 볼 수 있는 건가요?
So will we be able
이제 안
to
하지
see
않을까요?
Life Weaver again? And Shu says
네,
definitely
어둠의
not.
위버단은 나가주세요. 자, 그리고 또 오늘 슈 선수 거의 힐러가 아니라 딜러로 POTM을 받았나라고
It
생각이
almost
들
feels
정도로
like his play on Kiriko. He made the Kiriko look like a DPS hero today. So what was the focal point? So can you talk to us about the Kiriko play?
되는 날이구나 싶었습니다.
My aim was surprisingly on point, so it felt like today was just one of those days where just things worked out.
전략은 딱히 생각 안 하고 경기.
And in terms of a game plan
저희
of sorts,
예상보다 더 잘했던 것 같아요 해적단들이. 그래서 조금 전략이라기보다는 좀 힘든 경기였다.
so we didn't really have a game plan because HaeJeokDan just played really well today. But again, the clutch factor came into play.
맥스 선수가 노래를 부르기로 했지만 문 감독님이 노래를
So
부르기로
the hot potato of the
넘겨줬었어요.
quote-unquote singing on stage continues to be thrown around from Max to Head Coach Moon.
보여주시겠다고 연습을 해서 올라오시겠다고
Head Coach Moon delayed it by saying, "Hey, I'm gonna come back with it and after I practice."
예, 이제 슈 선수한테
So
넘어가지고
can we hear something from Shu, perhaps?
저는 하지 않습니다.
Of course, the fans cheering him on.
아니 잘 모릅니다.
But Shu says, "Hell no, I am not singing on stage."
저 노래 몰라요.
And he's
슈퍼노바 이거 하시면
oh, here comes Head Coach Moon. Here comes taking over the mic.
자, 문 감독님 등장하셨습니다. 큰 박수로
Here
받아주세요.
to protect his player. Of course, crowd going wild.
슈퍼노바 마그네틱
몰라요.
쪽 중에 모르세요? 그러면 18번 불러주시면 됩니다.
So you just have to sing your go-to song at the karaoke.
이미 박수가 다 준비돼 있거든요.
The crowd is ready to cheer him on. Of course, the crowd is going wild for his song.
자, 곡 선정.
I'm just gonna let Coach Moon take it away.
네.
Just one verse, says Shu.
자, 서로 이렇게 할 수 있다고 다독여주는 모습, 이제 크레이지 라쿤만의 그런 화기애애한
Chat,
모습이
get your Bible thumbs, angel thumbs ready.
자, 하나, 둘,
3, 2,
하나, 둘, 셋,
1.
넷.
아테스야 세상이 왜 이래
네, 지금까지 문 감독님이 왜 이래
And that was Coach Moon
시간이었습니다.
singing on stage.
이렇게 슈 선수를
Of course,
보호해주는
keeping his promise and protecting his player.
마음이 돋보였는데요. 감독님께 한마디 부탁드려요.
Can you please say a few words to the Moon, to Coach Moon? And Shu says,
네,
I love you.
지금까지 오늘
Thank you.
승리하신 크레이지 라쿤의 POTM 슈
And that was the
선수까지
POTM interview with Shu. Congratulations on your victory again. And before we head into the third and final match of the day, I'm going to send it back to Unknown and Hex.
이제 세 번째 경기가 기다리고
Alright,
있는데요.
Quest,
플라틱의 경기.
can we just stop the count and just give every player of the match in the future to Coach Moon, because boy, that is a performance. But anyways, that was a series. It was a quick 3-0 for Crazy Raccoon. Great job. But we have Old Ocean and Fnatic up next, so don't go anywhere. We're coming back after a short break.
안녕하세요. 올드오션에서 힐러 포지션을 맡고 있는 류재홍이라고 합니다.
올드오션에서 딜러 포지션을 맡고 있는 태종이라고 합니다.
올드오션에서 힐러 포지션을 맡고 있는 페이스 김홍기라고 합니다.
올드오션에서 딜러 포지션 맡고 있는 백희 김일아라고 합니다.
올드오션에서 딜러 맡고 있는 프로비라고 합니다.
올드오션에서 탱커 포지션 맡고 있는 룰러 김이건이라고 합니다.
올드오션에서 탱커 맡고 있는 칼리오스 신우열이라고 합니다.
솔직히 좀 제 바램으로 한 건데 한 번 더 이런 경기장을 와보고 싶어서 마침 팀원들도 다 한다고 해줘가지고 저는 고맙게 어떻게 보면 제 이기적인 생각으로 시작된 거긴 해요. 기대감이 더 크긴 해요. 다시 뭔가 무대 느낌 그거를 느끼니까 기대감이 더 크긴 해요.
좋은 멤버들과 이렇게 같이 오프라인을 할 수 있어서 너무 큰 영광이라고 생각하고 저도 열심히 할 거고 저희 팀도 모두 열심히 해서 꼭 좋은 성적 내도록 노력하겠습니다.
잘하는 형들과 함께해서 정말 기쁘고 열심히 해서 좋은 성적 낼 수 있도록 노력하겠습니다.
저는 페이스 선수 좀 눈여겨봐 주셨으면 좋겠는데 펄스를 너무 못 막아가지고 얼마나 펄스에 죽는지 좀 세주셨으면 좋겠어요. 비트 끊기는 거. 네, 비트 끊기는 것도요.
전 저라고 생각합니다. 전 잘해요.
저도 저라고 생각합니다. 저도 잘해요.
새로운 멤버들과 최선을 다해서 좋은 추억, 좋은 결과 만들도록 해보겠습니다.
저는 그냥 열심히 말고 열심히 잘해보겠습니다.
어쨌든 본선 무대에 왔으니까 제가 좀 팀에 민폐 끼치지 않도록 열심히 하고 완전 좋은 성적은 못 거둘 수 있겠지만은 그래도 좋은 모습 보여드릴 수 있도록 열심히 최선을 다하겠습니다.
응원해주셔서 감사하고 좋은 경기력 보여드릴 테니까 재홍이 형 보러 많이 와주세요.
현장에 오셔서 저 보시면 무섭다고 말 안 거시는 분들 많으신데 그냥 말 거십시오. 별로 무서운 사람 아닙니다.
항상 응원해 주셔서 감사드리고 저희도 그 환호성에 보답할 수 있도록 열심히 최선을 다하겠습니다. 저희가 좀 멀리들 살아가지고 팀원들이 좀 경비를 충당할 수 있도록 스폰서를 구하고 있습니다. 저희가 도와드릴 수 있는 거 도와드리고 저희도 도움을 받고 싶은 상황이라 많은 관심 주셨으면 좋겠습니다. 감사합니다. 제발 부탁드립니다.
저 왔다 갔다 버스비만 60 드는데
KTX 경비 다 합치면 한 40 조금 넘게 나오는데 도와주시면 감사하겠습니다.
비행기 값 너무 비싸요. 도와주세요.
저는 별로 안 드는데 다들 힘들다고 하니까 도와주셨으면 좋겠습니다.
올드오션 파이팅!
안녕하세요. 푸나틱에서 딜러를 맡고 있는 나이프입니다.
푸나틱에서 힐러를 맡고 있는 이재곤입니다.
푸나틱 탱커 동학입니다.
푸나틱에서 서브 딜러 맡고 있는 체크메이트입니다.
푸나틱에서 서브 딜러를 맡고 있는 이재키입니다.
사실 저는 한국이랑 외국이랑 크게 차이는 없다고 생각해서 늘 하던 대로 열심히 하지만 그래도 관객분들이 한국 분들이다 보니까 좀 더 화이팅을 잘 받아서 할 수 있을 것 같습니다.
한국에서 대화할 수 있는 계기로 한국 팬들을 만날 수 있으니까 그거를 이제 목표 삼아서 제가 더 좋은 모습 보여드릴 수 있도록 노력하겠습니다.
좀 늙었고요. 좀 못해진 것 같고요. 저도 포함이고 이제 좀 안 좋은 모습을 보였기 때문에 이제 앞으로 이제 남은 길은 더 열심히 해서 유종의 미를 좀 거둬야지 않나.
저는 저를 눈여겨보면 좋을 것 같습니다. 제가 히트 스캔을 주로 안 했다가 이번 연도부터 하기 시작했는데 다른 메인들 선수보다도 더 잘할 수 있다고 생각하기 때문에 눈여겨보시면 좋을 것 같습니다. 전 제가 1등이라 생각합니다. 이번에는 더 열심히 해서 더 높은 곳으로 올라갈 수 있도록 하겠습니다.
저는 이번이 좀 마지막 대회일 수도 있다는 생각이 들어서 마지막까지 좀 후회 없이 좋은 모습 보여드리도록 하겠습니다.
우승 아니면 의미가 없다 생각해서 우승을 하겠습니다.
재밌게 잘 해보겠습니다.
항상 팬분들이 있기에 선수가 존재한다고 생각을 해요. 만약에 팬분들이 없었다면 이 직업이나 선수들 자체도 없지 않나. 그래서 항상 찾아오고 응원해주시는 팬분들한테 너무 리스펙하고 너무 감사하다는 말 전하고 싶습니다.
매번 찾아와 주시고 이제 보시는 팬분들한테 항상 감사하고 응원을 빌미로 다시 일어날 수 있게 해주셔서 감사하고 진짜 마지막으로 생각하고 열심히 하겠습니다.
We are very thank you for fans who always supporting us. I really want to say thanks.
Cheer up, Fnatic. Thank you.
welcome back to Overwatch Champions Series Korea. We are approaching our third and final series of the day, and this is going to be Old Ocean versus Fnatic. This is, well, once again, a series that we think that is going to go one way, which is going to be in Fnatic's favor. But Fnatic, they've dropped the map to a team that they probably shouldn't have, so it might go anywhere, especially depending on whether Old Ocean has some new tricks up their sleeves.
Yeah, it's going to be really important for Fnatic to win these matches that they, on paper, should win, especially with their last match being against Falcons in 2 days from now. Because I think that one might end up being for who takes the ranking. Because I think it would put them both at 4-3 likely. Because Old Ocean will play Falcons tomorrow. Old Ocean just looking for a map win. You know, we don't, or a match win rather. We don't like to see a team go 0-for. But you know, they've had some decent results. They almost beat Vec in their very first one. Went 2-3, went the distance. They've taken a map off HaeJeokDan. They've taken a map off Poker Face. So they're not super far away. But it's always just been about cleaning up those little things, and it's just never really come together for this squad. But Fnatic, they need to put up a good result because they started with a really difficult schedule and need to beat these teams that they should be beating, and then that Falcons matchup could end up being a big one.
Yep, and here we welcome Old Ocean to the stage. It looks like they have a jersey now, it looks like. I think this is the first time that we're seeing the jerseys. A nice jersey over there. This is like the ultimate, I guess, balance between the old dogs and the new bloods here. We have HaeJeokDan, who has been there since forever, right? He's been taking some time off professional Overwatch, but still good to see him back. Like, I mean, I've probably said this multiple times already, but like just him being there, able to play, and remember on Dorado when he just crouches there on the high ground on that point A defense. That alone just brings a lot of nostalgia. This is living history of competitive Overwatch Esports. And going against them is Fnatic. You've been mentioning that they had a very rough schedule. I think their first week was really rough. They went against Stage Division, they went against Crazy Raccoon and Poker Face. But they are on the upward trajectory. They did drop a map against Vec, who they probably shouldn't have. But a 3-0 victory means that they are back in track, and I believe, if my math is correct, that if they win 3-0, they will place 4th today, at least for today, which is guaranteed playoffs, so they definitely want to take this one today.
And like I mentioned, they do have Falcons in a couple days too, so that is going to be such a critical match to see who ends up on top of there. Old Ocean with a bit of a roster that they're able to pick from here, with 3 DPS and 2 tanks, though we haven't seen much of Ruler. It's been a lot of the Kalios show. Faith and HaeJeokDan are going to be their only supports. But I do think, the strengths of this team do lie in their damage line. Taejong, Becky, and Proby. I know that some people call it Pro, but I think we've double-checked that Proby wants to be called Proby, so whatever. Fine with that. And yeah, so I mean, they've got the players to be able to run the Tracer Echo and the things that most people are going to run. Kalios will probably very much be on the Winston, and then I mean, Jaehong's best hero is obviously the Ana, and Ana's not completely out of favor just yet, but you gotta see with how good Kiri has been if HaeJeokDan can pick that up.
Alright, on the Fnatic side, there's nothing to be selecting for, as this roster is only 5 man standing. It's Check the Knife on the DPS role, Donghak on the tank, Legion on Nizayaki. So this team has been a little bit of a hit or miss. We don't know which version of Fnatic. I've been saying this multiple times now. Sometimes Fnatic at their best look like they can actually compete with the top dogs, whereas sometimes they just look like they're just upright throwing. But let's see which version of Fnatic we'll see later after an interview. So Quest, please take it away.
Thank you very much, Unknown. We are here with the final team rep interview of the day, with Old Ocean and Fnatic facing off for the final match. And on Old Ocean side, we have Kalios representing his team.
네, 칼리오스님 반갑습니다. 자, 그렇다면 푸나틱 팀도 자기 소개 부탁드립니다.
And on Fnatic side,
푸나틱에서 힐러를 맡고 있는 이자이키입니다.
we have Izayaki.
네,
representing
이자키
Fnatic.
선수도 반갑습니다. 자, 먼저 올드오션 팀.
The first question goes to Ocean, Old Ocean.
계속 오르고
Of course,
있어요.
Old Ocean continues to show
완성되어가는
improvement
경기력
as the
그리고
weeks continue.
팀합이 눈에 띄는데요. 오늘 1승을 거두기 위해서
So what is the
어떤
extra
부분을
2%
준비해
that
오셨는지
Old Ocean needs to secure their first victory?
일단 저희가 팀합이 오르고 있긴 한데
Our
사실
teamwork is
영에서
improving,
조금씩 오르는 거라 그렇게 만족스러운 팀합은
but
아니고요.
we're not satisfied with our current level
저희가
just
그래서
yet.
조합을 조금 다양한 걸 시도하면서
We're trying different comms since week
다양성을
1
좀 높여가고 있었는데
and
좀 주제 파악을 좀
improving
하고 좀
our
하나를 조금 더
variance in
집중해서
team
연습을
comms,
했던 것
but
네,
we
선택과
had a
집중을
realization
또
that
중점적으로
we need
연습을
to shift our
하셨다라고
focus
말씀을
on
해주셨는데요. 오늘 또
other
전체복을
aspects to
같이
improve.
맞췄어요, 그죠?
네.
네, 그런 만큼 더 완벽해진 팀합을 기대할 수 있지 않을까 싶습니다. 자, 그리고 이자키 선수.
The next question goes to Izayaki.
순위 결정전에 올라가기 위해서는
order to make it to the
남은
seeding
경기를
deciders,
모두 승리해야 합니다.
Fnatic needs to win
오늘
all
좀
of their
승리를
upcoming
가져올 수
matches.
있을까요?
So are you confident that you'll be able to secure the win today?
상대 팀과 별개로 일단 저희가 할 것만 잘하면은
I think that
무난하게 이기지 않을까 생각합니다.
as long as we stick to our game plan,
할
I think
것만
we
한다면
would have
무난하게
an easy
이길
victory today.
것이다라고 말씀을 해주셨는데요. 그렇다면 오늘 경기 좀 주목해야 할 우리 팀 키 플레이어가
So who's the key
있을까요?
player that will lead the team for
플레이어요?
today's match?
근데 워낙 이제 다들 잘하는 선수들이라
I mean, we're all good
한
players,
명을 뽑고
so it's really hard to choose one player.
뽑는다기보다는 그냥 저희 팀의 색깔과 팀합을 좀 더
But
봐주시면
I think the focus should be on our game plan and our team
한
color.
명을 뽑기보다는 우리 팀 전부를 주목해 주시면 고맙겠다라고 말씀을 해주셨습니다. 자, 두 팀 모두 다른 목표를
So of
노리고
course, both
있지만
teams, they have different
승리는
goals,
간절합니다.
but
자, 오늘 경기
the one
각오
common
한마디씩
goal that they
들어볼까요?
have is that they're desperate for today's win. So can you please share your resolution for today's match?
가고 뭐 늘 똑같은 것 같아요.
I think our
좀
resolution
배운다는
remains the same.
마음가짐으로 임하고 있긴 하지만
We are
뭐
very
언젠가
serious about
제자가
how
스승을 넘을 때도 있는 거니까 오늘은
how we approach the
그런
game.
모습으로
But sometimes, hey,
최대한
the student takes over the
내지는
master.
좀더 깔끔한
So
경기력 보여드릴 수 있도록
we'll make sure that doesn't
노력하겠습니다.
happen, and we will
네,
make sure to
자,
secure
오늘
the win.
경기력으로 승부 보겠다라고 말씀을 해주셨고요. 그렇다면 이자키 선수는요?
And as for Izayaki,
지난 경기들을 이제 생각을 해보면은 상대
looking back in our
영이라는
last
경기들이 별로
matches,
없었는데 아니면 지거나 이겨도
we either lost or we didn't have a clean
경기력으로 이겼던 것 같은데 오늘은
Overwatch
좀 시원하게
wins.
이기도록 하겠습니다.
So we'll make sure to take a
네,
clean
자,
victory today.
양팀 모두 오늘 경기 승리가 정말 간절합니다. 그만큼 더 치열한 경기가
And that was it
펼쳐지지
for
않을까,
the
좀더
final
펼쳐진
team rep
경기가
interview of the
나오지
day.
않을까 기대가
And before we
되는데요.
head into the
마지막
final
경기
match, I'm
많은
going to
기대
send it back
부탁드리면서
to Unknown and
치열한
Hex.
경기가 펼쳐질 첫 번째 전장
All right,
확인해보시죠.
thank you, Quest, for the interview translation, and we're going to Nepal. So it's not going to be Lijiang Towers. They gave a little bit of a curveball for us in our final series of the day, Nepal. So I believe that Nepal can also allow a little bit of compositional variance. So how would you see Nepal with these two teams going on?
Well, Old Ocean hasn't won a control yet, so we'll see if they can break that streak so far. I mean, they're 0-4 on it. It's not look great. They're 0-1 in Nepal. I mean, Nepal. There's a couple stages where you can maybe run into Rissa. I wasn't exactly clear on what Old Ocean meant by we've been trying different comps and we need to focus on something else, because I've been trying to say like this team should not really be running different comps until they can perfect one of them, which has usually been like the Winston Ana, which I think is probably playing to your strengths for your tank and your flex support player. But you know, I think Ball is really good on Shrine. I think there's, you know, a stage or two where you can run the Orisa like on the stairs or on Village. Village is one of those where you can just out-comp a team and play the Mei and Sim into it as well. So yeah, I mean, there's a lot of options. Again, like most controls, it feels so stage variant that it's really going to depend on the RNG of which stages we get.
Alright, and I'm hearing that Lijiang is currently replacing his headset. Issue has been solved, I think, but Lijiang is not there. So, currently not solved. But let's talk about compositions for Old Ocean a little bit. Because Kalios is classically classified as a, well, off-tank player. And he's been kind of like stuck in Winston jail, for lack of a better word. Would it be better, especially on Nepal, if they try to perfect the Diva Ana composition, because some teams, we've been seeing some teams like Falcons also try the Diva and still run the Ana composition, which works, right? It definitely seems like it's working. Well, of course, Falcons is not enjoying the best of times, but at least it's a composition that works and maybe works better for Kalios. If that's the case, would it be a viable choice for Old Ocean?
I think it's very viable for them because also teams have just been straight up diving Jaehong like really, really hard, and I think the Diva can be really good on the peel to get back there. But it also depends. I mean, if the other team's running like a Winston or an Echo, that Diva kind of just gets hurt a little bit with the defense matrix not being able to block some of that. If the other team's running a Pharah, then I think the Diva is really good for that squad. And I think if you want to play more passively and defensively, sit back, then you run the Diva. So far, whenever they dive in, they get dove on, and the peel just hasn't been there. Like, Faith and Jaehong have been pretty much dying every time they get dove, so you might have to run a tank in a more defensive position rather than offense, try to catch the dive, do something to deflect it, and then go in, because just leaving your support lines to fend for themselves has not done well for Old Ocean.
All right, match preview is going to be do or die. Well, half right and half... I wouldn't say it's wrong, but mathematically speaking, there's no way that Old Ocean has a way to get themselves into playoff guarantee spots. So even though if they win the rest of their matches, they will not make it to top 4. Fnatic still has a chance at it, especially if either of Pokerface or Team Falcons drop more games. So there'll be definitely more stakes for the side of Fnatic. The question is going to be, can they live up to expectations? That is going to be the question for Fnatic here. And looking at the drawings here, oh, that's an impressive drawing of Doomfist, and I think that is a Donghak fan. We're still waiting for some audio issues to clear up. I think this time it's on the checkmate side of things. I know that guy. He's our head of tech. Him being off the stage means that I think things should be resolved, and that's some good signs. While we're speaking of signs, we're looking at some cute drawings over there. That's Becky Proby, so that's Old Ocean.
Okay. I mean, the Old Ocean came out with jerseys with an O and an O on them, and unfortunately, I do predict that that will be their record in the win column, and I'm not trying to be mean because I like these players and I'm rooting for this team, but the games they should have won earlier this season are over now. Their next 3 games is tonight, Fnatic, tomorrow, Falcons, last day, Zeta Division. Like,
you're going against top 4 contenders, right? Straight up.
Yeah. I mean, Zeta Division might have everything locked up by the time they play, so there's that possibility that they'll just be like, whatever, and maybe run Lifeweaver and stuff. I do want to thank Crazy Raccoons for showing us that Sojourn and Lifeweaver still aren't viable. If you thought the patch was going to change things, nope, it did not. Maybe small sample size, but it didn't look good, and Shu didn't seem real hyped about Lifeweaver.
He said never again. Very strong words.
Yeah. So maybe some more tuning needs to come in for those heroes to be more viable at the highest levels. But yeah, we're just waiting for it to resolve. It's just, Old Ocean, I think they've gotten some things sorted out, but not winning against Vec in their first week when it went to 5 hurts a little bit. Then they had HaeJeokDan. They went 1-3. Lost to Crazy Raccoon. Taking a map against Pokerface was very nice, but that was Pokerface having a bit of an off week. I think they were dealing with some illness as well. Yeah. Said Pokerface just didn't look like themselves. They look a little bit back this evening. But yeah, it's just a tough schedule for Old Ocean going against some of the best teams to finish out the schedule and trying to get used to the new patch. But I do think their best bet is try to pick a comp, perfect it, and just move on from that. I just don't think that they have enough time to really try to start picking new comps. The other school of thought is start picking new comps and maybe catch a team off guard.
Well, I mean, it has to be a crazy composition though, probably I don't know, maybe in the realms of Roadhog or some sort of that, maybe. Yeah. I mean, why not though? I mean, if the normal composition don't work, maybe that might be the case. I am hearing that the players are almost ready. We are getting ready checks from the referees, so this is a good sign. We want this game to start as quickly as possible. I don't know, maybe I would be very surprised if I see Kalios on the ball, because I've been with Kalios, right? I'm even surprised that he plays the Winston, because he like the style of play that Kalios has, it's just pure, like I guess what would say the essence of off tanks. So even some of the aggressive dives that he does with D.Va, it's a little bit different from how the mechanics work with the Winston, right? I'm just really surprised that at least he's playing a very serviceable level of Winston. I'm just ready to see what they have in store, because well, that's definitely not the team that Old Ocean is going against, but still, it looks like the cams are ready. This means dubstep button step 1, we are ready. All right, dubstep button stage 2. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to the phone. I mean, apologies for the hiccup for that screen over there. Team Falcons are not going to play a second series in a row.
No, that's Old Ocean's opponent tomorrow, you know, because they have a really easy schedule coming up. The sim is just to roll out on, so it looks like Old Ocean gonna run, you know, pretty standard lineup aside from the tank. Gonna go with a Maga tank and
Legion Line. Wait, that's probably one of the records. I don't know. I have to check, but that's one of the records for one of the quickest deaths in recent memory on Village over there.
Those supports are down now. Just get completely stomped out by the Maga.
Yeah, and talking about compositions that catch Fnatic off guard, I think you've hit the target right there. Probably Fnatic. I don't believe that they expected a Maga on Village here so far.
It's not a tank that we haven't seen any of. It's just I don't think you usually see it on Village in this composition. So yeah, just kind of a little bit of a curveball there, getting all the damage down.
Kalios taking a quick nap. He deserves a nap. He did a lot of work over there. Lee Jing-on a little bit more careful in his maneuvers right now after that first death over there. Ru Jae-hong making sure that Becky is all healed up over there. Ru Jae-hong is just dove by Donghak and Lee Jing-on. Yes, Lee Jing-on is going to get punished, but without Ru Jae-hong's healing over there, Kalios is just going to be a sitting duck over there while Becky is doing what he can. He's actually doing pretty much, and he takes down both Checkmate and Izayaki over there. So Old Ocean is going to regain control at that point. A lot of takes to be taken here. Ru Jae-hong still struggling to find peel from his teammates, and also Becky doing a lot of work on that parapet.
Well, Jae-hong is really close to the Nano already. Kalios has switched off of the Maga, but the really early aggressive Maga got the health pool so low that Ru Jae-hong was able to really pump up that Nano. They should know that they have a bit of a lead here on it. I wouldn't be surprised to see it just come flying out early.
Alright, there is an early Nano onto the D.Va, but the D.Va is slept, so good reflexes from Izayaki there. Also, Kalios is going to be anti, so not a lot of value from that Nano, and Checkmate is just going to pour on poor Ru Jae-hong over there, but Ru Jae-hong takes the knife with him, so the man still got his moves, but Old Ocean, they're only 2-man strong right now, so they probably have to give up point control to Fnatic. Lee Jing-on, oh, excuse me, Faith trying to do what he can, but well, he just delayed a little bit more, got a little bit more mileage on that point, 81%, pretty decent amount. Fnatic, they have the Nano, they have the Minefield, and Minefield is a lot better when you're on the defensive setup, so maybe we'll find some value in that.
Yeah, Old Ocean has been a consistent problem of just not getting value out of Nano. Like, that has been the bugaboo for them since, I mean, match 1, really. Just, even when they're mirroring up with, like, a Winston dive comp, they just don't get value. We'll see, Checkmate can get value, Checkmate does not.
Alright, Becky just blasted Checkmate out of the sky, and, well, I mean, this means good news for Old Ocean. Yeah, nice corrects for Becky over there. Lee Jing-on does end up punishing Becky, but still the damage has been done. Old Ocean already having flipped the point is in a position to... Oh, Taejong, what a nice shot over there. I mean, nice series of shots on Lee Jing-on, 94%. Without the Lucio, there's not a lot of options for Fnatic to touch apart from Donghak. And if a sleep dart hits on Donghak or something, like, it's gonna be only a matter of time before Old Ocean actually takes down Fnatic on Village here. Good sleep dart onto Donghak. Lee Jing-on uses the sound barrier just to keep the teammates alive, but not for long as Yaki's gonna fall. Leeching on is going to fall as well. The flip was there momentarily, but Old Ocean, they will take the flip. Over time, it's gonna bleed out, and Old Ocean, they look a lot better than the previous weeks, and they take Village.
Yeah, I think coming out with the Maga really caught Fnatic off guard, and not only did you get the couple of kills, but because the Kalios got so low a couple times, they had the early nano. Again, they got no value out of it, but you also give a ton of credit to the DPS players of Old Ocean. I mentioned that I think that's going to be the strength of their team, that if they do come through with map wins, with match wins, it's going to be off the back of their DPS. Checkmate is a god tier far up, but Becky is going to switch over to the Echo, which can be a nice little counter to it at the top. They both ended up switching, like they had a nice little Pharah battle, then they're both like, I know what I'll do, I'll switch to the Echo, and they both switched to Echo at the same time. Old Ocean, again, I do feel like they need to get more value out of these nanos, because there's no point of getting the nano early if you're going to get nothing out of it.
Yep, very true, and also Old Ocean, they do have the concerns that have been haunting them all season. Riji Hong is a primary target. He has a big target on his back. Fnatic will be prioritizing Riji Hong as the primary dive target like they do here, and they need to keep him alive. Like, once again, the initial dive from Fnatic takes down both supports, and Old Ocean, there's no way in the world that they're going to win fights without any of those supports alive.
Knife is one of those players that sometimes you don't think about, and then sometimes you're like, oh my god, I forgot how good Knife is. I think it's largely on the Tracer for me. I think that's their best hero. So Knife goes to town there, gets a lot done. Fnatic will take the first point. This is a map that I think Ball is just superior on. I think it's the best tank for Ball, or the best stage of this map.
Ooh, yeah, there's also a lot of good pile driver locations, even if you're not super high up in elevation. So, like you said, this is a great stage for the ball to happen. 27%, and running another pile driver onto HaeJeokDan and the back line of Old Ocean. The pulse bomb from Knife goes wide, so that is a disaster averted from Old Ocean. Oh, Donghak goes a little bit too further in, and HaeJeokDan also with Becky just punishes Donghak as well. Riji Hong still struggling with dive, with the Fnatic dive over there. Fade probably trying his best to keep HaeJeokDan alive, but still HaeJeokDan takes down HaeJeokDan, so this is a fairly even fight for the side of Old Ocean. They do make the flip happen as well. And
Nano's up.
Yep. Donghak trying to be annoying over there, but doesn't do too much of a nuisance. There is Checkmate with that nano, looking for some directs, and actually just gonna get beat down by Becky. So not a lot of nano value from the side of Fnatic. Riji Hong also used the nano as well, but yeah, once again, it's going to be the unfortunate target of Fnatic dive here. I mean, Fnatic are very, very explicit in who they want to dive.
Yeah, it's no secret that they're going to be trying to get back there, so it's just a matter of keeping them alive, and that's why they're running the Brig.
Kalios with the pulse bomb over there. This might be a little bit of this might make it a little bit of a difference here, despite Faith using the rally. Oh, wait a second, HaeJeokDan taking down Checkmate. How does he do that? Like, I mean, your spread in the air is probably going to be really insane. Like, good mechanics, I guess. Spray control. Kalios taking down Donghak as well. So, even though Old Ocean suffered early losses, they're still going to remain control on the point. And at 74% and running, Old Ocean may be threatening a 2-0 win on the ball here, Hex.
Trying to win their first control map, and they've got everything to do it. Becky and HaeJeokDan have done really well on the damage plays so far. HaeJeokDan's gonna pull a big purple.
Yeah, a big purple, but the HaeJeokDan beat is there to save. Checkmate actually takes down HaeJeokDan, but okay, the follow-up damage is finally there. Both supports down for Fnatic. They still have, Fnatic still has to commit either way because it is 99%. They have to. Donghak low, no support to heal him up. HaeJeokDan and Isaac are probably going to be there to touch. But, I mean, without their tank, it's going to be a very uphill fight. Becky low, but still, it will be able to be healed up. Riji Hong might have enough time to get that nano up, so same can be said for Izayaki. Knife trying his best to not die and keep the touch going. Overtime is still ticking. Ryujong takes that walk. This is huge. The man is a legend. He still has it. Izayaki does take that Ryujong, but still, it could be anyone's fight. Old Ocean looking like they still have some men. That's the point. Izayaki taking down Jaejeong. This might be the swing over there, and the flip is there. So Fnatic, they live to fight another day.
They just could not finish Knife. Knife was dancing around the point. He was everywhere and nowhere all at once, unable to clean that up. Fnatic was down both supports, and they just did such a great job to stall and bring it back. And even during that, I mean, Faith, the rally came out, nothing there. Now is the time that Old Ocean has to get value out of this Nano. I think you Nano Becky here. Like, Becky has been playing so well.
Yep, Becky has been so impressive on that Echo pick. I mean, you know that he has been very impressive since the Valiant days. Oh, Jaejeong's in a pinch, but still lives long enough to give that Nano. But Becky, despite that Nano, is going to be taken down. We've talked about Nano values. Once again, we don't find any values in the Old Ocean Nano. Still, I guess the bright side is that Jaejeong lives. I don't know if he can live any longer now, but
right target, wrong place.
And then Jaejeong is going to sustain everyone with the sound barrier, and despite being threatened to overtime first, Fnatic is actually going to equalize Nepal, and it's going to be on our final stage of Nepal to determine who's going to take Nepal.
I don't know if it's target calling or whatnot, but there's a couple times where they have fights that they should win and they don't. So that was a huge fight that they had at 99%. Old Ocean did. They had two supports down. They had ultimates ready to go, and then they still lost it because they couldn't find the tracer, they couldn't find the people touching the point, and they couldn't get the closeout.
All right.
So it's frustrating. It's frustrating to watch.
Definitely hurts morale as well. Kalios looking like he wants to revert to comfort a little bit as Faith is going on the Ilaria, making a little bit of a swap to a pokey composition. Kalios very much, I guess, more comfortable on the Sigma. He has been playing the off-tank role for his entire career, so a little bit more of a comfort than the Winston or the Fall here. HaeJeokDan still on that Pharah, very low, but still able to survive. Becky also on the main as well, so interesting composition from Old Ocean.
Yeah, I mean, I actually really like the sim here too, against a team that has seemingly had a tough time identifying and eliminating targets to just be everywhere on the map and make their life really difficult to find who to shoot.
Oh, but it's going to be early loss, teammate loss for the side of Old Ocean. Kalios, despite having the barrier and also that grip and also some protective measures from Becky's wall as well, is going to be the first one to fall, and then everyone just follows suit. Kalios swapping to that Orisa pick. I guess he wants to be that anchor so that his DPS duo has the room to do damage. I mean, I think it's a solid strat because Old Ocean, you need your DPSs to do the work.
Yeah, and also the Sigma shield is just going to get absolutely blasted down by an aggressive sim.
Oh. I mean, you don't see that very often. I mean, but HaeJeokDan taken down does not bode good fortune for Old Ocean. Faith is also going to be down. Jaejeong, I mean, this is just going to be, dying slowly after. Oh, Jaejeong does take down checkmate. Oh, wait a second. Did Becky just use that Blizzard? He did. Did not find. I don't think he found a lot of value in that because that fight was already lost.
Now, and this is something that Old Ocean has done several times. It goes beyond just the Nano, where they just Hail Mary ultimates. Blizzard is such a critical ultimate. It's so big. If you win a fight, to be able to pull it back. And so far, they are just getting danced on. Knife was like this on Tracer. He was everywhere and nowhere, and it's even worse with the Sim. Like, they just can't find him.
Yep. Oh, wait. Faith is just getting picked out of nowhere by Donghawk, and Checkmate also takes that HaeJeokDan. Once again, this is not looking good for Old Ocean. This looks a little bit more one-sided than Village. Oh, Donghawk just swinging the
Immortality fields. Like, the Immortality fields are so frustrating because they feel like they have someone absolutely dead. And now 81%. Fnatic can just hold this line. There's no great flanks to get in here, but they're going to have barrier. Well, no, excuse me. They're going to have wall. They're going to have blizzard. And then if you even get in there to line it up, you're going to get rampaged.
Yeah, good VIP over there for 99%. I guess, okay, Becky is actually on the point, but that's a good rampage on every other member. And Kalios, despite having that Fortify and the Terra Surge, Old Ocean put in all the ultimates that they had in the bank, but does not succeed in turning their fortunes, as it is going to be Fnatic taking Nepal 2-1. That third round was a little bit one-sided, but Old Ocean, I don't know. They look like they have the ingredients for victory, but they're just not making that gel or mix up very well.
I just really like the sim play there. I mean, it just feels like coming off the previous stage where Old Ocean looked like they were having a hard time figuring out where to combine, where to shoot, and where to aim together, that putting a sim on that map just makes it all the worse, where the team has to react to it and they're just not reacting quick enough. You know, they just get run down with that Symmetra. And after that was happening, it was the Symmetra in May, they would sim onto the team and then cut them in half, and then you're a 5v3, then you just go clean up the other two. It was really a well orchestrated play there from the DPS, and that sim play I think can really cause problems for a team that, you know, has maybe not been together as long as everyone else, and they're great players, but you need to have that like next level coordination and communication to be able to deal with a sim comp, and they just ran roughshod over them.
Yep, and also I just don't want to be too critical of Old Ocean, but they also, like you said, Hex, during the entire map, they need to find more value out of their ultimates. There were multiple fights where they were ahead in the ult economy, but it doesn't really matter if you're not using their ultimates to great effect. Let's see if Old Ocean can make those adjustments happen after a short break, because they need that to happen. Welcome back to Overwatch Champions Series Korea. We are currently approaching map 2 of the third and final series of the day, and it is going to be Paraiso. Oh man, Old Ocean, they really like Brazil, don't they?
They love this map. They always pick this map, despite a 1-3 record on it. Yeah, look, so I've talked about this team, and I said, like, well, you just need to get down to basics, you know, just practice the same comp, get good at the same comp. But instead of that, they've kind of just been practicing the same maps. If and or when they lose Paraiso, I mean, they're 1-3, it's not terrible. We'll go to Saravasa, which they're 3-1 on. So I'm not sure why they always pick Paraiso first. Maybe
it's
because
the
like
last line of defense. They're saving their best map for the last line of defense.
Well, I guess like they just don't like the other hybrids, you know, because you do get to pick the mode and whatnot. So I do like that they've kind of really tried to get good at a very few things. So they're very predictable in what they do. Proby will come in for Taejong. And I was saying in the break, you know, to you privately, I'm like, I don't know, if I'm Fnatic, I just keep running a Symmetra at them, regardless of the map, because they seem kind of lost against the Symmetra. They just tore him apart with that composition. Now, it's not necessarily the best map for Symmetra here. It's possible, though. I mean, you can see teams run it, and it just looked like it created such confusion. And there were so many times that, just looking back through the highlights on Nepal, especially the last stage, where you're looking at it and you're like, why is the Sigma here? And there's two people capping the point. They're not even shooting people. Like, Old Ocean needs to work out a bunch of things. And, you know, the fact that Old Ocean really gave Fnatic a lot of fits in the first couple of stages is not a great sign for Fnatic. They still have a lot to work on, too. It's just that Old Ocean, there's, you know, just some mistakes. Throwing in the Blizzard, you know, there's just a lot of, like, I think I spoke about this with this team, that it might be the ripple effect of, you start seeing that your tanks getting beat up and that your supports keep getting dove, so that the damage dealers are going to make riskier plays thinking that they have to carry. And that's what you see with like a desperation Blizzard coming in, you know, with some of these plays that the damage dealers are having to take more risks, because they're like, well, if I don't do it, I don't see a way in which we win. And it becomes kind of a ripple effect like that. And then they're playing poorly, then the tanks are, you know, it's just like it all comes apart. So they need like a full mental reset.
Yeah, and also kind of like dipping into my professional experience with Overwatch teams, I think one of the basic communications that a lot of people just kind of like look over and just forget about is that at the heat of the moment, people just don't know, especially people on the front line, players on the front line, doesn't know the number advantage situation. Yes, the kill feeds are there, but sometimes it's so easy to just lose track of like how, oh, that's actually really impressive. But coming back to the story, you just lose track of whether you do have a numbers advantage or a disadvantage. So sometimes you throw an ultimate and you just don't know the fact that you're at a massive numbers disadvantage. So most of the times at teams, you call for the supports to call out, hey, this is the 3v4, hey, this is the 2v4, we don't use ultimates here. And I think those calls are the most, I guess, simple but most crucial calls that Old Ocean is kind of missing here.
I would agree, and I think maybe it's just maybe not they didn't have enough time to gel together. There does not seem to be like a perfect cohesion. But, you know, you're not going to get better by not playing, so we'll see. And like, this is a map that they have a lot of practice on. It is a map where they've essentially run almost 100% Winston Ana. And the biggest issues that I've seen for the Winston Ana is not necessarily even on first point. They kind of have that one figured out. It's usually been second point, where, you know, the Ana's getting jumped in the very back where the cart push usually is, by the Brig, or, you know, Ana and Brig are back there. And then Kalios ends up getting out of line of sight and ends up taking too much damage, and they have to either nano defensively or put off their offensive nano. So we'll see if that ends up being a theme here again.
All right. Waiting for the fan chance this time. All right, there we go. We have both fans of both teams rooting for their respective teams. Indeed, looking at the defensive setup, we're not going to change from the defensive setup here. It is indeed going to be the familiar Winston composition from Kalios, Faith on the Brig, and then Proby, of course, on that ever hits. I mean, he's a pretty decent hit scan, so this setup makes sense.
Yeah, the only question is Becky on the Tracer. Usually you're going to run an Echo here to be able to counter the other Echo, but I guess they're just going to let Proby do it, and Becky's going to try to put some pressure on the back line. This is just for the early shot. And the problem is, like, Checkmate will run this Pharah until someone stops him. So the fact that there is no Echo is a little bit troubling, because really Pharahs don't care about hit scan lately. But
yeah, which is
it's been the Echo that's been the problem.
Yeah, which is kind of like surprising in recent memory, because usually you would say that the answer to the Pharah or any aerial threat in general would be the hit scan, but we'll see. Oh, Donghak actually going to be the first one to fall. So this, I mean, this is about like 20 seconds, well, 15 seconds to chip off the time bank. Still, on the meantime, Checkmate looking for some poke damage to get that barrage online, but wow, a nice. I mean, that was a nice nade by Jaehong and also a follow-up damage. So Jaehong definitely a lot more comfortable when he has the protection around him. Donghak back into the fray. Still, a lot. Both teams just looking for, exploring for potential dive targets. Looking like Donghak is getting space. Jumping onto Proby. Oh, and Checkmate follows suit. So I think that chunk of damage must have been directed. So good shot from Checkmate. This might be the opening that Fnatic was looking for. Knife survives the dive and also just takes down the two members of OWCS that dove him.
I mean, the offense is kind of just this flowchart Overwatch, right? Of where your Winston's going to jump every single time and then wait for the cooldowns. It's always like into mid, into the side room, and then into the corridor where they're going to spawn. It happens every single time, and your team is probably just following you there. And then if you're able to get to those spots, sometimes the team is cut off, and you saw the cutoff there, and Checkmate with the follow-up. Again, like, if you're not going to run an Echo, Checkmate is probably going to run wild on you.
Yep. This is not going to be the end of OWCS' problems right now as Fnatic. They will be having all 5 of their heal ultimates online very soon. Kalios having to use the Primal Rage, but Jaehong is just being bullied on, and Checkmate just runs into Faith and says hi and goodbye. And probably will be said the same of Kalios as well. I mean, Kalios did use the Primal Rage, but didn't find any value in that. And what do you know? Fnatic have fought 4 ultimates, and OWCS, despite using 2 ultimates of their own, they failed to contain Fnatic right now.
Proby gets very low, gets healed up. I mean, again, you just have to kind of take a second and be like, what's the problem right now? And the problem's Checkmate. I mean, it's just going to continue to rain down. There's really no great answer. You can come out, maybe Bob can dissuade them a little bit.
Well, I mean, it's actually going to be the Bob for Fnatic that's going to start first. Knife takes down Becky, so this is already a big numbers disadvantage. OWCS, yes, Proby does also use the Bob on their own. Donghak using the Primal Rage to try to juggle the backline over there, and while he's making chaos over there, Donghak doesn't find any kills, but it sets up Checkmate perfectly for getting what was, if I remember correctly, a 4-kill. And Checkmate didn't even use the barrage a single time. He didn't, because he didn't need to.
Well, those aren't going to show up as Donghak kills, but it's just such an intelligent play. He sees Kalios leave that corridor, and he knows right behind him are their support. So he goes in, primals, moves the Ana out of the way, bops the Brig into his team. Like, they're not showing up in the kill feed, but those are partial Donghak kills.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of credit for Donghak as well. Becky trying to do what he can to harass the backline of Fnatic, but Fnatic, I mean, they're probably particularly not really concerned. Faith using the rally to gain more sustain off the aggression, but this is just going to be a Fnatic disengage, so they're waiting for the rally to expire, and there it is. And Izayaki starting with Checkmate on the Nano, and what a barrage, and there's no way in this world that OWCS is going to sustain over that much damage. And wow, this may be a record-breaking push for Fnatic here.
It has been a papier-mâché defense at best. There has been nothing going for OWCS where they can even catch their breath.
Oh, a good nade!
Big anti.
Oh, that was beautiful from Izayaki. Kalios does take down Legion on, and also Izayaki is very low. Yeah, good sleep. So, and also, I guess, the DPS duo from Old Ocean is the saving grace and stops Fnatic from making what may be the fastest push in Paraiso in a while. But anyways, yeah, Fnatic, even though they do have to back down and take a breather a little bit, they're not particularly concerned. They have 3 minutes on time bank to push about like 15 meters.
I mean, even just pushing this far on this map is usually pretty solid. Donghak's going to have Primal soon. I would imagine that it just gets fired in. We'll see where this Nano goes for Jaehong.
Okay, Donghak has to use Primal Rage. Rijeong traded out for Checkmate. Izayaki also down, so Fnatic a little bit in a disadvantage here. Becky, I mean the DPS duo of Old Ocean trying what they can. I mean, under the circumstances, they're doing a really good job. Donghak down means that Fnatic once again has to regroup a little bit.
Forced out Nano, though. Forced out Jaehong's Nano onto Faith, just because I think Jaehong knew he was going to die and said, well, you know, if I don't Nano, then we might all die. But now that means that Izayaki is going to have ultimate, so the Nano is going to swing in favor of Fnatic.
Yep, and the target might actually be Donghak or Checkmate. We've seen multiple times that Checkmate find a lot of value out of that Nano, and Proby's Bob was used on that corridor over there. Doesn't find any kills, so this is I mean, I wouldn't say that's one of the most important ultimates, but that's, I mean, you got every advantage counts for Old Ocean here, and, well, Fnatic also did find a lot of value on that Nano as well, so a little bit puzzling over there, but Becky very low. Becky.
Which is way too early to Nano Donghak. He could have had a couple of jumps to get into position, but instead just never got back there.
Alright, Kalios left, Faith using the rally to keep himself and the rest of the group alive. Kalios anti. Kalios has to pop the Primal Rage, but well worth it as Knife and Donghak fall early. I mean, what looked like a very record-breaking offense might look like Fnatic is now in a position to worry about whether they can full cap or not.
Well, the answer to Checkmate has been being on third point. It's just not as great of a Pharah spot as second point is, and as first point is. You've seen Becky not really, or Checkmate rather, not really get value. He's too low to the ground, and Proby and Becky are putting a lot of damage onto Checkmate. So the Pharah has been largely shut down based on the points. It gets in early.
Kalios does have to lead back, not finding a lot of kills. Well, not any kills in that sense. Actually, is Fnatic who finds the kill first, so this is going to be a numbers advantage for Fnatic. Rijeong taking down a lot of damage, a lot of the health chunked down by Checkmate and then finished off by Donghak. The pulse from Becky goes wide. Knife also, they just want to finish this here and now as Knife commit Bob for an extra body. 10 seconds left for Fnatic. They still have the Nano. They still have the Primal Rage. They also have the Barrage over there. Checkmate is nanoed. Is probably going to use the Barrage for cleaning up anyone that tries to touch. Donghak also cleaves down Jaehong. And so this is, despite it being overtime, Fnatic make the full cap happen. And Old Ocean, they did stall really decently in the third point, but still overall, Fnatic, I think just it was more of Fnatic just tripping on their own shoelaces here.
Yeah, towards the end there were a couple kind of misgivings, like the early Nano onto Donghak where he had to jump twice before he's even near the team, and then at that point you might as well leave, because if you go any deeper, you're in trouble. But the couple of dives that happened like this, where they get them in this back corner, were really the bread and butter for Fnatic. It happened also the penultimate fight to close out the map, where Donghak went in, puts down the bubble, everyone turns and looks their way, and then Checkmate just hits a couple of rockets. But even before third point, where Checkmate got slowed down a little bit, it just crushed the second point completely. And like I said, there was no answer for it. I called it out earlier that Becky on the Tracer might have been an issue because you kind of need an Echo to be able to deal with that Pharah. It didn't happen, and the Pharah made them pay. You know Checkmate wants to run Pharah. It's been his best hero this stage.
Yep, and I think Fnatic right now is expecting Old Ocean to not play the Pharah because as did Old Ocean in their own defense, they're just running the Tracer Ash. And where is Donghak calling? I don't know. Maybe he's. I mean, he's a little bit busy calling somebody else during the match, but hey, you know, you gotta do what you gotta do.
I love that style of cell phone. I hope they come back. Everything else retro comes back. We need the big gray Zach Morris cell phones to come back.
Oh, those are gonna be so heavy though. How did they fit in your pockets though? Oh, wait
I
a
don't think
second.
they did. It was...
Hey, we were talking about cell phone sizes here, and then Becky just gets obliterated out of this world. So as soon as the doors open, Old Ocean, they need to go back to the spawn. I mean, not as far as the spawn doors, but they do have to regroup until Becky comes back.
Yeah, I mean, this map just plays out so predictably that if you get kind of pushed a little bit off this high point, you're going to see them rotate back on a second. It's where Kalios wants to be. Kalios also in trouble.
Yeah, he didn't have the jump back. I think it was still on cooldown. The HaeJeokDan finishing off Kalios. I mean, oh, Rijang also
so aggressive.
Yeah, Rijang also down means that Old Ocean, they have to restart once again. Kalios sleeping forward for the sake of keeping Faith alive, but now he has to be concerned about his own well-being, where, well, I mean, Knife isn't even part of this. It's like, hey, guys, are you guys having fun? I'm just here in case anyone kind of goes through.
Did a nice dynamite, but the coordination has been so great that when the leap lands, the Tracer's already there and hitting melee confirms.
Alright, finally Old Ocean as a group of 5 will be able to contest that bridge. A lot of time has burnt down already, a minute and a half. Donghak is going to get nanoed, and Izayaki is the one that's going to finish out Faith, but still, not the most valuable of nanos, but still, considering how low profile this match was in terms of ultimate value, I mean, a kill with a nano, I mean, I guess we'll have to take it.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, the swing back of the opposing nano is going to be coming in, but Fnatic's done such a good job of being like really aggressive that it just seems like Kalios is not comfortable going in. I think Kalios might even want to wait till they get primal just to feel safe going in.
Yep. And well, Kalios does contest the high ground over there. I guess the winner of the... I was about to say, Tracer 1v1 should have been really important, but it is going to be Donghak who bullies Faith and has to pop the nano defensively, but at least Proby and Kalios, they use their ultimates. They're using a lot. Oh, wait a second. Okay, never mind. I was about to say that was a very huge knockup from Knife's Bob, but probably not going to make a difference. And the Bob is not even contesting the point. So it took them longer than expected.
Okay, they're back.
Yeah, they're back. And if this pulse lands, it might be a different story. But no, it's just going to be stalling more time. Took them about like 3 minutes, but they still did the job. Point A secured. Now this is going to be the real fight where high ground control is going to be really, really important for both of these Winstons.
It's kind of a different thing where Old Ocean is not necessarily even like nanoing Kalios lately. Faith has gotten about the last 3 nanos, and a lot of it's just like, you stay alive so that J-Hell can stay alive. We're not going to bank on Kalios getting the kills on this nano. Let's just bank on sustainability and hope that our DPS can end up getting a lot done. Because if they lose their tank, which they have like every time they nano, then they're just in trouble. But if they can keep everyone alive, you can maybe stall that out long enough for Proby and Becky to try to carry it.
Alright, maybe... Oh, wait, that's a stick onto Rijang. So, once again, Fnatic having Rijang as one of their prime targets. Yeah. Also, Ashe is going to follow suit as well. Oh, wait a second. Did I cast a Crisset? Yes, I did. So, Proby is going to the safety of his teammates. But still, Fnatic pushing Old Ocean way back to their spawn means that they will have control on this choke point, on this... I don't know what to call it. Is it a bridge? No, it's not a bridge, but probably archway is the best way to say it.
This nano has to go on Kalios, you'd think. Like, that has to be the aggressive nano to get the high ground, to get over the top.
After that, in contrast, Donghak is going to get that nano from Izayaki. Not finding too much value. Kalios will use the primal. The sleep dart goes wide, so he does have a little bit more room to juggle. Still not finding those crucial kills. Oh, finally there is that nano onto Kalius for the first time in this map. Ryujin, on a sliver of health is actually going to get down by Donghak. Donghak is going to get punished, but Checkmate also taking down Kalios means that both teams will play without their tanks. Checkmate on fire right now with taking down multiple members of Old Ocean. So despite Old Ocean picking up a kill or two, it's still Fnatic's game.
Yeah, it just again, got deeper, got a little better value. Checkmate's just there for the cleanup on the Tracer, just a little bit cleaner, a little bit quicker. Galio's just jumping out of range too many times. Now with a minute left, Old Ocean doesn't really have a win condition.
Yeah, they do have the rally, but can it really help? I'm not really sure. And Becky down. Oh, that's stick on Torijo once again. Checkmate just bullying. Yes, Proby takes the kill, so it's a they're missing 2 members each. Oh, now Old Ocean is missing 4 members. So once again, this is going to be a stall. 30 seconds. This might be the last opportunity for Old Ocean to do anything. Checkmate having a late kill over there, but still okay. The wave respawn makes it possible for Old Ocean to group as a group of 5. Izayaki's Nano is online. Same cannot be said of Ryujin Hong. Proby takes down Knife, so this may be a start.
It's big to win that neutral right there. Now Proby can just take line of sight as long as this Winston doesn't knock him off. He can play with his own Winston, maybe get some cover.
That's exactly what Donghak does with the help of the Nano from Izayaki over there. Donghak takes the nap, but it's not really going to matter as Old Ocean, they fail to put in bodies on. Paraiso was Old Ocean's map, but after what was a really good push, I mean, technically it was their map pick, so maybe, but it is going to be Fnatic who take the win on Paraiso. It is going to be match point for Fnatic. Things are looking rough for Old Ocean.
I mean, just there's so many little microcosms of what was going wrong there. I mean, towards the end, we went to Faith's POV, and he's just rallying by himself in the corner with his shield up. Like, it's just they're just too spread out. And I mean, give Donghak a ton of credit on the Winston. Just there was so many great moments where he just was completely spreading out the team. And the primals, they look great when you juggle someone in the corner. In my opinion, they look better when you hit 3 people and they all go 3 different directions, and then the chaos is there. But really, the great cleanup, I mean, Checkmate, I've been singing his praises ever since this team picked him up. This adds the versatility that this team has been lacking for so long. And the Pharah was a problem, and I was like, wow, this is really impressive. He's probably been the best Pharah in the tournament this stage, just consistency wise. But then also, like, the Tracer play was astounding as well, and it allows Knife to play Knife's best hero. So there's really solid play, but really Donghak on the Winston was great as well.
All right, I guess overall some great plays from the Fnatic side. They look like they're finally waking up after that slumber on that early stages of this season. Let's see if they can finish this series up 3-0, or whether Old Ocean can pick up a map or two, and maybe even draft a reverse sweep after a short break. Welcome back to Overwatch Champions Series Korea. We're currently approaching our third map of the third and last series of the night. And what do you know? It is Surabasa. Hex, you were like, after the break, during the break, you were like, talking to me privately, are you ready for Surabasa before they even picked it? I mean, it's written. It's written there.
Yeah, it's not like I'm reading, tea leaves here or anything. It's just pretty obvious. This is exactly what Old Ocean always does. These are their favorite maps. They always go to Paiso first, and then Surabasa second. And Surabasa, they actually have decent win rate on. They're 3-1 on this map. So it's definitely something that they've got pocket picks for. They also are going to sub out Becky for HaeJeokDan. So
that's
interesting.
That's probably, I don't know, Tracer and Cassidy?
Maybe. I mean, I don't know. HaeJeokDan has been like their Tracer main, I'm pretty sure, and Becky is more of their flex, but Becky was playing all the Tracer. Not poorly, really, but I think that, you definitely wanted to see an Echo there. I think, I don't know, maybe there's going to be, maybe it's Tracer and Ashe, maybe it's Tracer Cass. I think at some point that Checkmate wants to run a flyer, whether that be Pharah or Echo. That's going to be something you have to deal with.
Alright, we might even see the Sojourn that we also saw earlier in Crazy Raccoon's matches. I doubt it, after how Lip kind of proved to us that Sojourn needs a little bit more adjustments. But still, let's see how it goes. HaeJeokDan coming in for Becky here. I have a feeling that... So it's kind of, I don't know, my internal script, it's not official. My unofficial script says that according to the win rates of Surabasa of Old Ocean and the tendency of Fnatic to dropping a map to a team that they shouldn't drop maps on, might look like this kind of favors the tea leaves signal a Old Ocean win here, but Fnatic should be able to have the quality to finish this out on paper.
Well, Fnatic is 1-1 on New Junk City and 0-1 on Surabasa. Now, in New Junk City, Fnatic I believe they were running the Junker Queen Venture Genji comp, which was super fun to watch. But I don't know how that works, especially on this mid fight of Surabasa, where everything's going to be kind of pokey and more of a long range battle. Usually, I mean, Crazy Raccoon makes it work with a super dive, but that's usually just because their ball play is so extraordinary. So I don't know. It's interesting. I think that Fnatic would rather be playing New Junk City rather than Surabasa, but just based on how it's gone, I mean, after the first couple stages of Control, it just felt like Fnatic has been in complete control of this matchup. I mean, they're almost spawn camping. Like the offensive or defensive dives they were pulling off against Ocean looked almost disrespectful. Like, it's almost to the point where Ocean, like, you can't leave spawn unless you're 5, and you all have to go together because they were getting picked off one by one just leaving spawn, and Fnatic was abusing it a little bit. Now, it did end up going a little longer than that, but I don't know. Right now, it just seems like if you're really figuring out like the problem, you just can't let Checkmate beat you. Checkmate has been dominating this team. He was attaching pulse bombs to Jaehong on cooldown. The Pharah was an issue that no one dealt with except for when the ceiling got a little lower on third point. So yeah, if you're going into it and you just say like, well, we can't let this player beat us, then you probably do maybe run I don't know if Cass is great. I think Echo is really the only good answer to the Pharah or the Echo. Maybe a D.Va to help out too. I don't know, but it's been the problem.
All right, let's see how Old Ocean can answer the aggression of Checkmate right now, because Checkmate has, like you said, has been the problem, causing all sorts of problems on the side of Old Ocean. And I really want to kind of comment on this art right now. I think this is the sign was saying that Donghak's Doomfist even rips the Echo off. I think that's a specific reference to Runasapi, where he just punched Echo out of existence mid-air. And then
it was pretty amazing.
Yeah, and then this is also a Regional fan. So I think based on production, just looking at signs right now, we are taking some time to get the players ready right now. I believe that because HaeJeokDan is in, he needs some time to set up. should be over in a matter of minutes. I just hope that Old Ocean, that they can actually put up a good fight, because at least for the first two maps, they haven't been able to answer the questions that Fnatic posed to them.
And it's kind of been the story of Old Ocean thus far. I mean, I expected more from this team after, how close they were with Vec, but I guess even that wasn't a great sign given how Vec hadn't won a single map the prior stage. But yeah, Old Ocean, it's just, when you're playing against the super high-level teams, and Fnatic's like third, fourth best team right now, and it just like, you can't be wasting ultimates. You can't be as discoordinated as they are, and you can't not get value out of ultimates. And at some point, you have to protect Jaehong because he's just getting completely focused down by opposing tracers.
Yeah, and also this is something that oh wait. Alright, so I believe that was a fan chant. So just kind of a side story here, even in scrims, like people, a lot of these players grew up watching Jaehong like play as a pro, and kind of like grew their aspirations as a pro player. They're just I would say they're just fanboying him, and that even on scrims they just risk losing team fights just to kill Jaehong, and that's exactly what Fnatic is doing.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so it is going to be the Tracer Ashe for Old Ocean. A little more long range, well, actually a little more divey. And again, the question is, I mean, I'm going to keep saying it until someone deals with it. How do you deal with checkmate?
Yep, checkmate low, but it's sealed up. So it can be said with Kalias. How about Proby? Probably very low. It's going to be a good headshot from Niven. Once again, checkmate. Just finding Jaehong over and over and over and over and over again, as this is going to be a clean teamfight win for the side of Fnatic. It wasn't even close. I mean, after Proby just got melted down, then the next target was checkmate somehow just flies over everyone else just to get some rockets off Jaehong, and the next thing you know, Jaehong's dead.
It's just these top teams are able to coordinate a dive with the Pharah is the thing. I mean, Pharah's not like out in the open, not exposed, and you saw it earlier with Heesang too. Like that Pharah with the movement abilities that she has just been such a menace.
Kalias not enjoying the best of times as the Winston over there. He's being slept, he's being in-hide. He has to fall back to the safety of his teammates. That means that Fnatic is going to enjoy all the space in the world, at least on this first flashpoint. Checkmate once again proving to be a menace and a thorn on Old Ocean here. And this is not even going to be close. This is massacre here.
Well, the funny thing is like I'm seeing all these things. I'm watching the Ashe take shots, and I'm watching the Winston do damage, and then I'm seeing checkmate's the one in the kill feed. I don't even see where they are half the time. It's just those are where the rockets are raining from. It's like just the coordination to go with this team. The movement abilities have been so clean, and that's a very quick first point.
Yep, and that was, I mean, it was 100-0, so that was as quick as it gets. And Knife did use the Bob, but apart from that, Fnatic didn't even use any of those ultimates. Old Ocean, same indeed said, the same. HaeJeokDan finally taking down Knife with a well-placed pulse bomb. So this may be the, I was about to say that that was a numbers advantage, but checkmate with that nano over there just equalizes the score. HaeJeokDan taking down HaeJeokDan, so now actually swinging in advantage for Fnatic. They are in prime position to make that early cap on the second flashpoint. I was about to say, Old Ocean, they did what HaeJeokDan did what he needed to do, but still not enough.
They did a thing, but it's not enough. Yeah, it's a nice flank from HaeJeokDan, and it gets something done, but you're just living in a rain of rockets right now, and no one's put even a great deal of pressure on checkmate.
Yep, and Kalias is using the Primal Rage, but I mean, it's not doing much work. He is trying to get Izayaki, but I mean, checkmate doing a good job trying to cover for him. It's actually going to be the other way around as Donghak. I mean, this is exactly like you said, Hex. We are watching Donghak's POV trying to jungle Proby, and then the next thing you know, you have a rocket going on that direction and is going to be finishing off Proby.
So good target acquisition and coordination on the side of Fnatic. This is the Fnatic that we were promised.
It's the Pharah dive. Like I've almost like watching people evolve into this composition. Again, we saw it earlier this evening with Heesong, who can play it as well. But it's crazy because the coordination is there, and I mean, what this Nano comes in, but Jaehong dies immediately. Knife gets 2, and we're down to last point.
Yep, this is as well. I think I said the script was, oh, nice sleep into the rocket. Oh my god, that was so dirty. But I did say that the script was that Saravasa is usually where Old Ocean get their map picks, but Fnatic, they know what's at stake here. They are super focused, and it looks like a lot of improvements. I mean, of course, this is against Old Ocean, who has been really struggling throughout the entirety of the season, but still a much better showing from the side of Fnatic. So things are a little bit hopeful. Hall takes Checkmate down, so this is a good sign. This may be their opportunity to get their hands on the point for the first time in Saravasa today.
Yeah, I think Checkmate was trying to flex and maybe tried to barrage Jaehong, and Jaehong hit the cooldowns. But you're right. I mean, this is 3 of their 4 map wins have come on Saravasa. And this is Old Ocean's best map, and they're kind of getting embarrassed on it.
Yep, HaeJeokDan, well, still making, I guess, trying to make some base here by taking down Knife, but still the general, I guess, direction of the fight is swinging in towards Fnatic's favorite Checkmate. Oh my goodness, this is insane fair play here. Remember, he is pushed by the Barret God himself. Maybe Fleta taught him a trick or two. Kalios being slept on the spot, instantly woken up, but he is not finding any value with that Primal Rage here. The Knife also uses Bob for extra support on the point, and the flip is going to be there on time, 75%. Taken from Old Ocean, but after this team, Fnatic is destined to catch up on a lot of progress that they made here.
I'm just enjoying it at this point. The Pharah dive has worked out so well, and there has been no answer for it. The answers that have limited Checkmate have been map architecture and trying to flex on Jaehong. Those have been the 2 times that Checkmate has been limited this series.
Alright, Jaehong on Nano onto Kalios, but HaeJeokDan instantly destroyed by Donghak. So once again, Kalios doesn't really have anything to do, and Faith does have the rally. Probably is going to use defensively to keep Jaehong and or any backline alive. Checkmate. Alright, HaeJeokDan, never mind. HaeJeokDan is using the rally of their own. Also going to be the Nano rally over there, and Fnatic doesn't even need to use their barrage. Maybe they're saving it for the celebrations. 97%, 98, 99 overtime. Kalios does make the touch happen for the overtime. Can he survive long enough for the... Well, okay, never mind. I was about to say, can he survive long enough for the Primal Rage? He probably doesn't need it. Oh, wait a second. Checkmate is slept mid-barrage, but does take Pro B with him. So Knife and Checkmate taking down. So this is maybe the first flashpoint secured by Old Ocean.
Yeah, Fnatic may have overstepped their bounds and maybe end up committing too much. They're thinking it was about to be over, but the late barrage from Checkmate probably one that they're going to want back, and both support ultimates were used in that fight, so there is now a huge window where Old Ocean can start staggering these damage ultimates and get something done. I think maybe you throw Bob onto the point, and then if you have to combine it with Kalios' Primal to throw people into the Bob or juggle, you do it because you have to be winning points pretty much non-stop now. And, you know, they are in a lead pretty much on every ultimate.
Yep, pretty much. Even the ultimates that they don't have, they're a little bit of ahead. And...
Oh, purple.
Alright, this is how you probably should win. Even though, okay, Kalios does have to pop that. I was about to say that even though if you are massively ahead in the ultimates, if you win a fight without an ultimate, that's all the better, because you would have more ultimates in the bank than your opponent, which is pretty straightforward. However, Kalios did have to use that Primal Rage just to keep himself alive.
Okay, Checkmate finally forced off of the Pharah. I think this is where Old Ocean, and actually I think most teams are best when they pick the fight, they pick the engagement. They're not backing up to set up defensively and playing the point. They decided, like, I see where you are, I'm going to come fight you, and they do a good job of that. Now you rotate back to the point because there's pressure on it. But
alright, don't...
I think you...
Go ahead.
got to catch a team unaware. Like, you got to catch a team not ready to fight, and that's how you end up winning flashpoints.
All right, Bob on, well, I mean, not on point, but I guess still trying to dissuade Fnatic from getting inside the point. Oh, and HaeJeokDan taking down Knife is a good start to the fight, but Donghak is going to take down Faith with that Primal Rage. Checkmate, even when he's not on the Pharah, he's doing wonders with the Tracer. But whatever hero he plays, his main target is gonna be Rijehong, and Rijehong is taken down. So despite the ultimate advantage that Old Ocean has, it is gonna be Fnatic that took the teamfight win. But still, Old Ocean, they had 90% on the mileage, so one teamfight win can be the secret term here. Kalios taking down Izayaki is going to be the start. Izayaki did give the Nano to Donghak, so Kalios down. This may be the difference maker here. Fnatic, they have their tank. Fnatic also have both of their DPS ultimates, so maybe they can stall long enough. And also Bob is going to be there to contest the point in Fnatic's stead. So Old Ocean, they choose to disengage, but the problem is going to be that Izayaki is going to come back to the fight. So this is going to be a full 5v5 fight with, oh wait a second, Kalios taken down in the neutral without any ultimates. So Faith has to use the rally because of a great purple from Izayaki over there. HaeJeokDan also going to use the rally. Both both Tracers are going to use the pulse bombs and land them on their Annas. Oh my god, is there anyone to touch?
Just Tracer, just Tracer.
Yeah, HaeJeokDan is going to touch.
Winston's back. This should be a way to do Primal. No!
No!
You're
Whip
in
shot!
90! Well, it is their best map. It's Old Ocean's best map. I think that's pretty easy to say. But Fnatic, I mean, it took way too long to be able to bully Checkmate off of that Pharah. The first couple of points were just completely one-sided. They finally bring it back a little bit, but
yeah.
Li Jinggong with the later rally that he'd been holding, I thought it was going to use it just for the previous fight, but they got Bob up and they just let Bob hold the point for him rather than burning rally. And that's when that other rally came out. They were able to counter it, able to get the stuns and chase down the opposing Brig. And then just still alive in the whip shots. You know, Tracer was there. The Winston is at 90. Kalios, if he gets to the point, probably lands a stomp.
Yeah.
It's a couple cleaves and you're a primal and you're stalling out, but not to happen there.
Yeah, I think overall it's Fnatic being massively improved. Of course.
Guess who this is? Who do you think the player of the match is? Oh, surprise!
Surprise! Checkmate. I mean, we both voted for Checkmate. Clearly, Old Ocean struggled to find an answer against him. He, the most memorable, I guess, hero that Checkmate played on today was the Pharah, but he also did a lot of good things with the Tracer as well. Basically, the name of the game for Checkmate was that he just had Rijehong's number the entire game, and that he just made life hard for the legendary Ana player to just do his stuff. And I guess without the support of your Ana, then that's how Old Ocean just crumbled.
It's just great to see. I mean, maybe not for playing at the highest levels. I know a lot of people at GM don't like Pharah as a hero, but it's just nice to see Pharah untethered from the Pharah Mercy compositions, which was the thing for years. You couldn't play Pharah without a Mercy, but now with the movement ability and seeing the high-level players really, I mean, I guess abuse that movement ability has been crazy. The Pharah dive that works on Saravasa, we saw it twice tonight, you know, with Heesong and now with Checkmate. And just rolling in there, you get the nano, and yeah, I mean, Rijehong's gonna have nightmares about Checkmate.
Probably have Pharah in his sleep. And I mean, like, he also
hits his shots. I mean, these follow-up directs are kind of dirty.
And he also, like, as a Tracer player himself, he knows exactly, like, the distance of the links, and he even lands directs on a blinking Tracer. So, like, what else can you do?
Wait, I think on Saravasa he got a prediction on the recall actually as well. Like, he was just everywhere. And yeah, it wasn't even just the Pharah, it's the Tracer as well. And this team looks really sound. They win another match they should have.
All right, it seems like we have an interview with Checkmate himself. So Quest, please take it away.
Thank you very much, Unknown. We are here with the final POTM interview of the day. And with Fnatic taking the 3-0 victory. And we have Checkmate on stage. Before we actually start the interview, please introduce yourself.
안녕하세요. 푸나틱 딜러 체크메이트입니다.
And I am Checkmate from the DPS lineup for Fnatic.
자, POTM 인터뷰 때 굉장히 많이 뵙는 것 같아요.
So it feels like we're seeing you on stage for the POTM interviews a lot.
전에 캐리력을 보여주고 있는데요.
Checkmate
자, 오늘
says, I think it's about twice.
완벽한 승리를 보여주셨어요.
Of course, they take the Fnatic takes the 3-0 victory, and they're now one step closer to the seeding decider. So, how do you? What are your thoughts on the victory?
당연한 승리였다
It
생각하고요.
was
저희 경기력 높이는
a victory that was expected, and we're focusing on our own
당연한
gameplay.
승리였다라고 말씀을 해주셨어요. 그렇다면 오늘 좀 전반적인 경기 흐름이 어땠나요?
Can you tell us about the overall momentum of today's match?
그냥 저희 뭐 생각했던 대로 가고 싶을 때
I
가고
think that
천천히 하고 싶을 때 천천히 하고
when we wanted to play
조절이
slow,
잘
we played
됐던 것
slow. We wanted to go fast, we wanted to go in, we went in, and I think it turned out the way that we expected.
3연패 뒤에 3연승을 달성하셨어요.
So the team went from a 3-match losing streak to a 3-match win streak. So
사실 저희가
what has changed
만들어진 지
to see
얼마 안
this
돼서
improvement?
합이 많이 안 맞았었는데
So
그게
this,
시간이
it's a
지나면서
new
계속
roster,
나아지다
so
보니까
our teamwork
경기력도
was
좋아지고
off
점점
in the beginning,
개인적으로도
but
좋은 모습을 더
both
잘
personally
보이는 것 같아요.
and as a team, I
자,
think
이렇게
that
팀
we are
합이
consistently
점점
showing
더 잘
signs of
맞아가니까
improvement.
또 승리의 원동력이 되지 않았나 좀 생각이 드는데요. 자, 그리고 또 이번 패치로 어떻게 좀 어떤 부분이 푸나틱에 좀 바뀌었을까도 궁금해요.
So with the new patch, how has things
패치로
changed for
달라진
Fnatic?
부분은 딱히 없고요. 그냥
Nothing in particular.
전이랑 비슷한 것 같아요.
아, 전이랑 비슷한 것 같아요.
And I think it's pretty much the same as before.
패치는 크게 영향을 끼치지 않았고 우리 팀은 그대로 그냥 나아가고 있다라고 말씀을 해주셨어요. 자, 또 오늘 만장일치 POTM을 받으신
And you were
체크메이트 선수입니다.
unanimously voted as the POTM for today's match.
영웅이 크게
And
눈에 띄었는데요. 이 중에서 좀
your Echo,
최애
Pharah,
영웅이
and
있을까요?
Tracer were highlighted.
트레이서가 제일
And out of the
좋아하는 것
three,
같아요. 그게
what would you say?
혼자서
Which
하기도
hero is
쉽고
your favorite?
전수 만들기도 쉽고
And he says, I would say Tracer.
네, 그래서 좋은 것 같아요.
I can play my own game. I
자,
can make
오늘 또
variants
트랩
within the game.
노트북하고
So
엄청난
I think
캐리력을
out of the three, I would have to say
체크메이트
Tracer.
선수였습니다. 자, 그리고 오늘 또 끝나고 팬미팅이 있다고 들었어요.
So there's a fan meet scheduled for Fnatic.
네,
after
팬분들이
this
오늘
match.
이 팬미팅 시간을 엄청 기다리고 있다고 들었는데 팬분들께도 한마디
So please say a few words to the fans.
제가 한국에서 한 지 얼마 안 돼서
It hasn't been long
팬분들이
since I started
얼마나 계실지는
playing
잘
in Korea,
모르겠지만
so
그래도
I don't know how
한
many
분
fans
다 응원해
that are
주셔서
here
너무
to
감사하고요.
cheer us on, but I'm really grateful,
때 뵙겠습니다.
and I'll see you at the fan meet.
네, 자, 이렇게 해외에서 온 지 얼마 안 됐지만 이렇게 수줍은 말투로 이렇게 팬분들께 사랑을 전하셨습니다. 자, 지금까지
And that was it for the final
푸나틱의
POTM interview of the day. And to close us off for the day, I'm going to send it back to Unknown and Hex.
All right, thank you, Quest, as ever, for the quality translations here. And yeah, I mean, Checkmate, if you just look at his career right now, it's been a while since he's been playing in Korea. The last time he was playing in Korea was probably 2020 when he was in Going Waters or something like that. Because he went to Florida, he went to Twisted Minds, and then he went to RSC, if I'm not mistaken. So, yeah, it's been a while, and probably feels good to have a show this kind of display in front of his home fans here, as so to say. But today's results, it was a fairly quick day with Team Falcons taking a 3-1 win over Poker Face, so they will be having that upper hand on that third place race for, I guess, I mean, they're looking forward to that. And let's see the standings right now. Fnatic, I think still, I think Fnatic should be 5th because after the map differentials, you go to head-to-head, and Poker Face did win against Fnatic. So I believe that is going to be a 5th for Fnatic so far. But still, Fnatic, they managed after a 0-3 week 1, they finally managed to be on the positive in at least map differentials, and this is a positive sign. Crazy Raccoon, crazy as ever, as they are going 5-0 plus 15. Zeta Division following suit, not as amazing as a map differential record, but still undefeated in terms of series. And Team Falcons looking like they have they're on prime spot to securing that top 4 that gives automatic qualification for playoffs.
Well, Zeta Division and Crazy Raccoon play tomorrow, so that's very likely for the first place. And then Fnatic and Team Falcons play the day after. So those are the marquee matches still ahead for these teams. Yeah, today went pretty much according to script, except Crazy Raccoon messing around a little bit with different compositions and then having to really give us a nail biter to pull that one back. But Falcons returned to form, and I think utilizing their roster really effectively. You know, it was nice to see Stalker come in and play. And, you know, even Happy got play, so it's not just one or the other. They're trying to utilize their full roster. Their support players, both got all got play time. So, yeah, like I said, tomorrow, the marquee matchup probably for first place is Zeta Division versus Crazy Raccoon in our mid-match, and then Team Falcons, Old Ocean. Falcons looking to continue their run back in our Pirate squad in a face-off to open the night.
Yeah, so, I mean, I think all of these matches have a meaning and context of their own, because if HaeJeokDan, because we have to talk about playoff contention now, right? Top 4 gets guaranteed playoffs, and then 5th and 6th get a advantage for the play-ins. So what this means is that I think this is the NBA format, or the 7th, and it's kind of like the semi King of the Hill, where 7th and 8th have to go against each other, and then the 8th gets excuse me, the loser gets eliminated, and then the 5th and 6th go against each other. Whoever loses that has to go against the winner of the 7th and 8th placed team.
Okay.
So whoever wins the 5th and 6th place match gets qualification for the playoffs. So it's really, I guess the cutoff is 4th, where the important cutoff is going to be 4th, where you get automatic playoff, I guess, guaranteed, and then 6th, where you get a advantage for play-in contention. So this is going to be an important matchup for all these teams. Start on tomorrow. So tomorrow we have some important matches. Please tune into that. But for today, it is all we have to give. So thank you, Hex, for being with me. Thank you, chat, for being with us. But this is where I say goodbye. So hopefully we have the broadcast is in good hands tomorrow. So see you tomorrow. Don't go anywhere.